we're just gonna get right into it. With me are my buds Amart and Karna.
Hello.
What's up, guys?
Howdy.
Is everyone's toes up and ready to go?
Get your blankets ready and get comfortable.
Get cozy.
Okay.
Yeah, get cozy. I hope you guys like chill runs. It's chill most of the time, but so for those of you who are new to FF9, this run is really fun to watch because it's just there's a lot of RNG in play here, you know, and that's part of where the skill comes in because you have to learn how to handle a bunch of different situations and kind of, you know, make decisions on the fly a lot of the time. Thanks everybody for the good luck.
Final Fantasy speedrun. Most of them are like set in stone, step routes, stuff as in what to do for certain fights. For FF9, it is very a dynamic speedrun. Things could change really quickly, and you'll never know what's gonna hit you right away.
I like to say that this game is less about saving time and more about not losing time, basically.
Yes.
But yeah, here we're greeted briefly to the two main characters, Dagger, and then coming up will be Zidane. And then we'll figure out what's going on. The opening FMV doesn't really show anything, it's more of just Square showing off their cutting edge graphics back in the day.
Yeah. So how long do we think it's going to take to get Mage Master today?
I don't know. We'll see. This is the most random part. One of them, I should say. Basically, we have to steal a specific weapon here. It can take, you know, 3.5 minutes. It can take 6 minutes. Obviously, in an actual PB attempt, we'd reset, but we'll see what happens here.
I'm going to say it's going to be in between 4:15 and 4:30.
You think so?
I think so.
I'm gonna go with like less than 16. Less than 16 attempts. You'll have 4 attempts to steal the Mage Master from what you would see coming up briefly is called the Masked Man.
He's very secret. Don't know who he is.
It's actually the final boss of the game. You'll find that out later.
Yeah. This is actually God.
Yeah.
Let's see, folks. Let's start counting.
All right, here we go, and we're off. 1, 2. 3. Oh, he stole the wrist. Okay.
4.
That's the important thing.
5. 6.
I don't know.
7, 8, 9, 10.
So I'm actually going to do a trick here called ATB waiting to essentially get Zidane and Blink here. Extra turns, more or less. There it is.
Oh, 12. Oh, okay.
And then it's just faster to kill everybody off here, so.
Yep.
This is one of the few instances
That actually is not
where-
that bad of a Mage Masher. That's right on the border of what I would take in an actual run.
Pretty good.
This is one of the few instances, and probably one of the 3 instances where you would incapacitate your fellows party members to advance the plot trigger.
So here, a bit of the plot's revealed. We're actually trying to kidnap the princess, which will be revealed later on. Alright, Chef, catch you at Discord.
A fun fact, we were supposed to choose the second option, which will advance the plot trigger, but if we choose the first option, was it 13 times?
I think it's like 64 times, actually.
64?
That's what I've heard.
Eventually, an NPC called Ruby will come in and tell you that it's the other option.
Yeah, she'll get really angry and tell you to pick the other option finally. There's a lot of neat little Easter eggs in this game that unfortunately we don't really get to see in the run. That's the one thing I really like about this game, is that all the characters have a lot of personality. But yeah. Final Fantasy IX. So now we're gonna take control of Vivi, which in no way does his story parallel the main characters. No way.
Nope.
You don't see it.
Right here is an NPC that is a perfect example of having a lot of personality. And I'm really sad that they changed her dialect for the HD version and didn't make her talk like a child like they do in this version. One of the worst changes to the HD version.
And here we went into the little rat kid. Fun fact, you can do a little skip called the little puck skip, which before you get past this one certain NPC, you can actually interact with him as he's running into you to basically skip the dialogue and just slide on way over to the screen.
It's frame
it really
perfect.
saves you like, yeah, it's a frame perfect trick, and it only really saves you about a measly second.
I actually didn't see the
trick.
chat was calling for it, otherwise I would have done it.
Yeah.
So here we
Base-
picked up cards. Yeah. Found out that the ticket was fake.
Yeah, so Vivi's actually he's not from Alexandria. He came to Alexandria to see a play. He got a ticket from somebody in the town Trena, which we'll go to later. But basically it was a fake ticket, so now he's kind of SOL and just wandering around, but he finds Puck, the kid he ran into earlier, and Puck also does not have a ticket. So he's gonna sneak into the play with Puck here.
We got our first Gilgamesh sighting too.
What are you talking about? That's Alleyway Jack.
So now Vivi's Puck's slave. At least that's what Puck thinks.
Yeah.
Now here we're also introduced to the Moguls, which is basically featured as your save system in this game. Throughout the game, you'll encounter various Moogles throughout the world, where you could basically save your game and help yourself advance the story. There's a whole side quest too with the mail delivery system. Pretty cool.
Yeah, so I will be saving during this run for obvious reasons. I typically still like to try to limit the amount of saves, but there's definitely some places that I'll want to save no matter what.
So we're gonna kind of run along the rooftops up here. We're trying to get a prime spot for this play that we had a ticket to, but unfortunately we did find out it was fake. So Vivi's getting over fear of heights real quick, and we're gonna make it to the play.
We made it.
I don't know if it's really a fear of heights. You know, I think people that are afraid of heights are more afraid of falling than heights
It's
itself.
true. So fun fact about the music that's about to play, it actually appears in FF10. There's actually a Easter egg in the game. This game obviously was released before FF10 by probably like a few months, like half a year. But there's actually an Easter egg referencing the theme song of 10. There's a friendly enemy that quizzes you, and on the card it actually like there's actual writing on the card that asks what the theme song of FF10 is. But you never get that as a question because there's no way anyone would know that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this song plays in FF10, and we are also introduced to Steiner here, who is one of my favorite characters. He essentially starts out as a bumbling idiot who kind of blindly serves the queen without questioning, and his character slowly develops over time, and he, begins to wonder, what is really the right thing to do. And Dagger, it also kind of, has that character development where she learns that, not everything is so black and white in the world, and that sometimes, you do have to do things that may seem bad on the surface to reach a greater good.
Oh, but you guys, I was checking out Queen Brand's ultra cool dance moves.
Yeah, so Queen Bran is the main villain for, I would say, over half the game. And then this part, I actually don't have to mash. It just auto plays. This fight coming up is actually one of, I would say, the most difficult to optimize, at least in Disc 1, because it's incredibly random, and the enemies have very long attack animations for one of their attacks. So basically, we're hoping to not get those, and for good ATB to start out.
Everybody in this play gets this cool special effects go. You can do some animations like Ollie or Pyro. Does no damage, but it looks cool.
It looks awesome. Until you're losing 30 seconds.
Yeah.
This is actually good ATB to start out.
Yeah, this is great. Oof. Okay, that's fine.
So again, here we're going to be using ATB weighting to gain extra attacks. Well, that's unfortunate. Leo's probably going to get an extra attack here, unless Cinna rolls with... There's a pretty high damage roll for Cinna, so...
Yeah, it should be good. Should definitely be good without a miss.
Alright, that was a pretty good Leo fight.
Not bad
Yeah,
at all.
very good.
We'll discuss more about how ATB weighting works after Blake gets done with this mini game. It's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, so there's a mini game coming up that you can get a lot of gil, and it actually saves about 27 seconds, because you can skip most of the pickups you would normally get for gil. It's not a huge deal if I don't get it, but I do typically get it in a run, so hopefully I'm not too nervous. I almost pressed the wrong button at the end.
Nice. Should be good.
Yep. Alright,
Nice.
so we got 100 nobles, so that makes the guild route considerably less stressful. Not that it's really stressful to begin with, but it just alleviates, you know, some of the worry early on, basically. And the whole thing, plot-wise, is basically just a ploy so they could enter the castle unnoticed. So, obviously, they knocked out those guards and stole their uniforms. Gonna equip the Mage Masher here, which effectively doubles my attack strength.
Which is crazy, because there are challenge runs in this game where you do like level 1 character playthroughs for the whole run, because essentially stats really don't matter from character level up. It's all based around your weapons and your armor pieces.
And that's more or less what this route, you know, it abuses gear more than anything, if you want to even call it an abuse. And then stat growth is all gear based in this game, so that's why like there's a what is considered a perfect game run, where you don't level up until the last dungeon when you have the best gear in the game, and that way you can more or less max out all your stats, because you gain bonuses, you know, dependent on the gear you have, like I said.
So here we got a little bit of plot. The princess has run away, and these two jesters, Zorn and Thorn, are trying to find their way over to Queen Brand to.
Fun fact: they're like 150 years old or something, aren't they?
Yeah,
They're old.
Oh jeez, I don't know. I thought they were like a good, I don't know, 30.
No, they might not be that old, but I think they're at least in their 80s.
They are 88 years old.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're actually gonna get a chance to control Steiner here.
Captain Steiner.
Cousin Corn. Yeah, it's really ASMR getting Steiner to run around to the beat of a song. This song is great because it kind of matches Steiner's bumbling personality.
So, there's a thing you can do here where you go find all the Knights of Pluto, and I'm not exactly sure what it does.
It gives you the answers to the beginning of Disc 3 when you tell them where to go. Yeah, so
There you go.
there's, I guess you could call it like a side quest where you find them all and you learn what their speciality is and what they're good at. And the game, for some reason, expects you to remember that at the beginning of Disc 3. After you've played like what casually would be like an hour of just plot.
Mm-hmm. But we're just gonna kind of skip that, get to the top of the tower, and Steiner's kind of running around trying to find the princess. Meanwhile, they're over in this other tower, just running circles around, trying to get some cardio in. You know, real gamer things.
Little callback to classic FF games with the classic white mage costume Dagger's wearing here. I like the little touches. There's a lot of callbacks. Essentially, this FF9 was more or less a celebration of the entire series. I'm pretty sure there's references to every Final Fantasy game up to this point, plus FF10. Every main line. I don't know if Tactics is ever referenced. I don't think it is, unfortunately.
I I think FF9 is, like you said, a very last homage to like the fantasy style of Final Fantasy before they made their switch over to a little bit more sci-fi-ish.
I'm very happy to see that FF16 is returning to that high fantasy, though. Hopefully it's good.
Hopefully. Should be good. Should be good. Yeah, Yoshi P.
FF7 Remake was really good. And yeah, Yoshi P is producing it, isn't he? I'm optimistic about it, at least. So here is a reveal. Basically, Dagger is asking Zidane to kidnap her now. She was actually gonna leave the castle regardless tonight because the play was gonna be the perfect way for her to slip out unnoticed, basically. So essentially, there's kind of been some odd things happening with Queen Braun, her mother, that she's noticed, and she was gonna leave to Lindblum, which is where we happen to be kidnapping her to anyways. Coincidence? I think not. Oh, shoutouts to this creepy picture in the upper right corner here. Check it out. The most terrifying thing in the game. Most people don't even notice it because they're so focused on Steiner, but if you just look at the backgrounds are super detailed because they're static images, so they were able to, it's essentially like looking at a painting.
Lo and behold, we have our good friend Blink in disguise, plugging up the holes so that way Steiner could not follow them.
I actually know someone who has a remix, like they had somebody do a remix of the Chester song. It's pretty good. It's not really a rap song, but hopefully you can't hear the dog. And sorry, neighbor dogs are barking. Alright, so here we're going to try to get an ATB weight in here. It's random. It really depends on starting ATBs.
Steiner is one of the slowest enemies in the game, so we might be able to get this in. It's going to be kind of tight. Okay, yeah.
So that saves basically the animation of Steiner attacking, which is probably like 3 to 4 seconds.
Yeah.
You can actually one-cycle this fight if everybody max rolls.
And unfortunately, you don't get that attack to use at all. You know, it looks so sweet.
So what running does is if nobody has queued up an attack yet, you skip the ready up or wind up animation of the character, and it just goes straight to the attack animation, which saves roughly a second. So I'll be doing that a lot in the run. I mean, because if you do it, 60 times over the course of a run, you've just saved a minute. That's a free minute if you do it, basically.
Yeah, that'll really come in handy when we get Freya later.
Yeah, Freya has the slowest attack animation, so I forget the exact length, but it does cut, like, her wind-up animation is so slow because she does like a little twirl with her spear. Her lance. Yeah, so, like, it may not... You would think that in a run that's 9 hours long, that, that like, a second wouldn't matter, but I mean, if you keep doing all those little things, you know, throughout the entire course of a run, it adds up a lot. And that's really where you save a lot of time, is the little things, you know, queuing up characters in the correct turn order, you know, and checking for crits and stuff like that. There's really a lot of micromanaging going on that most, you know, newcomers don't notice.
Here we got a little improv going on between the group.
Yeah, so basically right now, to kind of throw off the queen and the guards, Dagger's playing along in the play here. Steiner thinks that she was actually killed. And now Vivi's gonna kind of screw that all up because they caught him and Puck, you know, watching the play when they didn't have a ticket. And he's gonna accidentally set Dagger on fire here.
All her hair didn't get burned up in that one fire. Completely amazes me.
Yeah. This next fight is pretty much RNG. You want everybody to have pretty much near full ATBs because the goal is to, you know, go before the enemy. We're just gonna kill everybody off except for Dagger, and it's actually gonna advance the... This is pretty decent.
Yeah, pretty good.
Oh, that was really good.
Nice.
The 0 hit. What is that?
This is actually a really good start.
This is
Yeah, it
really
is.
good. So now that the ploy has been uncovered, we're trying to dip out of here as quick as we can before they start barraging us with a whole bunch of steel arrows. Really, really big arrows.
Time to get out of Dodge.
So obviously Braun doesn't care about anybody because she's probably going to kill a bunch of citizens in the process here trying to get Dagger back. Hey, Frothin, thanks for the good luck. No, this is not going to be sub 29. Just because the mage matcher. So there's one more fight in this section coming up. Same thing, we're gonna kill off everyone except for Dagger. There's a little bit of a manipulation here though because of how... So enemies have ATB just like you know, the characters you control do. So we're gonna essentially manipulate the ATB, the enemy ATB, Steiner's, to kind of more or less skip over his turn. You know, one of his dialogues, I believe, is actually what happens here. Essentially, it just lets the ATB flow more freely here, so the bomb goes faster here, because we're just waiting for the bomb to go off, basically. And now we just have to wait for the bomb to grow. Steiner won't attack Dagger, so it speeds up the fight quite a bit.
So sad. Not even playing the tune of the music on the menu.
Sorry. Sorry, Garnet. We made it!
Slowly but surely.
Unfortunately,
No
the
escape.
airship did get kind of damaged, for lack of a better term. And we're gonna crash land here. Apparently, the airship is also runs off nuclear, as you're about to see. Yep.
Boom.
Definitely, definitely a reasonable sized explosion for a theater ship. A little foreshadowing here going on. Queen Braun is talking about getting something ready that they've been working on. We'll soon find out what that is.
I like how she breaks her fan in like the previous cutscene,
Yeah.
and yet has a brand new one ready to go.
And now the crew actually thinks that Dagger's dead. Sitting here actually is the one that panics the most and thinks that she was crushed under the airship. Oh, you can hear that? Sorry, that's the fan. I didn't realize you guys could hear that, my bad.
Honestly, I didn't even notice it.
I thought it was just mashing. So as we're advancing the plot trigger right here, we'll come into our first active time event, aka ATEs, which are little side stories that you can see throughout the game. To show what other characters are doing currently at the moment. The first one's unavoidable, so you have to watch it, but throughout the rest of the game, we'll only have to watch one more ATE that's required for the run.
Well, I mean, there are others that are required, but
Yeah, that.
I
like
mean,
there's one optional one that we have to do.
Yep.
There are some that are forced. The one optional we do have to do.
I just almost did my encounter. So, in actual runs, we count the encounters just to kind of get a gauge on, you know, how many encounters we have to get an idea of why the run is where it is, partially.
Yeah, so here, actually one of the areas where we actually consider it okay to get an encounter. And the reason for this is that we want to get Zidane up to level 3 before a boss fight that's coming up in a little bit. But we're gonna get 23 experience onto Zidane here, which Zidane needs 47 to hit level 3. So
Yeah, so the first encounter essentially gets him halfway there already, if you get an encounter on the first screen, which is good for a marathon.
yes.
Also not bad for this plan as well.
Yeah,
which
so-
we're introduced to trance.
Yeah, I'll let you go ahead, Carmen, explain.
Trance is basically the limit break system for this game. You have no control of it. The way you gain it is by getting hit by the enemy, and it's random how much the gauge will build up. It's more of a nuisance half the time.
It is induced by a surge of emotion.
It's
And
definitely
sometimes
induced by
the
it.
FF9
The growth
speed
is affected by the spirit stat game, which essentially controls all the RNG elements of battle. So spirit
thing about it-
is a very important stat that nobody knows what it does when you play casually, but it's incredibly important.
Going back to the fact the first encounter, leveling up Zidane to level 2, will actually increase his trance speed just by a little bit, so we don't get the D-trance animation, which will suffer a little bit of time.
It saves about 8 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So especially if you like go first or get a preemptive strike on the first fight, it's actually better to get an encounter, in my opinion, just because you don't have to worry so much about experience.
Yeah.
So we're actually going to do a steal here. We're trying to get the broadsword. That way we can switch out Blank's weapon later to give Steiner the iron sword. Otherwise we'll have to buy it.
The other possible item you can get here is called the leather wrist, which is, I mean, it's not bad. We'll need one later on, but preferably we would like the broadsword of steel.
Kind of talking about trance a little bit. There are some categories, most specifically PC, any percent, which you can actually do it. There's a trick that you can do, and you can actually clip past this boss. It's really interesting. But if you end up doing that, you actually will go without having a trance, except for the places in the run where you will, where it requires you to actually trance on that encounter. So,
Alright, nice.
nice broadsword.
So that's ideal. Leather wrist is actually not that bad. It gives you a chance, like a 2% chance to crit early game, which isn't a lot, but it can be helpful. It also increases your spirit stat, which is why you get a chance to crit. So it also very slightly helps boost trance growth, which can be useful for Sea Lion. I would say that they make trance part of the plot pretty well, actually. Considering, Steiner does it later on, Phoebe uses it later on.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have TK, Kuja, who, is the main villain, and that's like central to his plot. Yeah, Mog too.
Yep.
I think they did a pretty good job using it for plot.
Yeah, so here got Vivi and Steiner. They both got inflicted with how would you describe it, Karna? Basically,
It's like a weird poison where the seeds are spreading throughout their body, so they have to take this antidote to negate that effect.
yeah, and so
It's like the little telltale story: if you eat pumpkin seeds, you'll grow a pumpkin in your stomach.
I was always afraid of that as a kid.
same actually.
I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin, guys.
Do I could be the carriage in Cinderella?
Ooh.
Watermelon was the other one, yeah.
Yeah, I always had to have seedless watermelon.
So who didn't use watermelon seeds as little rubber bullets to shoot out your mouth?
So here we got a little bit of a flashback with Zidane and Garnet. Zidane's kind of in La La Land, kind of dreaming about Garnet.
Yeah, basically, Zidane immediately has the hots for her, so he's debating whether he should actually go and save her.
Yeah.
It's crazy. A lot of people I've met that played Final Fantasy IX as their first playthrough. They typically didn't like Zidane for the first couple of discs just because he's such a playboy. But he learns to grow up a little bit.
Yeah, I think as far as main characters for Final Fantasy goes, I think Zidane's one of the best ones, just because he does have really good character development.
Yeah, whatever.
Like,
Way better than the whatever.
No,
guy.
that's FF8.
So now we have to fight Baku. The important thing here is not to run while you're being attacked. Because if you get physically attacked and your back is turned to the enemy, it does 1.5 times damage. So.
Also, this fight is a little bit riskier on level 1. On level 2, it's near impossible to die.
I don't have the leather wrist.
Yeah, we don't have leather wrist.
If RNG were to favor you, if you had the leather wrist in this fight, you could crit Baku on the first turn, and it really nice.
Pretty good fight.
Yeah. If you go first, then you skip a turn, essentially. So, if I didn't get 100 nobles, I would have to come back in here, because in that chest is an ether that you want to get. Because we'll at the first, I would say, big-ish shop, we'll sell all of our ethers and pinions, Phoenix pinions, which functionally are the same as Phoenix Downs for the most part. It teaches Ico summon, and there's a very low chance that if you have one in your inventory, and the percentage chance goes up depending how many you have, but if you have some in your inventory with Ico in your party, if your party wipes, there's a small chance that Phoenix will come out and revive your whole party. It's actually really neat.
I've never seen it, even in casual. So here we got Steiner talking to VB about the copious uses of possible magic sword. Really funny thing, because as much as Steiner is an idiot, he treats VB like a complete master on a pedestal.
Yeah, so I think the canonical reason why that is because they're both orphans. So there's like a kinship there between them. Best bromance in the game.
By far. Even more bro than Marcus and Blake. Two.
So a neat little thing to note here is on the first pass through of the screen, it's actually less chance of you getting an encounter. But because on the second pass through, we actually start a little bit behind where we are compared to the first time, it's actually a little higher of a chance to get an encounter. It's about 12% more likely to get an encounter on this screen.
Yeah, so basically, after there's a danger value, so after you take a certain amount of steps, it'll go up, and it varies by screen how much it goes up. But basically, it's a cumulative effect. So the more steps you take on a screen without an encounter, the higher it goes, and the higher the percentage chance of an encounter. Hey Wingo, thanks for the good luck, buddy.
So occasionally you'll be seeing bombom will take a screen and reset it just so it resets the danger value. So that way we have a better chance of going throughout the rest of the screen without an encounter.
We'll also use a trick later on in the run where we actually will actually opt to play cards with some NPCs to split the screen per se and reduce the chance of getting an encounter.
If you're playing the HD version of the FF9 speedrun, you can just go straight lines for most of it, because the encounter rate for HD is considerably lower.
If this was an actual run, I probably wouldn't kill this.
Yeah.
I also thought Steiner was gonna get a turn in, but I forgot how slow he is.
Dendrobiums actually give 2 AP compared to the 1 AP that most enemies will give in this area too, which makes it nicer for the route that bombom chooses to run, because we learn an ability called Protect Rolls. It also goes towards Flea AP as well.
Alright, that was a pretty good Evil Forest though.
Yeah,
Not
3
bad.
encounters.
3D? 3. typically I get like 5 or 6.
So there's a mechanic that a lot of people who play this casually don't know, and that's if Zidane dies on this fight in the first phase, it actually just automatically triggers the second phase. Blank comes out, and Plant Brain's HP is essentially cut in half. So we just start off, depending on ATBs, I'll either wait for Plant Brain to go first. In this case, I really don't have a choice, probably. But we're just going to kill off Zidane. And I'm going to just queue up Fire, because Zidane is blinded here. So if you don't, before Zidane's dead, the first attack is always Pollen. So it's always safest just to let Plant Brain go first. And then I can ATB wait here.
Yeah, this is a very tight ATB wait, but well-practiced runners will be able to get this. Nice.
I'm actually going to heal Phoebe here, too. Because he got hit by that spell. So now there's a fight coming up against an enemy called Plant Spiders. It's random, the amount you get. You can get from 2 to 4 Plant Spiders in one fight. Any combination will do it for me at this point to get Zidane to level 3, so I'm just worried about getting out of the fight as fast as possible at this point.
Yep.
Kind of a sloppy menu.
Here we get to see the broadsword that we stole from Plant Cage, or Prison Cage, my bad. Being to use, we're going to pluck off Blank's Iron Sword, which will give the Steiner effectively doubles Steiner's attack power as well, which will be useful later on. The reason why we have to steal broadswords is we can unequip everything from each character, from headpiece to chest to accessory. The only thing we can't physically take off without something being replaced is a weapon.
Very nice. No attacks from the Plant Spiders.
The menu is as fun as it looks, as it is to watch.
Yeah.
Partly my reason, which I got introduced to this run when I was first watching it from AGDQ 2019. I saw the menus and I was like, man, I really want to run this game. So that was my whole factor.
Yeah, so here we're trying to get out of the forest because now that we've killed Plant Brain, it's kind of looking to just kind of petrify everything. It's very angry and upset. So we're gonna try to get out. Unfortunately, Blank here is gonna get captured, but Blank musters up the strength to throw this to Zidane. Blank probably could have tried out for any football team.
Oh, I talk about something. Iron Man. Carrying dagger and outrunning Zidane. That's whew.
Yeah.
And in a set of heavy armor too.
Love the pun, Wandering.
Oh, jeez.
F's for Blank.
Alright, so anybody who's from my community, you guys know what emote to spam coming up.
Is it toes up?
No.
Is it cozy?
Gosh, bro, I thought you would have known.
So here we're talking through the story, advancing plot trigger as usual. talking about where to go after they get out of the forest and what Steiner's sworn duty is to do. Because Steiner wants to go back to Alexandria right away, but Garnet is still trying to cope and heal from the poisonous seeds that were inflicted onto her body by plant brain.
So the game is very nice in that tutorials are not mandatory. So if you've already played the game, you don't gotta do them.
Yep.
But how would I know what to... How would I learn how to use the spirit grid?
How do I play Blitzball? Wait, wrong one.
So we already know how to play the game, so we're just gonna skip through that.
Yeah, I know.
Gosh, bro.
Sure
And here we
know,
get the Moogle Flute. It's just basically used to save on the overworld, which we are about to do, actually. There's a save spot in Ice Cavern, but the chance of me dying to Sea Lion is so low that I want to make a safety save just in case, but... And you actually don't get any encounter checks when this text is up, so you can run freely.
It's like one of two
Why is it not letting me
areas.
save? That was weird. I guess I'll just save in Ice Cavern.
Wait, it wouldn't let you save? What?
Yeah, this.
That's interesting.
It's a busted Moogle flute.
got the bad one.
I
It's
wonder
fine,
if it
but-
lets you. I wonder if it lets you out. Well, if you go out, if you can save.
I'll just save in here. It's fine.
Yeah. There's a little bit of dialogue that you have to go through to access this Moogle, but it's not a big deal.
Oh yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, but could always just YOLO this. This fight isn't. As long as you know what damage rolls, this fight's safe. But
Yeah.
you can also always miss at a really inopportune time, so better safe than sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So this dungeon actually has a gimmick where there's mist. If you run into the mist while it's going, like I almost did, then
Oop.
it'll give you an encounter.
You
Not necessarily
I
a
think you
bad
almost did
encounter,
again.
but it is a bad encounter now.
Not a particularly favorite encounter to get with these imps. They have a chance to put people, well, not a chance, it is a 100% chance of putting people to sleep if they use a move called Sleeping Juice. And can be really bad.
Yeah. And if you queue up an action before or when Sleeping Juice hits a character or full ATB bar, it'll actually reset the ATB. So we're gonna get a little bit of dialogue here just to use this save Moogle. Don't typically see this in the run, but for safety we're gonna save here.
Bonus content.
Another gosh, bro.
Manic, thanks for the raid, dude. It probably really isn't that much longer of a like save between. I mean, obviously the world map would have been quicker, but world map is still kind of long. So this is, we're coming up on what is essentially the first difficulty gate casually. A lot of people tend to struggle with this fight because this fight, the neat thing about these next few fights is they kind of function as pseudo tutorials. It doesn't tell you directly that they're tutorials, but each of the Black Waltz fights essentially function as tutorials, showing you like what bosses can do. So the first Black Waltz fight indirectly kind of teaches you about counter attacks that enemies might have, and you know, that if there's multiple enemies, they might help each other depending on actions taken.
Also a really difficult boss fight just because it's the first one to be soloed with 2 enemies, which does not help.
So ideally we go first here. Sea Lion will always go first in this fight, but you can go before Black Waltz 1. Thanks, Dom.
So here we're going to try to take out Black Waltz 1 first. If we try to attack Sea Lion, Black Waltz 1 will just cast Blizzard on Sea Lion to heal itself, which would be counterintuitive to keep attacking Sea Lion.
Sea Lion is also a bird.
Serpent.
So, kind of an okay opener. It really kind of stinks that I didn't go first, but as long as Black Waltz doesn't cast fire, it's fine. Fire does double damage because you have the Silk Shirt on here, which increases defense, but is weak to fire. Alright, this should be fine to attack. I'm gonna hold ATB here just to double check. Hopefully I don't miss.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate.
So max roll on Blizzard is 36. I'm actually gonna high potion to make sure I fully heal. Because normal potion heals for 150, and 4 HP may not seem like a lot, but on this fight, it does matter.
So after the second attack, we're gonna Sea Lion will actually counter with Blizara, which can either roll 56 or 63.
Alright, this is a really good fight now.
Yeah, this is nice. Attack there because can't die to this next attack no matter what it is, so there's
I guess I should have waited for the damage roll there. Not a big deal. So max roll on this turn is 117 from Sea Lion. Hopefully this is a wing.
Tsunami will either roll 72 or 81.
So as long as I don't miss, we're good.
Yep.
Not gonna lie, I was kind of clenching there.
I think we all were.
And this is actually, for going through the cutscene, it's actually a good time. Oh,
Yeah, this is
I just
very
split.
I heard it. I heard it too. The old habits that I heard.
They do.
Yeah, so sub 1 hour sea lions, pretty good, especially considering we got that safety save with the extra scene and everything.
Yeah, that scene probably cost what, 30 to 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's pretty long. I don't know the exact, but it's up there.
So I'm actually gonna I'm actually gonna heal Zidane here because he's very low on HP.
Very small chance you can get an encounter on that screen that we just passed up. It's really rare, but it can happen.
Ideally, I'd like to kill this, but
No flame.
it's not a huge deal. I did queue up fire in the off chance that the cave imp went and put Zidane to sleep. Not a terrible ice cavern though, all in all.
Yep, still
Not
good.
bad. One on exit. It's pretty good.
Looks like we're at 5 total encounters right now, which is probably about average.
So we're coming up on what is the first instance of stutter stepping. So the world map actually works differently than like dungeons do, how it checks for, you know, danger value. So if you don't take a full step on the world map, it actually does not count towards your danger value. So what we do is it's called stutter stepping, and we just mash on the D-pad the direction that we want to go in, which is almost always up or down, and it lets us skip encounters.
Although there's still, since it doesn't increase your danger value, you still have that 1 out of 256 chance of still getting the encounter. It's really rare, but it's you gotta be really unlucky that day to get it. I mean, like, really unlucky.
I was low-key kind of hoping you would rename Dagger Knife.
Should have renamed her Garnet. Sorry, I need to go as fast as possible. It's the only way I know.
That's
Isn't
okay.
that what everybody's here for?
That's okay.
That little small cutscene was basically talking about how Dagger should change her name or have an alias, and ditch her royal speech for a more common folk speech to blend in with the nature of the folks and not give away their disguise. But as we get into Dolly, though, you might notice that something's a little bit off when we get in there.
Yeah.
Should have named her Dave. Could have named her Hot Dog. Zidane, what's this weapon called? Oh, that's a dagger. I want my name to be Hot Dog. Yeah, it's always great naming her Rachel.
Rachel. so more like Rat Jam.
So this is probably one of the more cozy parts of the run. It has the chillest music in the game. Which is actually a remix of the town music from the first Final Fantasy. They have very similar themes. So now we're just basically they're deciding where they're, what their next move is. Steiner wants to basically keep moving, while Zidane wants Dino rest because they just got through the ice cavern. And now we're just gonna go look for everyone. The first buy of the game is coming up. Basically, we're gonna buy stuff so we can synth it later. Is the main reason for this shop. So you can actually synth cotton robes for less than they sell for. So if you want unlimited money in the game, synthesize cotton robes. I don't want to be a dad. I already got a dog. If we had more time, we would definitely make unlimited money in the run, but gotta go fast.
Yep.
This dialogue is slightly RNG. Depending where Dagger's facing, when Zidane walks up here, you can get a fast pattern or a slow pattern. I just got a slow pattern.
Do we know how much time is that difference actually?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Yeah, because I actually did not know that.
The task mentions it. Rev would probably know.
So here we have our first shop of the game. We're gonna buy the leather wrist. We're gonna buy enough for us to have 9, and those are materials we will need for synthing later. And then we'll also buy 3 feather hats. If you didn't steal the broadsword, you would have to buy the iron sword here. That's 660 gil.
Yeah, so if you didn't get nobles, then it actually is not good, just because you're so tight on gil at the beginning of the game. Later on, it doesn't matter no matter what, but that's where nobles really saves you time as early game, because you don't have to pick up a lot of the pickups that are kind of time consuming. Yeah, the kids movement initially is when you first go to the little farm is actually RNG. So there's a lot of these little like things that you wouldn't really notice casually, but it is random.
Yeah. You either get the napping kids or you get the Chicago Bears linebackers.
So now we're looking for Vivi. And he's disappeared. He's no longer standing here. Yo,
Yeah.
Buffalo with the raid. Thanks, dude. Welcome on in, guys.
Welcome, welcome.
Came to the cozy part of FF9. So, right here, they hear Vivi crying. Yo, thanks for the good luck. Hope you had a good stream. They heard Vivi crying, so they're going to investigate now. He was kidnapped for reasons soon to be revealed.
Yep.
We found him!
We got our first
He
chocobo.
turned into a
sighting.
chocobo.
Wouldn't that be something?
He's like Yoshi.
What if this game was kind of similar to FF8 in the fact that, you know, the Shumi tribe in FF8 eventually do mature to be Moombas? Well, what if the Black Mages mature to be Chocobos?
I can see it.
That one?
So there's a backup here. If you, for whatever reason, don't have a lot of gil, you can pick up that chest we just ran by. It has an extra leather wrist in it. And then casually here, if you open up the door up top, encounters start spawning in. But there's no reason to go up there in the run. So we just ignore that door and go on our way after this cutscene. So we're gonna do a smallish equip here.
We're gonna get the feather hat on the dagger. We're gonna put the leather wrist and the leather shirt on Zidane. We're gonna put the silk shirt on Vivi. And leather wrist on Zidane gives Zidane a chance to crit on the next two bosses, and actually any of the bosses that you have the leather wrist equipped. But there is another variation where you actually on Sea Lion could steal the mithril dagger, and that would actually increase your damage by, I believe, it's about 2 times the amount of the Mage Masher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here we just found out why they kidnapped Vivi. They're actually making black mages here. So essentially, the barrels have the crest of Alexandria on it because Queen Brahne is having weapons made so she can start taking over neighboring countries, which will be revealed in a little bit why she's doing that. We have to wait for Morid to come down these stairs, so we just pick up this small gil, and then there's a high potion in this chest down here.
Yep.
And then if you had to buy the iron sword, then you could just equip it here as well. Important not to press square here. So square and X will initiate dialogue, but some characters you can play cards with if you press square. So Morid is one of those NPCs where you want to make sure you're just mashing on X to start.
Yeah, and you also don't want to go too far left of Morid here, or else you'll actually get a different set of dialogue. That's, yeah, just a little bit of time loss.
Coming up on the next boss, Black Waltz 2. This boss also has a counter mechanic, showing that if you get certain bosses below half HP, they will counter. We'll try to abuse that, though, this boss, though, the mechanic, because he will target the last person he hit, so if that person's dead and you drop him below the half HP threshold, he won't have anybody to target, so the counter actually won't even go off.
Yeah, it's a very weird way the counter works because it only hits 3 of the 4 characters as well.
Gotta go fast,
barrels.
We didn't stab the barrel?
Gotta go fast. I'm all business, alright?
All killer, no filler.
Exactly.
Twitch.tv/bombom.
If you want to see what my runs are really like, this is it, pretty much. Nice and chill, straight to business.
So we do remember the fact that we equipped the leather vest on here for now that we have a chance to crit. Preferably, if Zidane's gonna crit, we want to do it on the first attack he does that hits Black Bolts too.
We'll also want to ATB wait here with Zidane because you can outspeed Black Bolts too.
Those are really good ATBs.
We attack with VV and Dagger here just to ensure that we won't under damage with Zidane attacking here.
Perfect situation.
So hopefully he uses a spell this turn and I can ATB wait him. Alright, well hopefully I get enough chip damage. Yeah!
the
That
rare
fight could have gone any better than I thought it
the rare dagger kill.
Yo, PMC, thanks for the raid.
Welcome on in, everyone.
That is very rare to get the dagger kill, but that's also why we attack, for that chip damage.
So we're gonna wait here just a second, and we'll explain why.
Yeah, so you can soft lock the game here if you select the bottom option while Steiner's still nodding, just because of one of the few instances in this game where it's poor programming.
Yeah.
Overall, though, for a game that was made in less than a year, this game is pretty much rock solid in terms of bugs and stuff.
Yeah, compared to most other Final Fantasies and on PSX, there are definitely not a lot of skips, especially on PSX.
Yeah, like FF7, granted it had a really rough development, it has a lot of it, like bugs and skips.
Yeah.
You can soft lock very easily in certain parts too, like the ancient village. If you try to get on one of the ladders at the wrong angle, Cloud will just keep running.
So, FF9 has, you know, we've kind of mentioned a lot of RNG. Well, the dialogue also has a lot of RNG as well.
Yep, this is you can lose up to 11 seconds here if you get a bad RNG pattern in this dialogue, which is very annoying.
Yes.
Alright, so that was a pretty decent pattern.
Yeah,
If that NPC Black Mage had elected to walk all the way up towards the ladder, it would have costed me 11 seconds. So the reason we equipped the Silk Shirt on Vivi is actually for this upcoming boss fight. He casts Thundara, and the Silk Shirt, I believe, resists Thunder. Well, I don't believe I know it does, but
Yes. Just kind of checking in with where we're at in the plot. Steiner thinks that, you know, they didn't make it on the ship, and Steiner just kind of left them behind. But Zidane here kind of lets him, well, kind of lets it out that dagger is on the ship, and it's headed for Alexandria. But being the mischievous kid we are, we're gonna stop that.
yeah, Zidane essentially
Yeah, take over real
hijacks the
quick.
ship.
Like a big old UE real quick.
Yeah, just doing U-turn.
You want this first?
I almost just knocked over my Mountain Dew.
Oh no.
Have to do.
I need the caffeine.
Yeah.
I need my gamer juice, dude.
I'm sitting here chilling with a monster right next to me, like.
Yeah, I've heard it's terrible. The Mountain Dew Rise. There's Coke. There's like a Coke with coffee in it now too.
All right. Whatever Bible thump or
Yeah.
bomb thumps or whatever you got.
Get the F's in chat for the Black
Yeah.
Mages who were protecting Vivi.
Big sad.
This is honestly more sad than the Eris scene in FF7.
Yeah. I was actually not when I played FF7 after playing like FF5, FF6. Basically, FF7 was one of the last ones I played that were out up to that point. And I was like not upset by Aerith dying at all because I didn't really like her as a party member. And I was like, oh, I'll probably just be able to get her back.
Bomb found out that was not true.
I found out that I could not get her back.
I believe most of the Final Fantasy games I've played, even though like FF9 has like a cute, bubbly art style, it's definitely the most darkest one.
Yeah.
Besides Tiger.
On the surface, FF9 appears to, be cutesy, but like it's really just about coming to terms with your own mortality and that death is inevitable for all of us.
All right, so here, definitely, we got a pretty scripted fight. Well, it is a scripted fight. So you wanna queue up everyone's actions as quickly as you possibly can, without blocking other animations. So we're gonna attack with Zidane to put Black Waltz into the air. We're gonna use Fire Sword with Steiner, and we're gonna use Double Fire with Vivi. And
Hey Mark,
hey, what's up?
Vivi's favorite band?
What is Vivi's favorite band? That's a good question. What is it?
Well, I'm hoping.
Oh, there it is. Vivi 182.
baby.
Oh. Oh.
Look at it. There's my girlfriend being so sweet. Alright, so I'm probably not going to get V-Trans here. If you roll high enough, you can skip Vivi's V-Trans animation, but I needed a bit more from Steiner, unfortunately.
Yeah. Another benefit of the Mithril Dagger is if you end up having the Mithril Dagger, you will be able to I believe you can skip nutrients no matter what.
Unless you miss.
Oh yeah, unless you miss. That's true. That's a good point. Now, if you get a mithril dagger with a crit, cool. Now you're talking.
Fun fact, I'm only like 35 to 40 seconds behind my PB.
Oh, looks like this is becoming a PB attempt. Let's go.
The beginning of my PB is terrible. I was on world record pace last night, but up until the third to last boss, so I had a much better disc one.
So here's the story after. Oh, go ahead, Ava.
Imagine being 88 years old and just jumping out of a ship. Could you imagine?
Look, they stretch beforehand just in case.
29, if I even thought about it, I would probably just break my legs.
The hats help them though. You notice how they start spinning like propellers.
Maybe that's what I need. Yeah, let's do that.
A jester hat.
Yeah.
So here comes one of my favorite FMVs. Enjoy.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So your favorite because you go use the bathroom.
Yeah, if you need to go to the bathroom, it's a good time.
Yeah,
This is one of the
if you play
longer
with Turbo,
FMVs in the game.
if you play with Turbo, you get a lot more breaks, but I assume you're not playing. You aren't playing with Turbo, so
No.
You don't get anywhere near the amount of breaks in this game without Turbo. But here, if you had Turbo, you would actually be able to just kind of auto fire after the Black Bolts 3 fight and step away for about 5 to 6 minutes.
Mm-hmm. I'm a real gamer, though.
Wow. Call me.
The bombom by carpal tunnel.
It is Steve's birthday tomorrow. For me, it's 2 hours, 11 minutes. But Soup Steve is actually one of the people who's been part of my community the longest, so happy birthday, buddy.
Everyone pay 15,427 to time out stats 427. Just remember. A happy birthday, Steph.
I always like this part because they actually made an attempt to make the world feel really alive in FF9, and you can see the airships flying around, and you can actually see them until the mist is gone. Spoilers: the mist powers airships in this game.
Some really deep. When you get really deep into like how like the mist is, it's pretty messed up on like how the ships are floating around using the mist.
Yeah, because mist is the souls of dead people.
Yeah.
So it's literally fossil. I mean, it's really, when you think about it, it's not that much different than us using oil.
True.
You should have seen it. My car was powered by a Tyrannosaurus Rex, man. Or Brachiosaurus.
So, we're going to be flying into Lindblom, and Lindblom is kind of known as Plot City. We're going to be here a few times during the run, and every time it's just a lot of plot. So, We'll do some shopping here and there, but for the most part, Lindblom's kind of used to advance the story of the game more than anything.
Yeah, so I
think
hope
they're just
you,
like
like I said,
headquarters.
get cozy.
Yeah.
I love
So
Vivi
we're actually gonna
Vivi's
find out
thing.
why Zidane kidnapped the princess here. Essentially, Sid, who is the king of Lindblom, regent rather, was also noticing that there was some odd behavior coming from Alexandria and the queen, and that she was kind of signaling that she was getting ready for war. So to try and keep her safe, the Sid hired Tantalus to kidnap her, because Sid actually goes way back with Dagger's father, the king, who he passed away before the game started, but Sid and him were very good friends.
Are we good?
So Sid is more or less an uncle to Dagger.
Yeah, Uncle Sid. Except, where's Sid?
This is one of my favorite scenes, just because of Vivi.
I think Steiner really makes this scene pretty good.
Greetings!
Guac, guac. Guac, guac.
Hey, thanks for that gift sub.
Oglop, bam!
Yeah, so
Poor Oglop.
we didn't really talk about this, but Steiner actually is afraid of Oglops.
Oh, yeah.
And we're about to meet what I would consider best girl, Freya.
Yeah.
Sure is.
Here we go. Playboys, it ain't happening.
Does this channel have Rat Jam?
That does not surprise me that the lady is outside my door. Ruby good,
No
but
Rat Jam.
she's not, you know, you don't have her in your party. And now basically this next scene is Sid explaining why, you know, Dagger was kidnapped. Like we said, there's a lot of plot dump here. And then after this scene, we'll gain control of Zidane again. There's going to be another tutorial, but there'll be some real gameplay.
Very brief. Essentially, the tutorial is teaching that in this game, certain items can be combined together to make better items, which we'll be doing that pretty fairly shortly. With
Yeah, I always thought the
that we brought.
synthesis in this game was actually one of the coolest parts about it, because I guess maybe FF8 has a system similar to that, but, you know, weapons don't really matter in that game because you have the junction system.
Weapons do matter for different limit breaks, but that's really about it. Yeah.
I mean, what does it matter when you can deal max damage, you know, no matter
No matter
what
what.
limit break?
Gosh, bro.
Gosh, bro, you sure know a lot.
Yeah, I know.
So we're gonna make our way up to the, this is the business district, so as I'm sure you can guess from that, this is where all the shops are in the city.
This is kind of the first big shop of the game that we're gonna do. Kind of explain what happens here when we're done.
Yeah, so we sold off all of our ethers and our Phoenix Pinion for Gil, and then I'll let if you guys want to explain why we're buying and stuff.
Sure. So the two Mage Masters that we buy, we're gonna use those to synth an item called the Ogre.
Not Shrek.
Yeah, not Shrek. We're gonna send 9 cotton robes, and that's kind of a callback to earlier in the run where we were talking about it's actually cheaper to synth cotton robes than it is than what you would get for selling them. So we're actually making money on each cotton robe. And then we're also going to synth 2 yellow scarves as well, and those are going to be important for teaching a couple of abilities.
Mm-hmm.
The yellow scarf will teach
Bird Killer.
and also later on we'll use it for Millionaire to kind of get some more gil out of a couple of encounters. Bird Killer is very important because basically if it flies in this game, it's a bird.
If it's
Yeah, if it
floating,
just
it's a bird.
floats.
Doesn't even need to be
It-
flying. If it's not touching the ground, it's a bird.
Yep.
For those of you who are familiar, the Ragtimer enemy that gives you the quiz, the choice options are birds. There's a really funny meme that one of the community members made where it's one of the captchas, but it's select which one is a bird, and they're all birds.
I have seen that.
If somebody can find it and they allow links, definitely share it. Oh yeah, Sin's doll's out there, isn't it?
It's right there. Zidane was having a little flashback, thinking about Garnet, thinking whether or not he wants to be with her and stuff. And then these kids come in, and they're like, "Oh, did you steal the princess?" And he's like, "Yeah." And, "Did you like her?" And he's like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
Dude, the kids have better romance than Zidane.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing that Zidane is a ladies' man, considering how much he bumbles around trying to communicate with Dagger.
Yeah.
now we're just looking for her. Fun fact, there is a RE2 reference right here, and that's that fountain. If you look at it, Zidane will mention how there's not a spot to put a medallion, which is a reference to the statue, the fountain that's in the police station in RE2, where you put in the medallion and get the key.
And so it's time for everyone's favorite song of the game. The lyrics have some really powerful meaning.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Beautiful.
Sorry, there's. I guess you gotta keep it in your inventory. I don't make the rules, bud.
So still up to shenanigans. Zidane trying to go find the princess, but princess is upstairs, and we can't get upstairs without kind of sneaking around. So we go back. We kind of lure the guard into the room back there, and Zidane kind of beats him up and takes his armor to sneak onto the elevator.
This is the most magical part of the run because Dagger somehow manages to not get pooped on by these pigeons.
Yeah.
Also, toughest part of the run coming up, we're gonna have to look through this telescope and find some things in it.
Yeah, I will give you. I'll make sure to stay quiet during this.
Yeah,
Really
very,
good
very
at this.
difficult.
All right. Everyone, get your game faces on.
You can actually lose a fair amount of time, relatively speaking, to this part if you, you know, do it poorly. Ten out of 10.
Yeah, that was like, you know, I would say 10.5 out of 10. That up and right at the bottom right marker, that was slick. Good job. Very
Thanks.
well done.
Don't try to go that fast at home. So I promise there is some gameplay coming up. There's actually a very difficult fight coming up. It's very easy to die here.
Yeah.
Freya's being emo right now because her boyfriend, Bradley, has been missing, I think, for like a year or something.
Yep.
Went off to war, never came back. And now Zidane's inviting or asking Dagger when they're gonna go on that airship ride that he talked about, but he didn't actually talk to her about it. He talked to the waitress where we met Freya.
Release the hounds. Who let the dogs out?
The most dangerous enemy in the game here, squirrel. So how many of you guys out there actually won the hunt when you played this casually the first time?
I did.
Me. A little hard, but not too bad.
Yeah, it was definitely difficult.
Yeah. So, I'll explain once we get through here what the best
very easy
prize
way to win
is.
the hunt.
But just know that if you select it, that if you won the first time, you chose the wrong decision. What level were you to get killed by a stone? Like you... Yeah, so you, no matter what happens here, you get a prize. You have to be running, though, to... Fair. Back to the Future reference here. Guy says, "Great Scott."
Great Scott!
Oh, I died!
Oh, Run's dead.
So you actually want to kill Zidane here, because we want the coral ring. Coral ring, is, you only get like 4,000 gil if you win. So like, coral ring is easily the better option here. Because it teaches Man-Eater and it absorbs thunder.
I don't know, I kind of like that card.
It also teaches Insomniac, which isn't as important in this run.
Yeah.
But for night routes, it's actually quite important. But it's also still kind of used in this run too, since we'll have stones in some areas.
We're almost done with the plot city, fortunately, so...
Closely, almost there. Well, with the hunt over, we were celebrating for just a brief second after Freya has gotten the coral ring and the certificate. Then in comes a Remisian soldier, telling everybody that Alexandria has attacked Remesia, and that Queen Brand is starting to take over. But before we go out and actually try to stop them, we're gonna have a celebratory meal. There's no urgent matter on hand.
So earlier, Dagger asked Zidane for some sleeping weed, which, I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory. It's basically a drug that puts you to sleep. And she poisoned the food somehow. So everybody's knocked out except for her and Steiner, because she's decided to go back to Alexandria.
I just love how everyone's like laying on the ground and Vivi's just like being supported by his head on the table.
Dude, he's gotta have the worst mark on his head after this.
Like it's like laying down when you're in like school or something at the desk.
You wake up with those pillow casing marks. That means you got really good sleep.
Yeah.
So we're coming up on the hardest boss of the game, the Lindblom Elevator.
Can't tell you
This
how many
screen has
times
some of
I've
the
lost on
jankiest
them.
movement in the game, and then that trigger is just stupid. Have a small shop here. We're gonna sell those cotton ropes, and then buy some potions. Phoenix down to the 10.
I'm gonna sell the cotton ropes for 18,000 gil. Definitely enough to skip a lot of pickups. And this is probably the worst stutter one of the worst stutter steps in the
It's my
entire
least
run.
favorite. It's incredible. It's the longest one for sure.
Yeah.
You can get like a little small break on the bridge that's coming up. You don't get an encounter raise there, but it really doesn't help. You're better off just keeping stuttering.
Mhm.
Made it.
Nice.
Hey, Sarah, thanks for the good luck. So, in older routes, you would actually buy more Geishel grains here, but in this route, we actually pick them up along the way, which saves time. It is a little more dangerous, but not terribly.
And before we use the Geishel Green to summon our first Chocobo, we're just going to do a quick menu, giving a lot of stuff that we brought from Lindblom onto Zidane and Freya. And don't forget.
I'm actually going to save here because you can die in the first room kind of easily.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you can go ahead.
Ah, you got it. You got it.
Okay, fine. So we're gonna get the Iron Helm and the Yellow Scarf onto Freya. Yellow Scarf's gonna give Freya the ability to have Bird Killer. Iron Helm is gonna give Freya the ability level up, and so we're gonna kind of try to get Freya a fair bit of experience over these next few fights, and also gonna use a little bit of it in an area down the line as well. And then for Zidane, we're going to kind of give Zidane a whole new lineup of gear. We're gonna give Zidane our newly found coral ring and also a leather shirt as well. We're gonna put Undead Killer and Man-Eater on. So, in this room, need very precise movement to try and skip an encounter check. And when I'm saying precise, I'm saying very precise. So, it's like... Alright,
Good to go.
do the first round.
Yep, so you want to talk to that guard as far away as possible because it saves an encounter check. And in that screen, you really don't want an encounter because you get some of the worst encounters in the dungeon in the first two screens, actually. Luckily, the second screen is a very low risk because the mages reset the danger value. We're going to use ATB waiting here as well. Although I don't need to this time because it ain't got a reinforced attack. As we like to say in my chat, that healed him, you idiot!
Yeah, you idiot.
That was a very good fight.
Yes.
Easy peasy.
Did we mention that we could ATB weight those mages?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't matter though. With the newly profound ogre that we synthesized, Zidane's just taking them out like
Yeah, Zidane one-shots
box.
black mages with the ogre.
Ogre greater than me. Not so ready to do this time, unfortunately.
You can elect to attack with Freya here, try and get a crit. It's unlikely, so I just use the time waiting for Zidane to heal.
Nice, those were good mage fights.
And with that, we're gonna do a quick little menu to give Zidane the yellow scarf, which we'll equip for Bird Killer for the upcoming boss, and also put the dagger back on so that we have flee, because the chances of getting encounter in this next room, the bell room, are it's pretty likely half the time. And
Yeah,
it's one
you
of the
you do
worst
not want to
encounters
get
ever.
caught in an encounter on the screen, because most of the time you get, what is it called, a Lamia? They have the same amount of speed as a Disc 4 boss, and can confuse.
Yeah.
They counter pretty much every attack also.
Yeah.
Completely reasonable enemy for the first disc of the game. I'm gonna save here, because this is one of the most dangerous bosses in the game. What's that, Manic?
So after giving that Koopo nut that Vivi has gotten in the past APE, I was in Lindblom, it's gonna help us out a little bit by giving us a bell that will progress us to the next room. We're also gonna put on the ogre back on, and also put the wrist back on to give Zidane the ability to crit on Giza, which is the upcoming boss, and also give the glass point to Vivi because it gives a reduction in water damage. Which
You're
the
my
boss
lucky
can't
charm,
cast.
Amart. I got a 0 encounter because of you.
Yeah. I was gonna say something. I'm glad you did.
So, I very lovingly call this split Giza Maluk's Lotto, because A, because of the encounters you can get, and B, because the strat here is we're trying to throw tents at Giza to blind and silence him. It has a slightly less than 50% chance to hit.
Yeah, I think it's like 47 or something. So, I'm gonna try and inflict blind and silence on Giza. And of course, first 10 misses.
And then the backup, if both of them miss, is to Soul Blade, at least blind.
Come on, second 10.
Yeah, there we go, baby.
Okay, we good.
In there. It's a very unique mechanic of the way tents work in this game if you use them in battle, being able to blind, silence, or poison if the enemy is susceptible to it. In other routes, since FF9 is such a dynamic and variable speedrun, there are many different routes that people have created over the past many years since the game has been speedrun, where you can actually pick up more tents along the way if you want to have a safer fight or a better chance of silencing and blinding Giza. But for this route, you only really need 2, and with good practice, focus on his work. Soul Blaze strength isn't as dangerous as you think
Yeah, and another thing you may have noticed bombom did there was you can actually A2B weight Gizmo. It's very tight. I believe you outspeed Giza by 1 speed.
Oh, nice.
And what's that?
Nice
Just
crit.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
I'm ahead of my PB right now.
That's actually funny. That's actually hilarious. But bombom opted to A2B weight there to sneak in another attack and kind of save a turn. Yeah, it was a very good Giza fight.
Very, very good.
This would be a really good run if I was trying to PB.
Yeah,
I'm glad I could showcase that.
the two saves and the one
3
being
saves.
with that extra scene. Yeah, this would probably be a mid to high 158, maybe very low 159.
Yeah, probably really low 159.
So here we got Steiner. They're trying to go back through Southgate, which is the gate that you guys have flown through back on the airship that was busted after Black Ops 3 incinerated his own mobile mobile with his own thunder attack. And is currently in repair for work. Steiner's using a little ploy, saying that he's here as a worker to try to fix Southgate. But it's only really a ruse to get through to the train car to take it to the other side. You're probably wondering where Dagger is at currently. Well, we'll find out in just a little bit.
How many of you guys like pickles?
I love pickles.
I love pickles too. Would you eat a Geishel pickle?
You know who else loves pickles? Mythic Dawn SC.
Yeah.
Loves pickles.
Love it.
Pickles are, you know, I kind of feel like having a pickle right now. No lie.
Yo, kind of same. I'm gonna go grab one actually.
So right here, we just gotta talk to a couple NPCs to help move them away from the little hallway right there. So that way, we get a little coastage clear to do some secret tactician things.
I'm glad we got pickle lovers in here. Right? Right, Hash? Pickles are bad. That's it. Somebody, mods, ban this man.
Mods.
Here we got Steiner scoping the area before we find out that Dagger is actually inside that burlap sack, which happens to be filled with Geishel pickles, which are known to be very stinky, but yet taste really good. Considerably, the guards were usually checked for, stuff inside the bag at the earlier part. But since one of the guards terribly hates Geishel pickles, they alluded to not check the bag at all, which allowed Steiner to carefully bring a Dagger inside the South Gate, unnoticed, unwanted.
So, fun fact, you can actually buffer past that scene, or past, having to talk to all the NPCs, and you can actually skip that, having to talk to them, like I said, but the devs made this game so rock solid that you need the ticket that the guard drops for you. Otherwise, you cannot progress, and you soft lock yourself here. And ordinarily, there would be no way to do that on PSX. It's impossible because it runs at a higher frame rate. Yeah, there's really no skips in this game, like in FF, especially FF7. FF8 has one small skip, but And then FF10 has a bunch of skips.
Yeah, there's actually 5 skips in FF10, I believe.
So we're just gonna equip the dagger real quick to give Zidane the ability to flee again in case we ever do get an encounter on the overworld for some odd reason, and for the next couple of screens when we come up to Berbicia. Of course, it's also gonna start raining because for some reason Berbicia is really, really depressing.
The rain actually affects the internal RNG pointer and makes it go crazy. So, in a sense, Berbicia is even more random than the rest of the game.
Berbicia is actually Seattle.
Yeah. And you guys, does this look familiar to any of you guys who live in Seattle?
But yes, what Balan was talking about with the way the RNG works, there's a ticking number or pointer that's continually rolling throughout the game once you press new game. If you were to go watch the cast video that was done by Little Gecko, you can see through this little window that they have open, there's the RNG counter that's just slowly going by. And then when we get to Berbicia, once the rain starts dropping, you can just see that number just skyrockets and just keeps going and going and going. Which is why Berbicia is one of those few places in the run where you can continually get like no encounters to as many as like 6 or 7.
Yeah, this is actually one of the few areas in the game where like movement is super important. Probably more than any other dungeon, I'd say. You can reduce the amount of encounter checks you get.
Mm-hmm.
So right there, bombom, do a little quick menu to put the coral ring back on. It also gives the name the leather shirt and the ogre, so that way you build AP on Protect Girls, and also be equipped to fight the Black Mages again, who will cast Thunder if they hit his name to absorb and heal himself, and also be able to one-shot the Black Mages. He also put on the Protect Girls ability and Man Eater, which will come into play a little bit later on.
I didn't think I was gonna get that, but it was worth a shot just because that mage hadn't gone yet. Bye, BB. I'll elect to get him up just so I don't have to do a couple extra menu inputs. Again, you could attack with Freya, but her chance to crit is so low.
Yeah.
We're gonna put the Mage Masher and on for Flea, and then Leather Hat because it lowers Zidane's defense enough for the upcoming fight. Because I'm gonna go for kind of a swag strat, but it also does save a little time. So I'll need him to be able to kill himself.
I hate these guys. They always steal my potions.
At least it's not like FF7 where they can steal like really important stuff.
My elixir.
Oh, sorry, you wanted that weapon? Too bad, bud.
So here in this next room, Bombom ran across that bridge. Typically, if you run across that bridge, it'll actually collapse. But if you run at it at the right angle, you actually can avoid collapsing the bridge, and you'll be able to pick up a very important item called the Hermione's Boots, and that will actually it'll be very important throughout the run as it teaches alert and flee. Also, does it teach anything else actually?
Like Flea Gill or something like that.
Yeah.
Third
maybe.
skill's not really important, but Alert and Flee are the most important ones.
Yeah.
Alert being an ability that will if you have it equipped, will not allow any back attacks at all, as long as that person is in the party with the ability equipped.
Oh, it actually teaches HP plus 10.
HP 10. That's right. Here we're also going to do a little precise movement because it is pretty common to get maybe one encounter here at the time.
Mm-hmm.
You can split the screen there if you want, but it is kind of time consuming. I mean, this is pretty decent so far, mainly because I've been able to flee relatively quickly from, well, at least 2 of the battles.
Yeah, this hasn't been bad at all.
If this is a sub 220 disc one, I'll be incredibly happy.
Yeah.
That's probably going to be closer to 219, if I had to guess. Well, maybe a 218. Yeah. Vivi takes a long time to climb. In my headcanon, Vivi just found like a back door that they didn't find. And just ran up there like a smart person.
He just gives us some little dialogue, talk with some people, which you'll eventually see again.
Yeah, you have to do this to progress.
So break the screen a couple times, proceed on.
I'm actually gonna heal Vivi because he gets tanked. A hit here. And healing there is faster than using a Phoenix down later.
Yep. Pretty good for Amicia, actually.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, it should be either a really low 219 or a 218.
And with that, we'll be coming up to our final boss for this one. An unwinnable battle for some reason. Oh,
Well, you can technically deplete her HP, but because we're so under leveled, it's just not worth it to try and kill Beatrix. I mean, you can. Particularly if you get trance here, it does make it a little more worth it. But you need like first turn trance.
Yep.
here we got a little flashback with Freya thinking about her boyfriend.
So here we're actually introduced to the real villain of the game.
And
He's just-
this
Oh,
villain's fixed a lot.
They do say his name here. I thought his name was just Man at this point. What do you guys want to explain? Jump skip?
Yeah, I can. So we're gonna start this fight, and basically we're gonna try to count to We're gonna try to count to 10. However, if you get to a situation where it is after Beatrix's 8th action, you can, and you only have Freya alive, you can actually do what's called jump skip. And so what you would do is you would jump. Oh, you would basically jump off of the field, and there's enough time that kind of ticks away to where you'll skip the last 2 actions from the Beatrix, and you'll actually end the fight a little bit sooner than you normally would without doing the skip. I think it saves about 8 seconds.
She really hates Zidane today.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Hit Vivi. Yep, that was gonna happen.
So it doesn't look like we're gonna be able to. Oh, maybe we will. Okay, so this is basically from skippers. Both Zidane and Vivi are downed, and we're gonna skip over the last couple of turns. And
You have no match for me.
yeah, very, very good disc 1.
Swag.
Looks like it's gonna be probably about a mid 218.
Yeah. Which in an actual run I would take that, so.
Yeah. 7, I think. 7 encounters?
It was 7 or 8. It was 8, actually.
Did you have 3 in Burmecia?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it was 8.
8 to 10, I would say, is average.
Yeah. 3 Ice Cavern, or 3 Evil Forest, 2 Ice Cavern, 3 Burmecia, no Grotto.
Kuja's favorite song is We Will Rock You. When I was a kid, I thought Kuja was a girl at first.
Them hips don't lie, though.
Right you are, Amar. Yeah, this is actually a really good time for Marathon.
To 1830. Very nice. Very nice.
Not bad, not bad.
Still well within estimate. Typically, if you're going for sub 9 or below, you kind of want to. I mean, you can sub 9 with a 225 disc 1. It has been done, but it's very difficult. 218 is very. 218 is very good though for a marathon.
No, this is a greatest hits copy. The black label is more prone to crashing.
Yep.
My best end of disc 1 time is like a 2:13:45, I think.
So here we're at the start of disc 2. We're back with Dagger and Steiner, who are currently at the middle part of Southgate on the train station. We're going to find out a little bit of information, waiting for the next train car that's going to arrive, but lo and behold, we're going to run into someone that we actually know quite well coming up. Fun little tidbit too, if you talk to the ticket counter guy at the 6 o'clock region, and right before the dialogue ends, if you're holding left, Dagger will moonwalk to the door. It's a nice little small glitch. Doesn't do anything, just for swags.
Yeah, it's
It actually loses a second, but you can do the same thing with Zidane before the card tournament.
We're gonna do a little shop here. Pick up a couple of mithril gloves and the barbet. And the barbet will actually teaches Dragon Killer and Alert. And the mithril gloves, let's see what those teach.
Like Man Eater and something else.
See, I'm way too down to business. I don't even bother with the moonwalk. Everything with me is just cold and calculated.
Mithril gloves teach Bug Killer and Man Eater. So it's also a decent defense upgrade. Also gives +1 spirit.
Oh yay, 1 spirit.
Yeah, so in combination with the mithril gloves and the barba, there's a chance for Steiner to crit now. Which if he crits on this boss, it does like half his health.
Yeah.
And from here on out, I'll be using it, pretty much starting with Giza. I start using a calculator. To count damage. Very important. In fact, I would say that, like, anybody who really wants to take the run seriously, if you want to start getting serious, that's the first place to start, is start counting damage.
Yeah.
So Dagger is just fast enough here to ATB weight this boss. You can also not die to this boss unless you accidentally kill off Dagger on your own.
I've never died to this boss.
Never.
Nope.
That's fine. Marcus dying is actually alright. If it was the other way around with Steiner dying, we'll typically incapacitate Marcus himself and just leave Dagger alive, so that way every other turn, Black Waltz 3 will just crack and deal damage to himself, which is equal to about 50 or 80 more damage than what Dagger does by herself. The racket.
Nice clean fight.
Nice.
So that was actually Black Waltz 3, who we fought earlier. He's just very sad now and broken.
Sounds like me. So here we got a little bit of plot with Dagger talking with Marcus, what Marcus is going to be doing, or why. Marcus asking Dagger why she is not with Zidane. Whether she's not believing in him, or just wanting him to leave her.
So ordinarily, there would be some... This is where getting 100 nobles saves the most time, like, in total, for any split. Because you'd have to go down there and grab that chest for Gil, and then you'd have to get an extra Gil pickup in Treno and pick up the Mithril Dagger, but we skip all that, and I can just afford to buy the Mithril Dagger now.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes the first stutter step of this too. It's not too bad, fairly easy.
You can get a friendly encounter here if you're really unlucky.
that's just good stuttering.
And so
Here
and then
comes one of the
trying-
most important parts of the run. No meme. You
Yep.
have to watch this ATE to get the power belt in this section, which is one of the most important accessories in the game. So I actually didn't know about you could get a power belt on this part until I started running.
Yeah, I didn't know this either.
Sorry, no shop song right now.
Run to this guy again that stole our 500 gil, which in turn bought it with the power belt. Very worth the money. Losing 500 gil for a power belt, which costs like way more at the sim.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Oh, good item to have early on. Honestly, to miss this item, you might as well just reset your run.
Yeah. If you missed it, you're gonna. There's like, unless you're going with the blood sword, which you would need to pick up the Stalazios at this point, which is a side quest. You just reset. It's not even worth continuing.
Another random pickup of Gil in this area to the left. If you get nobles, you don't have to pick it up. But it is a hefty amount of Gil, 2,225.
So there we had our first big shop of Disc 2. With nobles, like Bombom said, we were able to skip the Mithril Dagger pickup, which we had just bought. We also bought a Mithril Sword, which will give a power boost to Steiner himself, and an Ice Staff, which we'll use later on for Vivi. We also picked up 2 bandanas, a Mage's Hat, a Chain Plate, and a Chainmail. Very good items to use early on for this too. The Chainmail is going to give Steiner the ability to learn HP plus 10, which is it's not really a crucial ability to learn for endgame if you miss it, but it does help out quite a bit. And also the bandana, which we'll equip to Marcus, which will reduce magic. Well, not reduce. Yeah, reduce magic damage by giving him some magic defense, which will come into play a lot later on. Very good items.
Yeah, HP 10 is one of those skills where you don't need it, but it's better to have it than not have it. Also, this picture is supposedly a picture of Jesus being resurrected, but he's also surrounded by dog knights, which I find kind of humorous.
And now we have a little internal monologue with Dagger.
Yeah, this is where Dagger's character development really starts happening. The same thing with Steiner.
Yep.
You know, they're both kind of questioning their beliefs. Steiner's actually starting to think for himself. And here we run into the most handsome character in the game, who I've actually cosplayed as. Dr. Tom. Just the most beautiful nose in all of gaming. Dr. Schnoz. Only you could rename.
So here we're putting into that little menu we just did. We were actually putting use to all the items we just acquired this past couple minutes. The chainmail, all the other stuff. And also the power belt. Well, now what the power belt teaches, as far as the ability goes, is a counter and a move called MP attack, which uses what was it, like 10% of your MP,
Yeah,
current
it's
MP.
10%.
It uses 10% of your MP to convert it into attack power. It's a really blessed move early on, and you can typically one-shot so many encounters.
MP attack is a skill that I find that a lot of people don't use casually, myself included. I never used it because I was like, well, I don't want to use up all my MP, but like, there's no reason not to use it, especially with characters like Steiner.
Yep.
It's a Dane too, because I mean, you rarely ever use his skills. Let's be honest.
Yeah. I mean, who really uses, like, what's that?
But yeah, MP attack is broken because it gives your attack a 1.5 times boost, and it couples with any killer attacks you have on, so it will effectively double your damage. If you have it in conjunction with the killer skill.
So right there, we just had a little bit of lore about the time that Dr. Talk used to tutor little Dagger back at Alexandria Castle, and about the state of the world and what it's like. Before we're gonna try to revitalize the traveling system that's underneath the ground, used to travel between Alexandria and Treno. Dang, I just used a big word, revitalize. I never could use that word.
Not the worst encounter to get in a marathon. Should give me a lot of experience. And it's only one, so that's ideal.
Yes.
Still try to run from it just because you want to get out of fights as quickly as possible.
Not a bad encounter. Not bad for a little bit of experience gain, have a little more HP for the next boss coming up.
Yeah,
It'd be very,
next
very
boss,
dangerous.
I'm not even going to bother saving now, to be honest, because there's really no threat of me dying here. Hey Dart, thanks for the good luck. Alright, Bit, thanks for hanging out, bud. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for the good luck. So, if I hadn't got an encounter, I actually would have saved, because this boss can be really dangerous at low levels, but if you fight an encounter, it's super easy and straightforward.
Basically trivial, yep.
There are some special mechanics that this boss does that you don't typically know how it works on your first casual playthrough, but the subsequent runs and subsequent playthroughs of this game, you'll figure it out pretty quickly that this boss has, well, first off, the boss that's coming up is called Raulu something. Can never.
Raulu Rava.
Yeah, Raulu Rava. He's got 3 sets of skills, 4 if you count the special ability that he uses. He's got one where he stabs you. He's got one where he puts poison tick on you, and then the string, which causes slow, which is something you really don't want. But the key mechanic to that fight is if you get 2 people that are poisoned and still alive, you'll cast a special ability called Night, which puts everybody to sleep. And that can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, so this boss can one-shot pretty much everybody if you're low level. But now, we just basically attack.
I like how the Raulu has like 2 little antennas that just flop over.
All praises for remix.
General rule of thumb with this boss is you revive unless you know you can finish next turn.
Does not like dagger.
Definitely does not. Also, key thing, Rabu is actually one of the first bosses where counting damage actually really does matter in ending the fight early. Because Rabu has a total of 2,292. Okay. And if you were to queue up another action after all HP is depleted, the action will still go off before he casts the move to escape, which is why it's important to count the damage so you end the fight a little earlier and let him do his little shenanigan.
Otherwise, the fight goes on longer than it needs to.
S.
No, I revived because it could one-shot Marcus.
Yep.
You don't want a character solo for that fight.
It'll also be important to note in a couple of future boss fights, we'll actually have to also keep in mind to not queue up extra actions to waste time.
It's only like 2 more, right? That do that?
Yeah, there's two more fights that do that. Yep.
Yeah, there's 2 more boss fights. It's the Beatrix boss fights.
Yep.
Because she doesn't actually die. So any boss that doesn't actually die, if you queue up an action after you've depleted its HP. No, I wouldn't remedy him.
No.
I would just kill off whoever else gets poisoned and then revive. I'd probably heal him.
I'll remedy the next person that gets poisoned if they survive.
Yeah, you can either remedy the next person or just kill them off and then revive. Either one.
So back to main and co. Now that we've kind of recuperated a little bit from after getting our butt walloped by Beatrix, we're actually going to travel our way over to Clara, which is the other Rat City town, which is covered in a huge dust tornado.
Y'all like Sandstorm?
Yeah, we got any Rude fans out there?
And this is probably one of Bombom's favorite areas.
Oh, absolutely. I love this dungeon.
That's very sarcastic, by the way.
Yep, I said Rude.
Rude.
Here we get a nice little visual appeal of what Clara Trunk looks like, which is it's basically just a big old tree that holds up the town all the way at the top, which we'll have to traverse through its little much of a mini dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, like, casually, this is one of the cooler dungeons, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's a righty. So right there we did a little bit more menu optimizations to equip all our newly attained items that we bought in Treno and also picked up back in Mauricia. And also, right before we get to a little bit more of the menu, we're going to plug in this hole real quick, reach inside, flip a switch, and we can actually progress a little bit further into the truck. But with the newly acquired Germinus boots that we got back in Bermesia, we can actually equip those onto Zidane, which will teach Flea, and also allow us to equip the Ogre, which will in turn give us the power boost that we need to go through this rest of the segment, but also have the ability to flee also. We also equip the mithril gloves on Freya, so that we have Man-Eater, start building up the AP to learn that skill. And
Yeah, this has been a
get
pretty,
maybe the Ice Staff, which
it's been a
will
pretty
also
good Clara.
Yeah.
teach you the ability to use Blizzard, which will also kill any encounter in this dungeon with one Blizzard.
So here we're gonna fight a sand golem. You want to target the core, not the sand golem itself. That way you can actually kill the sand golem to get some AP here on our newly acquired items. Well, the newly acquired abilities that we're trying to learn.
Okay.
Typically,
Wow,
you want.
It's really rare.
Typically, you
rare.
want one encounter to kill on most routes, I would say. In PSX.
Next, quickly, this is one the Hornets that we see here are actually one of the more dangerous encounters in Clara, because they have this skill called Berserk, which will, well, in turn, make our characters go crazy and want to attack all the time. And especially if it inflicts Zane, it's going to be very, very lethal. The only other option you really do at that point is hope for a quick flee or have BB Blizzard all and take them out to gain any more time loss. And also, as you just saw, those little sand pits are all RNG with which way you're turning, whether it be left or right. You just gotta mash it.
I'm gonna kill this just so I don't have to put level up on Freya later. Oh, I got the quick play.
That's funny.
Yeah, so you can tell if you're gonna get a quick play because if like you let go of the L1 and R1 during an animation, they'll keep running instead of turning around again. But that second encounter is fine because otherwise I would have had to put level up on Freya later because she wouldn't have gotten adequate amount of experience.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I should definitely learn Flee early now, so.
The Clara settlement.
We have arrived at Clara. So, first thing you want to do when you get to Clara, you want to talk to these two. And obviously, if you're kind of newer to the run, you definitely want to take the tour here. It doesn't lose a lot of time, I promise. But you'll know where you're going.
The tour actually tells you where you need to send the NPCs in the invasion.
You don't actually want to take the tour here. The tour, I believe, costs you about 2.5 minutes or something.
Not 2.5 minutes. I've taken the tour once.
Alright, have a good night, Steph. Happy birthday again.
I'll take
Happy
it easy,
birthday,
Steph.
Steph. So we're gonna pick up our first Geishel Green here, and then we're gonna head in, talk to this right guard. If you talk to the left one, it actually gives you more dialogue. So you definitely want to talk to the right one, and then we're gonna go back down and yeah, someone's in trouble.
I was thinking that Clara was actually going to be amazing, but it was pretty average.
Started off pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not upset. This should be like a 246, which is, again, really good.
So here comes our next major boss fight. Can be very trolly. This is called Ant Line.
Buck skip? Alright. Go ahead. Sorry.
Nah, you're fine. So here we are at Antline. Antline has 3 sets of moves that you can use. Not very lethal, except for one move, which is Spyro, which could one-shot PG. It's the worst thing you can get right off the bat. The other move is Strobing Mucus, which will do a considerable amount of damage, but it won't kill anyone. especially the misses, and also inflicts trouble, which in some cases, the trouble is the status ailment, which when someone takes a physical attack, it will spread to the other party members and share equally. And it can be really bad. And the last move they can use is Sandstorm.
Yeah, Sandstorm, once he drops below half HP, he always counters with Sandstorm. Unless you manipulate the ATB to damage him before it completely fills. Which I don't know why you would do that, because it just opens you up to getting attacked by Fire. But if you want to do that, it's an option.
So, good fight. 3 Blizzaros from VV, 1 Lancer. Sometimes you'll need a second Lancer depending on VV's damage rolls, but this time we didn't actually need it. So, and now in the spirit of the marathon, Bombom's gonna get up and gonna teach us how to do this dance, right?
Absolutely. Let me just go to the bathroom. Yeah, this is a good bathroom break, which is what I'm gonna do here. So, enjoy the dance. If you like river dance, you're really in for a treat.
Yeah. Yeah, time for some rat jam. Karna, are you river dancing? Oh no, they left me. They left me alone. I guess Karna went to river dance too. So, yeah, we're kind of doing this dance here to strengthen the sandstorm because we know danger is coming. Danger's coming. Yeah, Amart's alone. Hi. You're river dancing? That's what's up. There we go. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Doing well. Having fun. Oh. Yeah, Karna's cute, Bombom's cute, and then there's... Oh. then there's...
I hope you guys are enjoying the run thus far and have enjoyed Retrothon. This has actually been a really good run.
Yeah, this is a really solid run so far. I think you're only at 11 total encounters?
I'm at 12.
Oh, 12, okay.
Which is probably around average.
Yeah, but given the time and the saves, it's pretty good. Very good.
Yeah, this is without the saves, it'd probably be a 244, maybe a 243 even.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Karna, did you river dance?
Yeah, I river danced to my way to the bathroom.
Nice.
So, essentially, more or less, the Queen imprisoned Dagger, Marcus, and Steiner here. And now, you know, the Queen's just gonna try and commit some light murder on her daughter. No big deal. But first, she has to get her Eidolons, which is the whole reason that Bronn is attacking these countries, is because she's trying to get what are essentially their crystals. They're functionally their crystals, but once all 4 of them are together, she can summon the most powerful Eidolon that is on the planet, which is Alexander, and she plans on using that to essentially wage war and take over the rest of the world. at the behest of Kuja, who's essentially controlling her.
Oh my god. Alexandria, it all makes
Yep.
sense now.
Dialogue option here saves some frames if we get it.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, but she could just have a garnet. She just needs a garnet to summon Bahamut.
Not much else. Kuja comes in, puts Garnet into a trance-inducing sleep, and then we're gonna perform the ritual on her to extract the Eidolons. And they have to do it at this age of where Garnet just turned 16, or else if they were to do it any earlier, 16 below, she will die from the process.
I think this is the better dance of the game.
This one, the cartwheels.
Yeah.
Imagining that agile.
I mean, for 88 years old, they're pretty nimble. A small menu here. We're just gonna equip the partisan because it's strong, and then equip the yellow scarf so Freya can get bird killer AP from these fights.
Easy money.
If I didn't get any encounters, I'd probably... There's a Geishel green in that chest, but you obviously risk an encounter. Wow, okay. This is why I hate Retrothon.
That's a really rare encounter to get. Usually, the average encounter that a runner will get there is 0. So getting one there is actually really, really rare.
It's even worse because Freya got hit there. So now I have to take the time to heal her. The encounter rate is actually lowered after the sandstorm goes away.
Yeah, all the monsters are free to roam now. They don't have to be stuck inside the sandstorm anymore. Now we're making our way back down the trunk to go confront some people. But lo and behold, we run into Alexandrian soldiers. Which is also very important to order a set of attacks the correct amount of waves until Zidane gets to a certain level where you can one-shot them. You can also take the risk of attacking with Zidane for a high roll, but if Zidane were to low roll, the guard will run away. You'll lose out on experience, but still get the same amount of AP.
It's fine, because I got an extra battle.
I think once Zidane reaches level 9, he'll always kill off a guard right away. Level 8 has a higher chance of killing a guard, so you only have like one roll that you can like really low roll on, but yeah, you can take the chances.
Now, if Zidane had low rolled again, I would probably have to equip level up later, but we're still good.
Not bad, not bad. the main reason why we want the experience from the guards, though, is not just only for Zidane to have some level experience, it's also for Freya, which will help in tune later for another party member that will a temporary party member to come in at a certain level to help out.
Yeah. When a party member joins the party, it's the average level of the party, and obviously if there's one person, it's gonna be the they're gonna be the same level. Should check for trans. Wow. This is still okay. There's only a 25% chance for him to underdamage there, which is the funny part. Now, though, don't have to really worry about him underdamaging. Once he's level 9, he can kill one-shot everything in this section, except for the boss.
So we get down to the middle of the trunk and we realize like something seems off with the Alexandria soldiers popping in. We're debating whether or not something is actually going the right way or not. And here comes Puck, our little prince, telling us that they're actually getting another invasion that's actually happening during town right now. So we're gonna race our way back up there. Luckily, we don't have to go through the Clara trunk again. We'd actually get teleported pretty much to the start of Clara. Here come the Black Mages. Check out my mixtape, bro.
So ideally, Zidane, which this is probably not going to happen, but ideally he doesn't get hit again. Because I'd like to keep his trance for Beatrix 2. If he trances on Beatrix 2, that would be great.
Yeah.
But I still have 4 more battles to go. Is it 5 more?
1, 2,
yeah,
3.
5 more. You got 3 down here. You got 2 up there.
Nice.
It's really important. Obviously, you have no control over this because it comes down to ATB, but it is really important that you get attacks in before, especially the mages, because they only know spells, so it's very slow if they go. The soldiers, it's not as big of a deal because they can just do physical attacks, but they still know Blizzara, which is obviously still time-consuming.
I believe Blizzara's animation's like 8 seconds or something.
Long. That's all I know.
So I actually waited to queue up Zidane because his attack is faster than Freya. But I was better off letting Vivi go first for sure. You try to kind of limit the amount of spells that you have Vivi cast in this section.
A couple of reasons for that. One, as we mentioned, slow animation, and 2, if Vivi is below, I want to say 40 MP, you'll have to use an ether before Beatrix 2.
What I actually should have done there was check to see if that other mage went first. I got kind of lucky, but wow, 2 remedy drops?
That's definitely not going to need remedies later.
So here we got our first dialogue options. To
Yeah, it's
save
actually,
the
this one's
citizens of
really
Clara.
important. These, as Amar mentioned, you will need to ether Vivi if he has low MP, and they give you an ether, and it could potentially be the only ether you get. Otherwise, you'll need to elixir, which, if you have the mom die on accident, you will not have any way to restore your MP, unless you have a 10, which is obviously time-consuming and not ideal for HP for Beatrix 2. I'm actually gonna hold ATV here. Back. Wow.
It's very unlucky.
I'm
That's
just gonna
also
ATV
really,
away.
it's a really teetering Zidane on that transfer.
Alright. I might be able to keep this transfer.
Cool. Got one more fight. Can we get through it?
So we're gonna kill off Vivi in this fight on purpose to get him into yellow HP because Freya has cover. So that way she'll also have the Coral Ring on, which will absorb Thunder Slash. So it just increases, you know, survivability basically.
These guards get fast today.
At least they're choosing the right people to hit.
And then hopefully it's just like a quick attack to start the fight on Zidane immediately.
It's pretty rare that you see a trance on Beatrix too.
Yeah, it does happen. The worst thing that could happen here, though, is Zidane trances at the end of the fight because she's like the first time you fight her, she's gonna use a non-lethal attack to put everybody in crit HP, but it still counts as an attack, so it increases your trance bar. So there is a chance Zidane could trance at the end of the fight.
Here we are trying to go inside the cathedral for safety. Here we are surrounded by black mages, fearing for our lives. But lo and behold, the person that Freya has always thought about, Sir Fratley, coming through the fray.
Who doesn't know what a spear
Toothbrush.
is? He calls this weapon a spear when clearly it is a halberd.
I like to think what Mutski has said once. It's a toothbrush, and he's clearing out the black mages.
It does kind of look like a toothbrush. Muskie should be banned from his own channel for that.
Wow.
But here we are, Freya is having her first reunion with Fratley over a year, only to find out that Fratley has no memory of her, ever. Turns out he took a really bad fall or something and became an amnesiac. Just only memories about her, though. And the king.
Everybody wishes, well, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people wish that Fratley could be a playable party member, but I don't, because, I mean, A, you know, he's prone to forgetting things, and B, he would just have the same attacks as Freya.
Probably lose 10% of AP after every fight or something.
He just actively forgets his skills as the game goes on. So I'm actually going to save for this boss. A, because you can die on Beatrix, and B, there is a slight risk of dying to guards. Although not so much now that I'm high level, relatively speaking. He trances quickly. I like that.
there with all the people that we also saved. You know, we actually got the elixir, the ether, and a couple of cards from the people that we saved back during the Clara invasion. Those cards might not do anything right now. They're pretty good cards that will be helpful later on for a card tournament that we cannot avoid. Lo and behold, this is the start of Beatrix 2 battle, which just gotta pray you get lucky at the time to get the skip that's called the cure skip with a very certain turn order attack. You can actually get it to where she's just almost teetering and her HP had just went and it's filling again to get her to skip it. As long as nobody crits, it will be fine. So far, we actually got the required amount of attacks that we need so far. But
Really,
I'm afraid
this is
of
like a
being dead.
thunder slash.
Yeah.
Should be able to. So I'm just checking for crits. Unfortunately, I was right on the edge of needing an extra attack there. Now's the day it's gonna trance.
Oh,
No
Oh!
more
Oh!
are you serious?
Baby, let's go. We're
What?
gonna trance on the Bandersnatch.
Oh my word.
Beatrix 3 trance.
That's insane.
Here comes one of my favorite scenes coming up pretty soon. I like how everyone just like hops into the teleporter. And then Vivi walks up and just like gives a nice little head nod. Like, yeah, I'm ready.
I was like, alright, here we go.
This is the most satisfying part of the run. Because we get to see this godforsaken place be destroyed. Still, like a 307 flat for 4 encounters?
Not bad.
Yeah.
Getting one on the way down? It's a pretty good time.
Yeah.
And this is really in sub 9 range. Honestly, it's even sub 850 range. Although, probably not with saves and stuff coming up.
All hail the Lord and Savior Odin.
Thank you, Odin. The whole soundtrack
Really
is
has
just
no
so
notes.
good. I would not be able to run this game every weekend if not for the soundtrack, to be honest. I mean, aside from it being my favorite game ever.
John like the wind as he came.
Bye! Although the best track in the soundtrack is not even in the soundtrack. Woober is the best song in the whole soundtrack, and you can't change my mind. Unfortunately, it was originally written for a scrapped Beatrix 4 fight that was supposed to take place at the end of this disc. But, so it never actually made it into the game. But if you Google the OST Plus for this game, it's in there, and it is so good. Basically combines the themes of Beatrix's theme and of Aoife. Yeah, Final Battle is really good. So I'm gonna try to get Task Cage here, which is sort of hard to do, but there is a consistent method of getting it. The main thing coming up is double guard skip. So you're gonna have to basically you're gonna take control of Marcus and Steiner and break out of the cage they're in. And then you'll have to run to a ladder, but there's 2 guards in the way. You can dodge both of them. Depending on RNG, that might be, not possible, but ideally we at least dodge one here.
So here in the story so far, after Beatrix has retrieved the pendant from Clara, she has given it to the queen, who is so power hungry that she's going to give the thanks to Beatrix to getting it for her, let alone also using the black mages when she could handle it all herself with her troops. She also notices where she starts to question herself internally when Queen Bran actually orders to have Garnet killed, now that she is useless and now that all the Eidolons have been extracted from her well-being.
Yeah, essentially Beatrix kind of questions why Queen Bran would just completely obliterate Clara, and thinks that it was completely unnecessary, justly so. Considering she, wiped out basically an entire city.
Alright. Can we get Task Cage?
There you go.
There you go.
Yep, there's Task Cage.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Nice.
Can we get the double guard skip?
That was really bad RNG there.
That's very unlucky. Guard got caught up there. Thankfully, Steiner's level 5, so this fight shouldn't be super dangerous.
And we got the quickly, so not even that bad.
Yep. Nice. Alright, skip the guard. Nice.
Basically got half a guard.
So now that they're formally out of the cage, we can see both Zidane and Co have arrived through the teleporter to where Steiner had just escaped. And Marcus has also taken a dip away after getting the super soft back in Treno from Dr. Tot to go free blank from the petrification evil force. But as Zidane tries to explain to Steiner that Dagger's life is in danger, but Steiner still refuses to listen to Zidane because he thinks he's doesn't really have the right ideas for a way of life. But once Vivi explains it to him, he'll listen.
Alright, Annie. Thanks for the good luck. Have a good night, buddy.
Good night, bud.
Night.
So here we're actually going to split the screen, just to kind of reduce the risk of this guard here hitting us, because obviously we want to avoid encounters. The guard
Yeah,
was really
fight,
fast anyways.
Gonna fight Actually, we're not gonna fight that.
So we're allotted 30 minutes here to, if you wanted to explore the castle and do things while you're trying to save Garnet. There is an optional boss you can do here called Tantarian, which is a reference to FF5, where you fight a giant book, which will give you a really good item if you were to beat it, which were the running shoes, which allows you to learn auto haste. This route doesn't necessarily do it, but there are plenty of other routes in FF9 that do fight the book, whether it be in Disc 2 or Disc 3. They're not bad routes either. But if you were to fight the book here, you'll be spending about a good 4 minutes of your time just to kill the boss and get the shoes. But a lot of the time it's made up through Breath of Force run due to the power of auto haste early on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole idea behind Tant, is that you're going to make up that time, and it makes boss fights more consistent. A lot of that time save is from random encounters, because more often than not, you'll have your ATB will be super fast, and B, your ATB does tend to start higher when you have auto haste. But it's a trade-off, because it does take, anywhere between, I think, like 3 to 5 minutes to get it, depending on, the fight.
Here come our level jesters, Zorn and Thorn, for our first and final battle against the Jesters of Alexandria. Really simple battle. Just gonna attack with pretty much almost everybody except for one person. Just keep an eye out when either Zorn or Thorn give each other meteor or player power. Just knock him one time and then he'll knock him out of that little heebie-jeebie stance.
Basically, what we're doing here is we're checking to see if Steiner hit a roll of 1675, and if Steiner were to hit 1675 there, you could, in theory, do a one-turn fight. But since Steiner low rolled and hit 1600, we just opted to wait for Steiner's second turn to just end the fight. And we used VV there to get rid of the meteor power that was passed on to Zorn.
I'm actually going to try to fix that brightness thing here. Give me 1 second. I totally forgot I had custom settings on my capture card, so. Should be a bit better.
There was a scene there that we kind of saw with Marcus running back into the Evil Forest. Get Blank depetrified with the super stop, so Blank is now depetrified, and I believe they're on their way to help Zidane and company. And speaking of Zidane and company, we're trying to get Garnet out of the castle, since we know Braun is back, or coming back, to try and kill Garnet. And so we're gonna run all the way up the spiral staircase, and a lot of character development in this next scene coming as well, especially from Steiner.
So hopefully Zidane trances on this fight. Otherwise, I'm gonna try to kill him off if he doesn't trance before Beatrix, because she's gonna again do a non-lethal attack at the end of the fight, And I saved here, not really because of this fight, but it's very easy to die on the fights coming up after this. So ideally, you know, we don't die, but it could happen. The next part is pretty random.
So, Beatrix 3 has 5,709 health, and we're going to try to queue up enough actions to be able to skip Kira. Nice roll from Steiner, 1800.
Very good that Steiner didn't die.
Very
Slash. Now that Steiner's in yellow HP, especially at 25, Freya will cover for him, which is really good, especially since Steiner's is our powerhouse for most of this battle, which will end the fight actually very quickly.
Checking for crits here, seeing none. And yeah, that's a very good Beatrix fight.
Yep, too bad the dang trans.
Thinking of trans here.
Woo! It's very useful, as you can tell.
Yep.
No, at least better there than the banner snatches coming up.
Yeah. It could be useful on the mages.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
on Ages it would have been very useful.
So yeah, now Beatrix just now for some reason saw a dagger over there. Not too sure why it took her so long to notice her, but she realizes that she's in a coma.
Yeah.
We're a little less than halfway done with the run. So. So this is why it's important to have Freya at a specific level, because we need Beatrix to have a certain amount of MP. Ideally for these upcoming fights. Because we're gonna use her to deal with all the damage here, so. Beatrix can basically one-shot all of them with this attack.
And it can't miss either.
That's the really important part.
Mhm.
For that first fight, you could opt for attacking with both Freya and Beatrix if you have really good ATB, but there is a chance you could miss. So if you want to play it a little bit safer, you could always take the route of just some hazard.
We do a short menu here to kind of swap around some equipment. Where you can give Steiner the yellow scarf and the bronze armor. And then we're going to optimize Zidane, put the leather wrist on. And we're going to give Zidane MP attack and also Beast Killer. Beast Killer will be important for a couple of the fights coming up. The Bandersnatches, one of which we just fought previously. Zidane with Beast Killer and MP attack has the ability to one-shot the Bandersnatches, which is very useful considering they have an ability that can put one of your party members to sleep.
Right. It's also very useful that you're actually swapping around the equipment, because one, Steiner won't be seen for like the rest of this too. so it's better off to give him the yellow scarf, which actually is quite a nuisance when you're optimizing equipment. That yellow scarf will always be placed in a lot of things and it will ruin a lot of your menus. So that's where we're gonna put it on him before he leaves the party for good for the rest of this too.
Yeah, one of the things that people don't really know casually is that if you have 2 pieces of equipment that teach you the same skill, it actually doubles the amount of AP you get for that skill.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have 3 pieces of equipment, it triples the amount of AP. So that's really important here, so Steiner can learn Bird Killer really quickly.
Yeah. Will also come up a little bit later in this breed.
Nice miss. In
These
some
are
cases,
pretty good
Zidane
fights,
will always
actually.
low roll. Well, not always, but there's a chance for Zidane to low roll. And if it does happen, you just give a little smack with VB staff and it'll finish off the Banner Snatch.
VV strong.
Right?
Another. The mist definitely helps. Don't need to heal here, which is a big thing.
It's really nice getting levels for Dagger here. She doesn't need to survive these fights, but it is nice for one of the upcoming boss fights so she can tank. Well, 2 of the upcoming boss fights so she can tank some attacks.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward fight. Nothing too much. Just check to see to make sure the attack hits. If it doesn't, we'll just get Lazar with Eevee to deal massive damage to the Banner Snatch.
So this next fight is actually, believe it or not, the most dangerous fight in the whole disc. Basically, we just pray that Beatrix has good ATB, and if she doesn't, we pray that these enemies have an attack that can put your party members to sleep. So we really don't want that to happen.
Especially the Beatrix.
Yeah.
In some cases, in certain routes, in this instance, Freya still has the partisan, but in some routes, like MPU routes, for example, will put the javelin onto Freya to help knock Beatrix out of sleep if she were to get put to sleep, because it's not going to kill her outright, but it will wake her up to allow her to use Clem Hazard right away and end the fight as quickly as possible.
Alright, we got through the scariest fight in this part. The next fight isn't so bad because, worst case scenario, I can just have Freya and Steiner kill. This whole section, though, like, the beginning first half of Disc 2 is my least favorite part of the run.
Yeah, there's a lot of random things that you don't have a ton of control over. That's unfortunate. Oh boy.
Always next attack doesn't hit Steiner. This is why I hate this section.
Yep.
Revive Beatrix to have an extra person to take a hit if needed. Luckily we did. That was like a really bad situation to be in.
Yeah.
But we're through this section of the Alexandria escape. We can also say goodbye to Freya and Steiner for the rest of this 2. We will not be seeing them ever again until this 3.
That fight basically summarizes Final Fantasy IX. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
Yep.
It can happen right away. It can happen a few hours later.
Boom. Crunch.
I just find it so hilarious that Marcus, when he first pops in, he just straight up lunges in with a wallop. Here we're playing a little catch up of Blank after being depetrified. Still a little stiff from being frozen solid in stone, but has made their way over to help our good friends to escape from West Alexandria. Don't know what happens to them after that, but I assume they help Sander and Beatrix escape afterwards.
Yeah, so the main reason that Dagger, Steiner, and Marcus went to that shop in Trena was because they were trying to get an item called the Super Soft to save Blank. And Marcus obviously saved Blank, so...
I don't know what was so different about this, like the petrification in Evil Forest. Like it's petrification. You could just use like a normal saw, but you know they had to use like a super saw.
It's super petrification.
Yeah, super soft.
Here comes Rahu's good cousin,
Rahu.
Iago.
Revi Mavio. That's what it's called in my book.
So you get under damage on this fight. Hopefully we don't.
Yeah. Ravioli Magoo.
You guys are all graced by Kawaii Dagger.
So, good thing, good move to do on Dagger. If it was on either Zidane or Phoebe, we'll have to remedy the mini status off.
We could undo damage. No, we don't.
But if we did get mini on either Vivi or Zidane, we'll have to remedy it off, or else we'll do half the damage from either Blizzard or a regular attack. Like Amor said, there's a chance you can under damage with Zidane on the final hit. It's rare, but it can happen. And you just have to wait like an extra turn for Rahu Drago to not be in the counter stance.
You actually don't. I found out that he doesn't counter magic when he's curled, so Lazara and a regular attack if you min roll both times. If you min roll once and under damage, so typically just one Blizzara will kill. I forgot to check to see if Zidane knows Flea, but I'm fairly certain he does.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if Zidane didn't know it.
Yeah, so ordinarily if you didn't learn Flea up to this point, you would just equip the dagger for this section, but there's really no way I didn't learn Flea because I got the flower and I fought 2 extra battles in the trunk. Well, an extra battle in the trunk, I should say.
Yep. And Braun's a little upset.
Yeah, she's angry that she's kind of blaming Zorn and Thorn for Dagger escaping. When it's kind of their fault, but also kind of her fault. Now we're introduced to everybody's favorite bad boy.
Who, Bombom?
Yep.
Since Zorn and Thorn could not finish the job correctly, it has come to the attention that Queen Bran has to hire some very legitimate bounty hunters called Lonnie and Scarlet Hair.
Scarlet hair.
Yeah, so Lonnie actually participated in the festival. If you actually play through the festival, the hunt, you'll see her name pop up. Some world building.
And if you really want to get deeper into it, if you were to check the end after you awaken up in Lindblom before you do the shop, and you go look in the little message book, you can see that she writes a really bad review on the end because of a Moogle next door would not stop Koopoing.
See, this game has such good world building, and like, it just the little things in this game are what really set it apart. Because I feel like it gives the world, like, just all the characters in the world have so much more personality, especially over FF8.
Whatever.
Alright, I shouldn't say the characters don't have personalities, they just have bad personalities.
Whatever.
I would argue that FF7 characters don't have a ton of personality, honestly.
We gotta save the planet.
I think the remake did a much better job of making the characters likable for FF7.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Ramua time.
It's Ramu. Now we're gonna learn his fan fiction that is actually the story of part of FF2. NES FF2.
Oh, is that where that Easter egg's from?
Yeah, this is part of the FF2 story that you have to tell him. Except we're just gonna skip over all that. You actually don't have to. You actually don't have to explore this place, and you can just go straight to the end.
Yeah, so we split that screen there to avoid another encounter check. Well, to avoid some encounter checks. Yeah, if you don't split that screen, actually, your chances of getting an encounter are about doubled if you don't split that screen.
Yeah. You might just get blessed with
He's
a
like Deckard
exact-
Cain if you skip over all the Deckard Cain dialogue. That place is a pretty chill place to explore, honestly. I like the design of that dungeon.
It's also got a really sweet theme. Same theme as Evil Forest, but
Now we come into seeing Lindblom being destroyed by Queen Bran. And here's the thing I just always thought. Everything would have been fine, they just never opened the metal doors. Like,
yeah, they should have kept it closed.
like
Do
it
we
did
have
so
any
much more
Kirby
damage
fans
in
out
her.
there?
Any what?
Yo, Tony, thanks for the good luck. Are there any Kirby fans in the chat right now?
Oh my god. What kind of Kirby fan?
The people of Lindblom just wanted a fireworks show. It's okay.
So, if you're a fan of Kirby, he's making a cameo here.
I'm just gonna say, Atomos is a pretty useless summon, in my opinion.
There he is.
Hi, Kirby.
Time to suck. Hey TQ, thanks for the good luck. GG on your run, bud. As far as I can tell, there's no difference between Adamus and Kirby. They're both just all devouring pink beans.
Yeah. Let's just make it canon that it's another callback. Except it's to Kirby.
So yeah, Queen Bran tried to do another genocide. Lindblom's a little too big, though. I don't know why she didn't just send an Odin, to be honest.
Or she still has to get the pendant, so...
Ah, true. If you actually just run straight there, you initiate a dialogue. So if you move slightly to the left, it prevents that dialogue from occurring.
The great tactic of avoiding stormtroopers.
This is the shortest amount of time you'll spend in Limp Woman.
Also, you'll realize that BB's not going to be with them currently because with the whole Black Mage attacking Lim Lim, they can set BB as one of the Black Mages, and it might try to persecute him if they're finding him. But luckily, with Uncle Sid's help, he is under disguise and undercover.
Yeah, so they told Vivi to stay back, but he still somehow managed to get caught. Hey, that's a mustache. That's a beautiful mustache. That's literally FF9, Jiggles. I mean, really, if you think about it, it's crazy that it went from a kidnapping to we're all gonna die. We must accept this. We must accept our mortality.
Very small synth there. Just gonna synth the Exploda. It's gonna be useful for this next fight, and also we'll use it later to throw at some enemies. Crescent Moon stash.
Dude, you bet I'd grow a mustache like that if I could.
Do it. You won't.
That's basically this game. So now we're on our way. We're actually trying to track down Kuja. Or are they trying to track down the source of the mist right now? They're trying to track Kuja, right?
Yeah, they're trying to.
Yeah, so they're trying to track Kuja because
Kuja.
they've realized that he's the one who's controlling Braun. So we're on our way to the Outer Continent, which is where he was spotted flying off to on his beautiful silver dragon. That is also a bird.
Dragons are birds.
Anyways, with the Sid just giving Zidane what seemed to be a raggedy old cloth, it turns out to be a world map. And it turns out that we also get a little lead tip that there is a way to access the Outer Continent by going through an underground tunnel, which is somewhere located in Hughes Marsh, where we're going to next. Since we don't have any access to airships right now.
Another short little shop there. We pick up the Mithril Helm, which is going to be very, very important for later on in the run as well. We're going to keep it until the end of the run, actually. But the Mithril Helm actually teaches. Let's see what that teaches, shall we? That teaches.
Well, the Mithril Helm is mainly for the holy boost later on.
Yeah. Yeah, it teaches Insomniac and Antibody as well. And then we also bought the Adder Invest. The socks.
Alright, Jiggles. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night,
The
bud.
socks will actually be very important for some enemies later on in this disc.
I could have waited for the damn, but here it's just faster to kill. Free potion!
Yay!
Voice.
And then the Atom Invest is also so it has fire damage dealt to you, and it also teaches Bird Killer. That'll be important too.
Ever meeting Queena?
Like frogs.
They like frogs, yes. They're also a non-binary homie.
Yes.
Fun little tidbit. As you've seen Bombom wait for that frog to jump towards him, you can also cross the bridge and go pick it up from the other side if you wanted to. It's really doesn't really matter. It's the same amount of time that it takes if you wanted to do that. And also with the introduction of Queena, we will see that they won't be used very much.
Yeah. There are other routes that use Queena a lot more. But we aren't going to learn Night, which is the main utilization of Queena, is you learn a spell called Night. And it turns out you can put most of the bosses in the game to sleep.
Yeah.
Night has a very low chance of missing, so it does make some fights more consistent, but at the cost of the Night animation being slow.
Yeah, Knight can also miss.
Yeah, and when it misses, it can be catastrophic because your team's not set up for that kind of situation, basically.
Mm-hmm.
We're also going to give Queena the headgear just to add a little boosted defense for the upcoming little mini boss fight that we're going to be doing. And lo and behold, while they were also trying to look for the entrance to the outer continent tunnel, we find that Queena just happened to lead us the way there by trying to eat some frogs.
So there's actually a section here coming up where we need to run away from an enemy, actually in the game, not like in a battle. There are going to be these guillotines coming up that will block our path. They're actually set on global timer once you enter the first screen. So you can use the same pattern, the same movement pattern every time. Which is actually kind of surprising considering how random this game is. You would think that the guillotines themselves would be random.
Let's be honest, folks. To anyone that's actually played this game before, for the first time casually, everyone gets caught by an Armadillo. Me? Probably about 3 times.
I think I've been caught in a run once, and if you do get caught, it's not. If you're still kind of learning the run, it's not the complete end of the world. You can use Vivi's Blizzara to end the battle, but if you're going for a top time, yeah, it's pretty catastrophic.
You can also flee too.
Yeah, you can flee. Yep.
I am fortunate enough to have never ran into it.
Yes, ma'am.
Here we're introduced to Lonnie again for the first time for Ko, Zidane and Ko, to fight against. She's got a really big Bargish, is what it's called.
Is that what?
Yeah, Lonnie is extremely fast too. So.
Yeah.
This fight can be dangerous and get really out of control really quickly.
So we'll see if bombom goes to the strat here. I don't think the ATB is good enough, unfortunately.
Luckily, this fight is pretty set in stone with the way it is scripted. For the first couple attacks, Lon's dagger is alive. She will focus all her attacks on dagger. So you can kind of manipulate it on a safer way to revive dagger to take the brutal hits from Lonnie. And so you can whittle her down and get her to stop the battle.
This should do it. If I had good enough ATB, I would have used a skill called Lucky Sevens. It doesn't function like the one in FF7 to my knowledge. But basically, if the ones digit of your HP ends in 7, there's a 25% chance to deal 7,777 damage. Unfortunately, ATBs were not favorable, and it could have been really bad if I had gone for it. So,
Yeah.
especially because Lonnie did cast Water, which is an AOE attack.
I don't know if we mentioned this or not, but we put the Germinus boots onto Zidane, and we do this A because it teaches Flee, and B, it also teaches an ability called Alert. And what Alert actually does is that it'll make it so you won't get back attacked, which is definitely very important if you're running on PSX because of the higher encounter rate.
Such a vital skill.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to get back attacked by a lot of these enemies. Could be very dangerous.
And here, like we mentioned earlier during the run, about how we usually use screens to split the danger value, so we can reset it. Starting a card battle with the NPC right there in the middle will actually reset the danger value as well. So that's the first instance of doing that. We'll do it one more time on the way back to reset the danger value again, just to make sure that we can skip the encounter checks. Works 90% of the time. There is that 10% chance that it will still give you an encounter afterwards, but it can't be helped.
This is one of my favorite tracks in the game. I like how jaunty it is.
This is also another area in the game where movement is very important. You definitely want to... There'll be some spots that you'll kind of like inch towards to kind of minimize the amount of encounter checks that you would want or you would get on a screen. Unfortunately, this is a screen where it's kind of common to get at least one encounter.
And here we have the Fable Abomination, where if you were running a night route, this is a chance where you could actually learn Night with Quina,
Nice.
which will be really good for those kinds of routes. But since we're not learning Night, we're just gonna try to flee from the Abomination and move on our merry way through Fossil.
Yeah, so I attack with Dagger there, so I could buffer fleet checks, because fleet checks are cumulative. So the longer you're fleeing, the higher the chance of getting a quick flee.
Yeah, they really want you to learn Night.
No, you can't make me.
So here we get to dance as well. If you're running a night route, you can also learn night from these dance as well. but we're just gonna mosey on out of here. And for the most part, Fossaroo is one of the first real RNG type of dungeons you'll get in this too. It can be either be really good or really bad. Especially for newer runners, this place can be quite the pickle because you get lost pretty easily if you're not sure where to go.
You say that like Clara doesn't exist.
That one's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, but you can get completely wrecked by random encounters in Player.
Oh yeah.
That's true.
Especially the first screen in the trunk. That's like the worst place to get an encounter before you do the menu.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. But at least you don't get lost there. I hope you don't get lost in there. The table. Circle tails.
Basically a preemptive attack. Yeah, so obviously, I'm sure a lot of you guys have caught on to this at this point, but most of these encounters we flee from, in general, you just want to do, you want to think, what is the fastest way to get out of this encounter? And in 90% of the cases, it's just a flee.
Yeah, and then in this route, we don't actually get the ability night, so if you were doing a night route, you would want to eat one of the enemies to get night, but we choose not to do that. Another Stiltskin sighting.
Go Rumpelstiltskin.
When I was actually still kind of learning this game, I would actually buy that Stiltskin package.
What does it give you?
It gives you a Phoenix Pinion, a Remedy, and an Ether for 555 gil.
Dude, what a steal!
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, I mean, the Phoenix Pain is basically worth double that.
Yep. Yeah, and the extra Ether didn't hurt either. But it does open you to possibly get another encounter check, so...
Hey, Wolf, thanks for the good luck. So I don't
Here we
think
got a
this
little
is-
vine screen.
I don't think
A
this
little
really
bit more
has a
deceptive
chance.
than you think.
I don't think this really has a chance of being a sub 4, but I guess it's still possible.
And here, like Amart mentioned, we're going to teeter a little bit here and there to avoid increasing our danger value as little as possible to avoid encounters. And we're going to mosey our way out in this very last stream, and that'll be Fossil Reef.
The sub 4 dream!
Ugh, it's too good to be true.
It's over.
Still a chance. Still a chance.
Griffin? Is there going to be a Griffin? It is.
I actually didn't mean to attack there. Griffins can counter. Made it. Sub 4 Fossaroo. That's actually, like,
Easy.
still sub 9 pace.
Yep.
And with Fossaroo finished, we are actually now in the outer continent. And like way earlier in the game, as long as there are text on the screen saying the continent, we are not susceptible to encounters until it's fully gone. And then we'll proceed to stutter step all the way to a set of chocobo tracks where we'll arrange our items and then summon the chocobo and head over to a village called Conde PT.
So, for reference, yesterday when I was on world record pace, I had a 358, I think, entering the Black Mage Village. So I was already into the Black Mage Village at this point.
Yeah. But some rough parts in this disc. Still doing very well though.
One Echo Screen, one Eye Drop.
Yep. Karna noted that because we'll actually have to sell those in Black Mage Village to kind of streamline our inventory a little bit.
Rally, everybody get your rally hose out.
Rally ho!
Oh, it's lally ho now.
Here's a callback to some of the earlier Final Fantasy games that had dwarves in them.
Oh yeah, we gotta go do that quest to get Lollyho. For 14.
I think I already have it.
Oh no.
Yeah, lally ho.
So we're gonna pick up an extremely important item here that isn't really utilized until later in the game, which is the diamond. Gives body temp, which is a super important skill later on.
This kind of sucked though that the diamond's like kind of wedged in between these two NPCs, which you can kind of struggle getting between sometimes.
And what's this? Another black mage?
Come back.
Alright, so now we're just following, we're trying to find that black mage. The dwarves let us know that they live in a forest to the southeast. So that's where we're heading, and we're gonna take a chocobo there because if we didn't and tried to stutter the whole way there, it's guaranteed at least two friendly encounters in this forest if you stutter through it. So
Especially the ragtimer.
yeah.
Oh jeez. I could not imagine trying to stutter step through this.
And this next quote-unquote dungeon is just one contiguous screen, so it is very high likelihood that we get an encounter here. That's pretty far in though, so it might only be one encounter, which would be really excellent actually.
Yeah. I think I've only ever seen one run get no encounter.
I've done it once.
RTA run.
This is one of my favorite enemies, this chonky bird. I think it's adorable.
Also, we're not gonna opt for attacking for buffering fleet checks, only because these birds can actually counterattack with psychokinesis, which really hurts. So
Yes.
we're gonna buffer with changing lanes with our characters.
So this dungeon is basically a maze, so I mean it typically takes longer casually.
Ooh, so close.
Oh. That's okay.
Yo, Sonic, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, guys.
Welcome on in, get cozy.
Yeah, welcome to the cozy stream. What's up, everybody? Thanks for the good luck, dude. Got about 500. Well, no, like 4.
Yeah, about 4.
Little less than 5 hours left.
Yeah, a little under 5.
Oh yeah, this part casually the first time is annoying.
I agree.
Also, here comes to one of the best town themes in the game.
Yep, for everybody that just came in, get ready for a bop. This town actually has one of the larger menu buy and sell menus in the game.
Oh yeah.
So I will attempt to do it as quickly as possible.
And before we actually do the first shop, and we're gonna pick up a little elixir that's right outside the shop. It's right there. It's free. Might as well take it.
There you go.
And
That's actually one of my
the
favorite
shop.
shops in the game. The menuing is like one of my favorite parts in general about this game. Just because the menus don't have a ton really they have very little input lag. Especially like compared to FF8, which has a ton of input lag in menus.
But we can give a rundown real quick about what was bought and sold. We sold a couple potions. We sold Phoenix Pinion, some extra eye drops, extra strings that we don't use. The Ogre, which was Zidane's thief sword that was no longer being put to use, and a iron sword. And then we further bought a Mage Masher, 3 Gladiuses, and a couple other tidbits. Lightning Staff.
No, we buy 3
Just use-
mithril daggers.
You buy 3 mithril daggers.
Oh man, Mithril Daggers. My bad, not Gladius.
3 Gladius
You
is
buy
really
1 Gladius.
expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're basically setting up for, honestly, what I would argue is the most important weapon in the game, at least for Zidane. It's gonna basically carry us through over half of disc 3.
Yes.
And it is very useful because you can confuse enemies with it, which we are gonna definitely do for one of the, I would call it a mini boss. Even though the mini boss is technically harder than the boss for that area that I'm talking about, but we'll talk about that when we get there.
And here we have a little backstory of Zidane. Even though Zidane is telling Dagger about a story about someone else, even though he's really just talking about himself. Where he comes from, where he went to a search, to where he came from, and really didn't end up finding anything about himself.
And Baku's beating him up because he tried to. I think essentially Baku's a little hurt that Zidane would, try and find where he's from when he already has a home.
And then you can see for the first instance of the game where how some of these characters relate to each other, with Vivi talking with the Black Mages.
Yeah, so Vivi just found out that Black Mages have a very limited lifespan, so basically this whole section is kind of, from here on out, Vivi trying to figure out, and what he really wants to do with his life, with the limited time he's given.
I'm gonna do a synth here. I'm gonna synth the not the blood sword, butterfly sword, the rune two desert boots, and the coral ring. The butterfly sword will kind of come in handy for the infantry section of the game coming up in a little bit.
Yeah, it's mainly just to learn Protect Girls in this route, but some routes use it because it allows you to silence enemies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The rune tooth is just going to be kind of another weapon upgrade. We'll use mostly for fight after the infantry, and also a fight in Disc 3. The desert boots will be for Garnet and Ico, and then the coral ring, as we stated before, absorbs thunder, teaches Maneater.
We won't use it anytime soon, honestly. It's mostly for optimizing for way later on in Disc 3 to give someone
That
else
too.
a coral ring, while we could also have the coral ring on someone else. So in total, we have 2.
So you try to talk to this guy as directly to the side of him as possible. Just because if you don't, Zidane walks to this point and it's kind of slow. Obviously, I mean, running's faster, so. And now, the part you guys have all been waiting for. Zidane and Dagger are finally getting married. They're tying the knot.
So the reason they're getting married, though, is the fact that to get past the guard that's essentially guarding the sanctuary that's going towards the Aoife tree, or the Aoife tree, you can only do it as newlyweds or married couple. So they decided to get married in words and sanction, just so they can bypass the guard.
I'm actually going to save up here. This boss fight coming up can be very dangerous.
Yes.
This is one of my least favorite boss fights in the entire game.
We didn't let Queen and Vivi get married.
Yeah, sorry. Gotta go fast.
Gotta zoom. I'll just live out canically in my head that Queen and Vivi did get married.
I mean, they did. That's why they were behind.
Yeah, okay. We just didn't get to see it.
Me so
Yes.
happy.
Me so
Yeah, me
happy.
Here's
So here-
Aiko. A lot of people don't like her. Like, legitimately, I do think she's a good character. She's not very useful in the run. She does have one instance where we use her.
Tries her best.
Overall, kind of useless in the run. Not as useless as Quina in this route, though.
True.
True.
Yeah.
I'll try and pick up the Oglop coming up, though. Just for you guys.
If Aiko's so great, why was there never an Aiko 2?
There is.
Oh.
Just trying to
So
think
a
of
little
something
small
clever.
dialogue that just happened. We can see that after
Yeah, we got the
Zidane we got the Oglop too. After Zidane catches Aiko, she's instantly infatuated with Zidane himself. You can see that over for the whole course of Disc 2 and 3, how infatuated she is with him. For that safety save against Hilgigars that's coming up.
You know, both times I've safety saved there, I have not gotten an encounter. Maybe that's the secret.
There you go.
Here we get a little small cutscene of the Aoife tree itself. Odin should have destroyed this one, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
So here, bombom did a little short menu to optimize some of the new equipment and get the power boost to Zidane again. Also equipped MP attack and Undead Killer. MP attack for the boost against Hilgigars. Undead Killer for way later on for Aoife Tree. And some Desert Boots on the Garnet and Aiko for better defense.
Bye, Dagger.
Except for that. Defense boots can only do so, or Desert Boots can only do so much. And as you can see in this fight specifically, Bombom's going to do a very certain attack order for Hilgigars to skip a very certain move that, after going down to a certain health pool, Hilgigars will try to use Kuranga. But the order are attacked in such a certain way, you can skip it indefinitely and finish out the fight without that ever happening. If Kuranga does happen to go off, it does just waste about a good minute in the count.
Wow. Knockdown each time, that's really uncommon. That's his quickest attack, so that's really good.
Yeah. and hitting those
Nice try.
two.
Good fight.
Yeah, that was really good.
And got an extra elixir.
416 Hilgigars in a marathon is very good. Very good.
Easy peasy.
Actually gonna elect to revive Ico here. Just in case. Never know what can happen in Mountain Path. There's an encounter that's really bad here, which I could get here.
Yeah, it's a really rough
rare
encounter.
And here
Yeah,
it
this-
is.
Yep, this is the encounter right here. Yo, Kajink, thanks for the raid.
Yo, Kajing,
Appreciate
thanks
it.
for the raid.
Look at the rate.
I don't know if there's been a subnet. I mean, Mythic got one in the race, but
Technically, yes, because the first race you actually got sub 850.
oh yeah, that's true.
mean-
Everyone,
I'm gonna actually heal here, just in case.
I mean, you didn't save everywhere, but still.
Alright. I would not count them because they're not really marathons per se.
Mhm.
Races, you're trying to go as fast as possible, at least in my opinion.
it's not bad. Really good that we escaped from those double ogres really quickly. They have a move that's called some kind of juice move, but basically it berserks.
I think it's
Solution,
called
there you go.
Solution.
Yeah. Solution, which can put a character in berserk state, and that is not very good. And the only way to cure berserk is either by incapacitating your known member that has it, or having a Gaisho green. But since we don't have any to spare, we will have to rely on other methods.
So we're in Ico City now.
Yeah, welcome to Plot City 2.0.
Plot City 2, Ico, Boogaloo.
Here we see Ico basically just kind of trying to figure out what Dane likes. Wow, people speedrun this game?
Nope.
Nope, this isn't a speedrun, Diesel. What kind of
That's
Eidolons
right.
do you like? What kind of food do you like? What kind of movables do you like? What kind of girls do you like?
What kind of Eidolons do I like?
Thanks for the good
I
luck
like-
piece.
I like that bombom Eidolon.
That's the only reason people speedrun this game, don't you know that?
Yeah.
So in order to advance the plot, we need to switch screens. You can go out on either side. They're the same amount of time. But I tend to go this way just because it's easier to... There's a bench there that Dagger was sitting on, and it's easier to get caught on. I like Tetra Master. I mean, I like Triple Triad too, but not as much. I'm one of the few people in this world that enjoys Tetra Master. Tetra Master has a lot of nuance. Yes, it can be random. Yes, the game doesn't explain it properly.
I like Tetra Master. I think it's pretty fun.
Look, I just think that Tetramaster is great because you can't. Tetramaster is good because you're not always going to be overpowered. I think in Triple Triad, yes, there are like the random rules, but it's really easy to become like and just have a deck that is unbeatable for the most part.
We should just get the Nova Dragon from Hitball. Just get that card.
You do have to play Tetramaster though. It is required to play Tetramaster in this run. You still have to win the first 2 games. Yeah.
Yep.
It's just the last one you don't have to win. Yeah, I
Preferable
mean,
that you win though.
I agree with that, Queen. But early on, I don't know. I just find that FF8 in general is very abusable. I get it. I get Tetramaster's an acquired taste, but I don't know. I like it because in the run, you do kind of, at least me personally, I do kind of try to manipulate the RNG, and I find that really interesting and fun to try to do. It's a challenge. And that's why I enjoy it. Can it be random and unfair at times? Absolutely, but I mean, what else in this game can't be random and unfair at times?
Aoife Tree's never fair and random, right?
Oh yeah, I've never lost runs to Aoife Tree. Yeah, I know that that Tetramaster Online was a thing for a while. I wish they would put Tetramaster in FF14, but FF14 doesn't like FF9.
Can we all agree that Tetramaster and Triple Triad are both better than Sphere Break, though?
Yes, absolutely. Dude, Sphere Break is so bad. Oh, FF11? 11 has Tetramaster? Interesting. Well, guys, guess I'm playing FF11 from now on.
Wow.
Have
Imagine.
fun not jumping.
That's a great emote. I just think that FF102 doesn't have any good minigames, if I'm being honest.
You mean you don't like the Besaid Island shoot 'em up game? Or-
FF11 sounds pretty brutal, yeah. Isn't it just Triple Triad, though? That's in FF14?
yeah, it's Triple Triad. They also have Doman Mahjong.
I know they have
And,
Mahjong. That's like one of the main reasons why I want to get to the Gold Saucer. Sorry, freaking love Mahjong. Caught myself.
we apologize for
It's late. I'm starting to feel the tiredness settle in. I'm gonna need it to get something caffeinated here. I fucking love Mahjong, dude.
any Funyuns in the chat?
It's Kawaii Chu.
It's Ochu-chan. Shoutouts to Mavi17. I could kind of go for some Funyuns, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I haven't had Funyuns.
Dude,
in
you know
quite
what
some
sounds
time.
good right now? Either like Taco Bell or McDonald's breakfast.
Oh,
Jeez.
I had Taco Bell for lunch today.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to get some caffeine next chance I get.
Don't worry, me and A-Bot will be.
All right, here comes the best part of the run. Everybody loves this part that runs this game. It definitely is in no way, you know, unfair, and in no way can ruin a run. So enjoy this. Yeah, I mean, I still don't. I try not to swear during any marathon.
But if we're not in a marathon, you Funyun believe.
So here in the story, we actually figured out that the Ipa tree is actually buried off with a magic seal that we cannot get past. So we do have to have Aiko here to actually break open the seal, which will also give us an item called Ruby, which allows us to learn Carbuncle on Aiko. We'll only use Carbuncle a couple of times in another dungeon later on. Be very useful for buffering fleet checks and a very certain boss later too. Wow.
Okay.
Here comes a legendary Aoife tree.
Can we get a stroper? Yeah, baby.
So here's where buying the sauce is really gonna come into play here. That's her. Oh, sweet.
Yeah, we need to kill at least one encounter here, which isn't hard considering the encounter rate. Typically.
Yeah. But sauce actually kind of have an undead effect with regards to life magic. We throw a soft at these trees, they'll actually die.
Wow. I thought I was going to get through here with one.
You thought wrong.
I should have never thought that.
Nice quick.
I think I'd rather fight the 100 queen-sized Aoife trees.
The stroker.
Yeah, ideally you get 2 kills here, so we're good on experience, for sure.
And AP.
Sorry to kind of detract, but thinking of one Aoife-sized Quina, it's like, have you played Pokemon Sword or Shield at all?
I have not, no.
Okay, so basically when they oh gosh, what's that called? When they Z-Max or something? I just think of that with Quina.
Would
They just
Tifa
look-
be
they just
good
get
against
huge.
Tifa? What if
What's that?
Aoife is Tifa in the future? It's like a Chrono Cross.
Ooh,
Oh my god.
I could see it.
I try to do a little bit of a mini game here and just see how many times I can clear the text box while Zidane's hanging.
No.
I never actually count. But
It was like 12. Somewhere in between 9 and 12.
so what is this 3 so far?
Yeah, that was 3.
3, yep.
Pretty good start.
2 on Long Branch, 1 on the elevator path. Okay, okay. Aww.
Oh,
Zombie dragon? Oh, Stroper? Yeah, I need him. I take a Stroper over a zombie dragon, honestly.
So, the one fortunate thing about IFA is that the encounters are relatively quick. Because you can one-shot most of them. The only exception being the mushrooms. Those are... You can't kill them. And then zombies are my least favorite encounter in this place.
They're awful.
This is gonna be at least 2. Probably 3.
Oof.
Ooh, that's early. Ooh.
It's probably the most dreaded screen too. It may look like you have like a lot of copious amount of space, but the way the lining of the mapping that they did for this entire screen was really horrible.
Yeah, this is a 98% chance to get at least one encounter on this screen.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about getting a level 5 deductible.
Yeah, this is gonna be 3, at least. It's gonna be 4 now.
Oh jeez, yeah, that's pretty rough.
At least the encounters that you've gotten so far are relatively pretty quick.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm actually gonna opt to flee here, because fleeing is 3 seconds faster than using a soft, and I've already killed more encounters than I need, so...
Also, let's go through the spoil screen either.
What?
Jesus.
oh my word.
Let it be another stroker, please. Zombie dragon, not too bad. Especially if I can get it easy. Oh well, I spoke too soon.
FF9.
Yeah, this is rough.
Rough screen, but still fairly. All the other encounters were really good. So, that's something at least.
I'm glad I made it out of there with only 3, but Jesus, that was...
Yeah, that was rough.
I'm glad you guys got to see the real IFA experience, though. I was worried that, you know, I was gonna get by with, like, 3 or 4.
So what, that was 7, I think?
Yeah, instead I ended up with 7, which is
7.
still pretty decent, but...
Yeah, it's about average.
7, kind of 6. Most of them are pretty quick.
Yeah, this music is very Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
I wish I could do like a Regis building impression. Sorry.
It's like the weakest linker Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
But here we have one of our first forced encounters for the elevator.
It was actually really good.
It's fantastic.
Of course, zombies are not fast, but for some reason they tend to start with a lot of ATV.
For some reason.
Who wants to be the weakest link?
Is that your final song? At least you killed all of them.
Oh, a zombie card, too.
Ooh, and a magic tag. And here Vivi has a little bit of a self-consciousness.
So, here's a good question for you guys. How many of you guys died on this boss coming up first time you played this? Because I sure did.
Oh, I did too.
I think everyone knows these dialogues. Yep, definitely died to zombie dragon. Big boss.
I mean, they're nice for, you know, the card turning. So I'm sure most of you have seen this strat before. But there's a strat that really trivializes this boss. I like that there's a giant harp down here. We're gonna pick up this elixir. And then there's a Brigadine over here that we're gonna pick up for ability up.
It's crazy too that the game, but the way they put the elixir right there, is actually giving you a sign that's saying, hey, I'm gonna use this pretty soon.
Yeah, that's where the music was coming from, of course. Why do you think it stops when you get down here? You scared away whoever was playing it. Yeah, I mean, if you caught on to the theme of the enemies in this area, this boss should have been quite easy. Or even if you had scanned him. So there is one thing you need to watch out with this boss if Zidane is... Zidane needs to survive this fight. If he's level 15, you need to be very careful with your selection of actions because he can die to level 5. Level 5 death. Yeah, pissed him off.
Now, here's the real question. Have you ever died on this boss in a speed run?
I have not. So it turns out this boss is actually undead.
Bye.
Bye, Soul Cage.
Antlion card, let's go, boys.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Not a bad physicals there.
I actually didn't know that Aoife could drop an Antlion card. I thought it was just Hilly.
Mm-hmm.
We've cleared the mist. Now, now anybody who's in an airship, they're gonna crash. Yay!
But we alleviated all the dead souls.
Yeah. All of them. You could say that we made a big mistake, yes. I think we need to ban Manic for that one.
Good one.
Alright, so
These are internal
we're a little over halfway through the run.
Not a bad run, honestly.
Yeah, this has been pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah.
And here we got a little Koopa coming along, passing a message that the village has been raided, and Mayday sorry, because supposedly Aiko's not supposed to leave the village until she turns the age of 16, but she left, and now she's kind of panicking.
What am I doing? Bad menu. Will I reset if not a 505? Yes. Sorry, guys. Run's going to go a little longer than anticipated.
Let's hope we get an Ife tree path.
Of course. I don't know how many encounters I've had, but it's been a lot. Oh, good. Oh, no, not 666. Dude, leave Zidane alone!
About 25.
25? You think?
Seems like more.
I want to say it's more, yeah.
Well, no, 26, 27, 28. Yeah, roughly 28, 27.
That seems more
Yeah.
accurate. It's
Yeah,
so
we left
okay.
this one at 8. We left this one at 8. We got one in Gargan Room. We have 3 in Clara.
That's
I have
12.
4 in Clara.
4.
Oh, yeah, 4, so 13.
What's after that? Fossil Room.
I have 1 in Marsh.
15.
Room? Yeah, 2 in Room. It's at 17 plus. Oh yeah, but
2.
roughly about 30 something. I forgot about Black Mage Village Forest.
Yeah, 2 in Black Mage Village. 19. Yeah, we're at like 28 right now. Still definitely sub 9 pace though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, easily. Here, Aiko's blaming herself for leaving the village and losing the village treasure because she was not here to protect it.
Yeah, so one of the jewels that Queen Brana is looking for was actually here the whole time, because they're summoner's jewels. And it was stolen, so now Aiko's upset. And she's almost kidnapped, but we put a stop to that.
Got a little flirty action between Garnet and Zidane.
You're gonna take a free heal here, which is pretty important because there's a boss fight coming up. I forgot to save, so I'll probably play this boss fight safe.
Yeah.
Should be okay. I mean,
Yeah.
as long as I play it safe, it's not a big I need that caffeine. Alright, it's everybody's edgy boy. It's just a shame they didn't give him like some Jinko jeans or something to make him even edgier.
It's Squall.
It's like if Squall was not the main character. I think he's okay, but in the course of the speedrun, you don't really learn much about him, so...
Yeah, he has like no
He is pretty
backstory.
important in Disc 4. Alright, well that's good.
Ooh, nice counterattack.
Ooh, good start.
So this fight with Amaret, pretty straightforward. Just gonna be jumping around a couple times. There are certain places where you can hit him while he's jumping around. He will counterattack in some of them, so you do have to play a little bit more safely in some cases.
That should be good.
Now I don't need to even worry about a miss.
Wait. Easy fight.
Yeah, great fight.
Yeah, that was a really good fight. I would have healed if I needed to, Rev. That is true. Zell did already have the Jinko shorts.
Dude, imagine getting lariat from Amaret.
Why can't I find a PS5? I actually have no desire to get a PS5. This is the first console that I can think of where I didn't want it.
PS5.
Really? This is gonna sound so dumb, but the main reason I would want a PS5 is for when Gran Turismo 7 comes out.
You gotta go drifting.
I love Gran Turismo, dude.
That was more of a Need for Speed, but still good. Need for Speed Most Wanted was definitely one of my favorite racing games.
I love
Yeah,
Hot
but
Pursuit on the
all
PS1.
I played a lot of Midnight Club 3. That was pretty good.
I don't know, I've never really been into super arcadey racers. Except I guess Need for Speed 3 is kind of arcadey, but I have a nostalgia for Need for Speed 3.
I've always told myself that one day, maybe I'll get one of those. Maybe I get one of those initial D arcade cabinets. Things are sick.
Get a pole position cabinet. There you go.
The only Dynasty Warriors game I've played is the Gundam one. So now Zidane and Dagger are basically in love. There's no question now.
I actually like this little backstory about Ibsen's.
Yeah, there's some lore here regarding one of the later dungeons.
Not sure why you
I wanna know how
cast it upside down though.
I want to know how Zidane got the boat back into the dock. The sail is completely busted. I don't see any oars here. Alright, I'm gonna go get something to drink real quick on this FMV. Oh no, I reset.
Don't do that. Gotta think about it for a second.
Yeah, a lot of a lot of people that come in when this FMV is playing think or like come back from doing something think I reset, or really any runner gets to this point because it's the same FMV partially, anyways, where it shows Dagger and her real mom. Spoilers. Yeah, so Dagger's just now finding out that or remembering rather, that she's actually not from Alexandria. She was actually born here. So was actually born in the city of the Summoners that was destroyed by one of the villains that we will be introduced to at the beginning of Disc 3.
She's
Probably.
reminiscing with the past a little bit. Her childhood, where she used to come here and pray to the walls of Eidolons as well.
I like that it's like they try to make it look like it was night, but they just put like a filter over these screens to make it look darker.
Basically, they're on a tight budget, you know.
Hey, I cut him a lot of slack with some of this kind of stuff because, like I said, this game was made in less than a year. And it's as solid as it is in terms of, you know, bugs and stuff. Yeah, there's not really any large skips. There's one very minor skip that skips a battle.
Skip's a skip.
Yeah, FF7 was in development for a few years. Yeah, and look at like I also cut FF7 some slack though because they moved from the N64 to the PS1. So
N64.
yeah, the FF7 was supposed to come out on the N64 originally.
Makes sense.
You're tired already?
Ooh, just got some clearer eyes for the red eyes. And here we officially get Amulet to join the party.
Yep.
Not very useful right now, but we'll make use of him later on.
Yeah, we're just putting him in the party for AP mostly.
Do a quick little menu before we head towards the infantry again. We're gonna put Hammer in the back row for more safety precautions. That way we can keep him alive for the AP game.
I think Amaranth's team is actually pretty decent. It has like a Wild West feel to it.
Hold it there, partner.
Partner. Dude. I don't want it right
Some goblins are back.
now. I'm mad about that one. I wonder if it would have been worth just to kill that encounter. In hopes that I didn't get one in EFA, which is highly unlikely. Yeah, so that my stutter stepping wasn't great. Unfortunately, my stuttering is not very good at this point. I am starting to feel a little tired, but I'll get my second win soon enough.
Welcome to the club, partner.
Press circle too soon.
Always found it really weird that the second time you go back through IFA, if the camera is a little bit more zoomed in on the branches, probably to set a different zone for the area.
I could kill this. Wow, I got a quick play off that. I could kill this, but it'd be slow, so. Well, I mean, it's pretty good. I'm gonna need to do a backup. If I don't get... So, there's a couple battles that are mandatory coming up. One of them, the amount of enemies you get is random. And then one of them is just kind of random if you get it at all. So I either need 2 of the enemy in one of them, or I need both the encounters. Hopefully it's just the one with 2 of them. I'm gonna need AP for Amaranth here. Hey, C's, thanks for the good luck. Have a good night, bud.
I'll take it easy, C's.
Good night, Cease. Sorry, I was just getting some late night snackage.
Snacky snacks. It's better than what I got. I got some Fritos.
Actually, maybe I will take a beef bar.
Cliff Bar? What kind of Cliff Bar?
It's a chocolate peanut butter Cliff Bar.
No, it's peanut butter, honey, and sea salt.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, it's not bad. I mean, a Cliff Bar is already healthy. Oh, quote, healthy enough. She just went with the chocolate peanut butter.
I enjoy a good Cliff Bar. Thank you.
Oh, the only thing that I can't eat a Cliff Bar without like water.
Oh, dude, they made me so thirsty.
Yeah.
Just all that oats, sucking in all the moisture out of your mouth.
So, surprise. The Alexandrian army is here.
Nothing bad is gonna happen, trust me.
Nope. I mean, Braun's got her fan, so we're all good. Everything's fine.
Hey, Jib, thanks for the good luck, buddy.
Good jib.
What time is it there? Like 7? 8? I think she follows Kuja, if I'm not mistaken. Because now she's just trying to kill Kuja. 9 a.m.
Here we got our first battle with some Mistodons. There's only one really bad move that they could use, which is called Mist.
So I could have waited for the name, but I'm electing to use an elixir. These guys are actually undead.
better to take the mouse quick as possible,
Yeah.
or else you get missed and put to sleep.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get out of these fights as quickly as possible.
Especially
Yeah, I've
with
gotten some pretty
FF9
good cards in the last portion of this disc.
Oh yeah, and especially with FF9 being a little more relaxing on items, you can actually use elixirs as a commodity to
Yeah.
help you advance a little faster.
Like, you really only need around 5 at most to finish the game for the last 2 bosses, basically. Really, it's just the third to last boss.
Yeah.
And from here on out, we're gonna get random 1 or random 2.
Pretty good Mistodon so far. So ideally, this next one, of course, when I when I want the next encounter to be 2 Mistodons, I'm probably not going to get it. But again, not the end of the world if I don't. Probably not going to. You can get another Mistodon encounter on this branch. I'm probably not going to get it now. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna have to do a slight backup. Man. They are kind of like Sin Spawn. Yeah, so Amarant didn't get enough AP to learn Bird Killer early, so...
So in the last part of this branch, there is a chance to get another Mistodon. It's not... You can avoid it for the most part in the NA version of Final Fantasy IX, but if you're running the Japanese version, it's guaranteed almost all the time you'll get the second Mistodon on the branch.
Yeah. It's so guaranteed to the point where some JP runners will actually, if they don't get it, they'll subtract an encounter from their encounter count.
Which is funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're at the end of disc 2 now. So, there's no boss. Like I said earlier, there originally was another Beatrix fight planned, but it was scrapped. I would imagine due to time constraints. Plus, they just completely changed that part of the story, so...
So yeah, we're just gonna summon Leviathan and we're gonna kill everyone.
You mean Bahamut?
Same thing.
So yeah, one's in the air, one's in the ocean. Same thing.
They do the same thing. It's okay. No, they are gonna summon Bahamut. And
Yeah, so now Ron's trying to kill Kujo. Kujo's makeup is on point right now.
oh yeah.
I always like this Bahamut design because it's more, like a traditional Bahamut design.
Yeah.
For as much crap as I give FF10, though, I still think it has the best Bahamut design.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to think about the other ones. I like FF8s, but
I mean,
Oh,
FF8
14.
is pretty traditional, isn't it?
mm-hmm.
Hey, I like the robot chicken.
I like the lunar Bahamut.
Yeah, I do too. That's also cool.
Thank you, Jim. Exactly.
I mean, it's basically what we do in the FFX route, or FFX run 2.
Pimp my face. You know what the worst Bahamut design though is? The Advent Children one.
God, that thing is like massively. As you can see, good old Kuja did some kind of heebie-jeebie voodoo stuff to take control of our beloved Bahamut and turn it against Queen Braun. It's quite the pickle that she was in.
So, Amarant movement back there is random. And there's one run. Isn't the text dependent on his movement?
I'm not sure, but I know what you're talking about, though.
So his movement, regardless, his movement back there is just random, and one runner had it where he was just walking around in circles for some reason.
Oh, it was so funny.
Yeah, but I wouldn't consider that like a Bahamut summon.
God, I don't even want to think about Final Fantasy 12. I spent so much time in this one area in Final Fantasy 14. I played nothing but battle music from Final Fantasy 12.
I love FF12.
I did too, but I'm a little tired of it right now.
I think I'm just gonna barely miss at 509.
Yeah, I think it's like a low 510.
Which is technically only like 4.5 minutes behind my PB.
Yeah, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Considering some of the rough spots you had in the game
Yeah.
or in the run.
Fair enough. It is a Bahamut.
Yeah. If you're quick on the disc swap, maybe.
Maybe. Nah. The loads are not going to allow me to go that fast.
No, hold on just a minute. It's possible.
I literally tried to go as fast as I could. I just tried to split too.
Ah, just
close.
barely.
Just barely.
Dude.
It's all right. If you're aiming for a sub 9 time, you really want to be below 5:15 for the end of disc 2. So, being about 5 minutes ahead, still very good. Still can very easily still can sub 850. It's gonna take a pretty good next couple of discs, but can still definitely do it.
Just gotta believe.
If I hadn't gotten that world map encounter, although I probably wouldn't have gotten a one encounter preemptive EFA too.
That's true.
So, you thought Lindblom thought Plot City was a place to get comfy. Well, beginning of disc 3, you can get real comfy.
Yep. Get cozy. Go get a drink. Go to the bathroom.
A lot of plot here. And a lot of plot.
It's about like what, like 15, 20 minutes worth of plot?
Yeah, about 15 minutes of plot here. There will be a short synth menu that we'll do. But beyond that, until the card tournament, it's just a lot of plot.
Probably the most important synth menu.
Oh yeah, the most important for sure.
We get some of the
That's a little
sickest Ico gameplay ever, though.
We do.
Yep.
We do.
You do not want to miss this.
I need to
Blink and you'll miss it.
Every time we mention it, I keep forgetting to do the thing I need to do.
Pimp my plot.
That sounds like the story of like getting a plot in Final Fantasy 14 and then like building your house. that's basically what it is.
Yeah. Don't remind me.
Yeah. So
Garnet's having some self-personal issues right now about becoming a queen, having taken on a lot of responsibility for her own city. She only really wishes to see Zidane right now as a support method to help her. But she's gotta get coordinated soon, so there's no time for her to see such a fellow.
So I am going to save before the last game of the card tournament, just in case the Mistodons goes bad.
good
Oh
call.
yeah.
The last three, like, super heavy RNG sections are coming up, which is cards, and then the portion right after that. I would consider the rest of the run definitely to be a lot more execution heavy,
Yeah.
which is it's also the best part of the run.
Wow, you can kind of see that picture of Braun from here. Yeah, that's real scary.
She frees them. You're free to go.
Yeah, go. Be free.
What I want to know is what happened to that cat she's holding.
Yeah. I don't know.
Probably got eaten by Tant or something.
Oh. That's good enough to be accepted as headcanon.
It gets blowed up in a minute. Oh, okay.
All right, who's ready for the sickest
Oh,
3 seconds
yeah.
of gameplay? Here
Oh.
we go. And literally Taz cannot beat it.
I'd like
Run
to
is
see you guys try.
blessed. Run's blessed. Oh. How do you do it so well?
You know, I practice it. I have a save state just for that, and just grind that out.
Dang.
So, everything just kind of seems peaceful now. It's not. Otherwise, we'd be at the end of the game. But right now, Aiko is having Baku deliver a love letter to Zidane because she wants to confess her feelings to him. But the letter kind of changes hands. Baku accidentally drops it here and doesn't realize it. And now Beatrix, seeing Steiner leave this area, thinks that he left it for her. So it's kind of... This part I actually do enjoy casually. Come on, you don't like Steiner's chicken legs?
Steiner definitely did skip leg day.
Now we got Zidane here moping because he thinks that he doesn't have any chance to be with Garnet because she's a princess. Well, now a queen, basically. Steiner's great, though. So here is, we're going to actually do a brief menu coming up here. I'm going to synth the weapon I mentioned earlier, Angel Bless, most important weapon in the disc. And then I'm going to also synth my additional power belt here. And we do this for one of the upcoming menus because it shifts around the items to make it so the optimize is more efficient on Steiner coming up.
There is also an ether in that shop. Costs about 3 seconds to pick it up.
You can pick it up if you're starting out. I find
Yeah.
it's not really necessary, but it's a good backup.
Yeah.
Better safe than sorry when you're starting out running this. The most important thing when you're learning this game is honestly just to finish as many runs as possible. And obviously
Yeah.
practice.
Yeah, I know when I was starting out, I would pick up a lot of the extra pickups just for safety, but
And right
as you
now...
kinda...
Go ahead.
No, you.
Alright, fine. Yeah, so right here, Frey's mad at Zidane because he was supposed to find out more information on what happened to Kuja, and he's kind of come up blank. Not to be confused with blank. We're gonna pick up a couple items here because we have to wait for the boat anyways, so there's really no reason not to pick that up. Yeah, exactly. So another very important item here is behind the fountain, the lapis lazuli. It lets you learn accuracy plus, which is the most one of the most overpowered skills in the game and ability up. Accuracy plus makes it so you have 100% accuracy regardless of status effects. So if you are blinded, you still have 100% accuracy. The game doesn't really do a good job of explaining accuracy plus either, because it just says that it boosts your accuracy. In reality, it gives you 100%. So, I mean, I guess it's not lying, but... No, they never do confirm that, Diesel. Fortunately, we're almost through the text portion. Dagger and Aiko are exchanging their jewels. And I like to imagine that Dagger just has a skateboard under her dress and just, just gliding along.
I could see it.
Or she has some Heelys.
Yeah. Probably too early for hoverboards.
Aiko's really upset that Zidane is in love with Dagger. Oh, true, Queen. And now Blank found, so Blank found ended up finding the letter last, and he thinks that somebody wrote it to him. I mean, I think they both can. Yep, all this happened because Baku couldn't. It started with Baku, and it ends with Baku.
The boom trick? Yes. Ready for cards?
I think Desert Boots, she's wearing Desert Boots, and I think they give... Do they give Float and Protect? I am ready for cards. Who's ready for cards?
I'm ready for cards. Teaches Flee Heal, Protect, and Scan.
I never thought about that, Jib. So, some runners, what you can actually do here for cards is if you get rid of all your cards and then talk to Tot, because you need to get through here for plot reasons, to prevent a soft lock, you can actually get cards from Tot. But it is slow, so most runners just opt to stay with the cards they have and just kind of go for it.
Yeah, Yeah, you also can buy cards from the vendor outside of the card tournament, but if you do top strats, usually you buy like 5 goblin cards or something. Also, Amaranth checking out on the subspace highway.
Just yeeted himself right out of the game. I think his design is based off of Witch Doctor, so that would make sense.
I think it's a dangerous moonwalk.
He did.
Aren't terrible. Nice. Good
See,
start.
cards are easy.
Yeah. If only it was like that all the time. This is probably the toughest game of the 3, in my opinion.
It's kind of I didn't need to do that. That could have been bad. I could have lost that. Like I said, I am going to go save here. Not because I'm afraid of losing this game, but because of how dangerous the next section can be. Oh wait, what am I doing? Yo, Yusef, thanks for the raid. Can you... Hello? Worst Moogle in the game, apparently.
Alright, here we go.
So cards is really about like cordoning off free spaces for yourself and you know, trying to avoid battles.
Let's do this.
And just trying to manipulate the, you know, the CPU to do what you want it to. That's fine.
Alright.
It's not a big deal. We got through the bad part of cards, so. And I just did this yesterday, so. I kind of didn't play great on that last one. It was just a kind of an unfortunate board, also.
So, yeah, Queen mentioned no rebirth ring for us. So, typically, well, previously, most routes would actually go and kind of take some time to go and simple rebirth ring. Well, in this route, we don't have to.
Yeah.
So we actually have a little bit of a route deviation. It's not a huge deviation, but we will actually not be getting the rebirth ring, and we'll be continuing without auto life.
Yeah, so
Needed.
traditionally, as Awar said, yeah, people, you know, it's about a minute and a half time loss roughly to get the backup rebirth, which, you know, if you're going for world record, it's not worth it. So it's actually been routed. There's a backup for not getting the rebirth. Now, typically you need a holy boost, but we pick up the maiden prayer in Ipsens, which grants the holy boost. It basically replaces the holy boost of rebirth we normally get. And like we mentioned earlier, this is where if you had talked to the Pluto Knights and you come into play, you would know which ones to select. We just know which ones to select because we're god gamers.
Yep. Angel, we do that.
Definitely worth to get the angel earrings. They sell for a good 10k gil. That's really nice.
There's a very small chance that you are able to steal an item later to make up for the gil to possibly keep them later, because you'll get another set of them later, but it's a pretty low chance. You can also use it for holy boost and strength and defense boost as well. So we're coming up on our one big skip of the game.
Yeah, so the way that screen is, you can actually normally if you get to the edge of the screen, you can avoid the Mistodon, but there's like the way that the mapping of that screen is like there's an area where it dips down below where you would normally get the Mistodon. So we actually go into that little cul-de-sac and then go to the left to avoid the Mistodon.
And that's the biggest skip of the game.
Oh, missed. Worst one.
Always missed.
Luckily, it didn't do the worst thing you can get from it, which is
Yeah,
being
so that could have
split.
put both of them to sleep, which would have been very bad, obviously.
Yeah, that's why you saved before the last game.
This part of the run is, like I said, the last really RNG section.
Gonna do a quick heal here before we go on to continue the last 4 fights. Or 3 fights.
And
this section lets Steiner catch up in levels to everybody else.
and there is no chance for many breaks. So that is why we use that last chance to heal both Steiner and Beatrix to full.
Another bad miss dose. At least so far. Oh, crit, baby! The crit doesn't matter. He's at a high enough level that he can one-shot everything here. Yeah, so as you can see, this part is really straightforward, but RNG heavy because it's dependent on ATVs.
Nice.
Ideally, Steiner has like instant ATB every time. That's the dream. Because Steiner has a very quick attack, and he can obviously one-shot life. It costs like 8 seconds to cast.
And also having a 10% chance to miss, I believe.
I mean, Steiner can miss here too.
That's true.
ethers galore, though. That's good.
That'll be really good, yeah. Ethers will be very important for Disc 4.
This is the most dangerous fight of this section because for some reason the Mistodons have an increased chance to put you to sleep with mist. If you look at the code.
Oh wow, I actually did not know that.
This is also the
Alright, we're
last
good.
trance
We should be good
fight
as
field
long
I
as this
have.
doesn't miss. That was pretty decent. Started out rough, but another ether, let's go!
Jeez.
Dude, I always like Steiner's trance. It's super straightforward. It's a physical attack buff.
Why is my analog not turning on? Huh.
That's not good.
Yeah, I would say so.
You have another controller like around?
I do, but not ideal.
Yeah.
I'll just try and unplug it and plug it back in. Fortunately, we're at a very FMV heavy section, so if I do need to switch controllers, it's not the end of the world. It just sucks because this is my favorite controller. We get Arc though, and Arc makes up for it with its 2.5 minute summon. No, hardware shouldn't kill it unless my PS2 dies. But that I have had my PS2 die on world record pace before. That was heartbreaking.
That was a very sad thing.
I think most people, to be honest, if they were me, would have given up at this point.
Alright.
Yep, I'm playing it back in instead.
That's good. So Alexander is under attack and
Leroy Jenkins.
yep. Basically Leroy Jenkins. Iko Jenkins.
This is also a good point to get up, go to the bathroom.
Oh yeah, this is auto scroller once
Yeah, this is the longest break in the game for non-turbo.
yeah. You taking this break?
I am gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay. Alright, so we're gonna be summoning Alexander here because spoilers, Alexandria Castle is actually Alexander. Sheriff summons Alexander, let's go. This is probably one of my favorite FMVs in the entire game, though. if not my most favorite.
It's probably my second favorite.
Which one's your favorite?
I think we all know what the answer to that one.
Is it? Yeah, This is a very good FMD.
Yeah, very
Yeah, this
visually
is
appealing.
most people's favorite.
But no, my favorite's definitely the disc one.
You mean the one where your favorite is obviously the one that's kind of coming down from the clear, right? Like top of the tree and then all the way down. That one's cool,
Yeah, sure.
right?
So now, Kuja's gonna try to steal Alexander.
But what's this?
What is?
It's the floating.
Hey, thanks for the good luck, Wingo. Hope you have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. And now we're introduced to Garland, who is clearly a reference. You know, they clearly named him after Garland from FF1. But he's an android. We find out why he was created later on and where he comes from. Hey, Arfie, thanks for the good luck. So we're almost done with the really plot-heavy section. He kind of is Darth Vader-like.
Sighting of the drawing picture, like the heavens.
This door here sucks. I don't know why it's so wonky. Like where you need to be to go through it.
Yeah, that's weird.
I always really enjoy the next FMV a lot. Mainly for Aiko's facial expressions. I want to know how Sid even got out of here so quickly.
He used the mustache to flap and fly.
Bye, Alexander. It was good knowing you.
Yeah.
He did guap his way. Guac.
Sid actually has more speed than Kraken.
Yeah, he's got like 100 speed. Alright, pay attention to Aiko's face here. She's so pissed off. It's like when I don't give Lady attention, that's what she does. He power guapped? Mods, I have to ask again to ban Manic.
It's not like.
Please don't.
Big bada boom.
That's weird. For some reason, my my one on my like hotkeys is not working, which is fine because I've almost, I've accidentally split like a few times, but. And now we get 16 more minutes of plot.
It's okay. We're almost through the plot.
Yeah.
The big plot sections.
I don't think this one's so bad. The worst one really is after Mount Gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's just there's so much of it.
Yeah, the beginning of Disc 3 is like it starts out very slow, but once it picks up, it picks up.
Yeah.
It was a win-win loss, which is like it's fine.
Yeah, win-win loss. Pretty quick.
The worst part was getting the Moogle to save. So, something a lot of people don't know is that if you actually talk to that guard at the bottom of the stairs, and then that actually lets you enter the throne room early. Normally, most people, what they do is they go to the bottom, like the conference room, and talk to everyone. But, like, this is another thing I didn't know until I started learning this, is that you can just talk to the guard that's at the bottom of the stairs by the room where Zidane was, and it lets you come in here. Now Dagger is seriously depressed. Shrew.
Lively still.
But yeah, Dagger's depressed. She's kind of blaming herself for everything that happened, you know, with Alexandria and Clara and Bermesia. She thinks that if she had never tried to run away, that it would have saved everyone, when in reality, obviously, it wouldn't have. That's one of the things I really like about Dagger, is that she does have a lot of character development. Yeah, no, for sure, man. Well, Queen, the haircut is actually a symbol. It's a Japanese symbol of kind of new beginnings. So that's why she cuts her hair. She's starting over.
Are you gonna cut your hair?
No, not this run.
Oh.
I'm just making sure because I didn't know that. I didn't realize that was what, like, why she cut her hair.
Yeah. She's gone through a fair bit here.
Yeah, I definitely think Dagger is actually one of the best female leads in Final Fantasy games. Just because of the amount of character development she has. Because really, like, as much as I like Tifa, Tifa doesn't really have any character development. And then Renault is just annoying in FF8.
Yeah, kind of with like Zidane and with Garnet, kind of begin on like opposite ends of the spectrum, and they kind of both like they both kind of like come in towards each other, and like yeah, like Garnet's the princess, and Zidane's the what's the best way to put this? Like,
I don't know what you're trying to say right now. I'm just going with it.
Zidane's kind of just like the I don't know, the
Street rat?
yeah, the
He's like Aladdin.
street rat. Sorry, it's getting a bit late for all of us.
It's alright, we only got like 2 hours, 50 minutes left. Maybe like 3-ish hours, but we're getting close. We're getting to the home stretch.
Yeah.
Zidane is 11. We do appreciate all you guys staying up who are in the States. All the people who got up early and they're in EU.
I had to get up.
Appreciate you Australians for getting up at probably a normal time. What time is it there in Australia, Sorrow?
It's like 5 p.m.
5 p.m., dude.
Yeah.
This is definitely an EU-friendly run.
Yeah.
It is currently 2:15 here.
Yeah. 3:16. Bomb said, "I'm gonna own Final Fantasy 9."
I mean, they are pretty. Zidane's story is very similar to Goku.
Surge of emotions.
True.
That's the best part, TJ. I mean, it was definitely on purpose. Like, they were definitely influenced by Dragon Ball Z. There's, like, no doubt about that.
Also, having a tail is pretty sick. It's helped him out on multiple occasions.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I wouldn't mind having a tail. I can use it for a back scratcher.
True.
Time to get potions. So right now we're attempting to turn Sid back into a human so he can finish building the Mistless airship. It probably goes pretty well, right?
Yeah, as long as we get the 3 potions we need.
Yeah. No more, no less.
Mm-hmm.
He does have a Kamehameha. It's a trance move. It's Grand Lethal.
Grand Lethal, yeah. Okay. So first we're going to go to the business district. We need to buy what is, I would argue, the single most important weapon in the game next to Excalibur 2. And that's just because you learn charge from it, which is the most broken skill in the game. So we're going to need to stop and pick up the Coral Sword, and then we'll grab the potions on the way back. Gadget.
Nice. Stop here to talk to the item shop lady to pick up.
If the dog is in your way, you can
beautiful
talk
potion.
to it. Good luck. So original revisions of this route actually had the synth that I did in Alexandria earlier in Limblum, but I found that the dog was constantly getting in my way, and there's the risk of asking about potions, which wastes time. So, and doing the synth in Alexandria lets you optimize some of the menus. So it's in my opinion, it's better to synth in Alexandria, but you can do either one really. Yeah, there's a reference to FF7 in there.
Remember that
So
guy
that
stayed back in this one?
Hmm?
Well, here he is.
Go ahead, Karn.
Oh, I was just saying, remember that guy would be saved back in this
Oh,
one?
yeah.
Well, here he is.
That's what I was about to say, yeah.
And somehow, in that span of time, they made a lot of kids. And I mean, like, a lot.
I mean, I think it's been a couple months. But it's regardless. Apparently rats, children, grow up quickly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them. Honestly, I think they could have done well without the unusual potion. I think that was what caused the the change into a form that we didn't want.
I mean, humans are unusual.
True.
They're beautiful, unusual, and what's the third one?
Unusual? Wait, what did you... Beautiful, unusual, and strange.
And strange, yes.
Thanks for the good luck, Emma. Good night.
Good night, Emma.
Oh, good night.
So if you mash square here, you can actually play cards with him. Would not recommend.
It happens to me like every time. I keep forgetting.
There's actually a reference to FF8 on these cabs. The number 8 is it's the same Same font as the 8s on the buses in D-League City.
You're right. I did not notice that.
For a second, I just heard you say it's a reference to FF8 because it says 8.
I should have just said that.
Yeah, you see this elevator, it's a reference to FF7 because FF7's got an elevator too. We're just kind of letting it loose here, and, you know.
That's the nice thing about these runs is they're chill. And especially late at night, you know. You just say things.
Well, usually I'm not this bad. I just had to wake up a little earlier than I usually do. Because I had to raid.
Too soon. Hey, FF7 Remake was amazing.
Oh, looks like our buddy Sid turned into a frog.
He's looking kind of green.
Yeah.
I don't think the potions worked.
No, I don't think so either. Potion plan took. Oh man.
Manic. Unbelievable.
A for effort.
I really loved it. I don't know. I didn't want a straight up remake of 7. But like I understand people that did want that.
All right. We're almost out of Plot City again.
Now that that's almost over with, we're actually about to get into some quite a
I
bit
don't
of
think
action.
FF7 OG is garbage. I think it is very overrated. I still think it's a great game though. I just think the characters are like so underdeveloped.
Definitely. Look at all those polygons.
Now we get to some of my favorite dialogue in the game.
Frog
Like I definitely
Frog.
get people
is
He's
talking.
talking. Maybe
whose
I eat
favorite
it.
is FF7.
Hey, we're out of Plot C. Yay.
Alright, we can start playing for a little bit.
I'm on a boat.
That's the name of this split. When I enter the boat, I split it. I'm on a boat.
So right now we're heading back over to the outer continent to meet up with the black mages who might give us a lead, if any are left there, before they decide to join over to Kuja's army again. So that's where we're gonna head to first. Luckily, we parked our chocobo in a very specific spot to help us alleviate some of the stutter stepping that we have to do as we make our way back over to the Black Mage Village.
Yeah, this also saves a Geishel Green.
I would argue that FF1 was the most important.
That's true. It's very true.
Both in success and in game.
Avoided the rag timer, which is good.
Yeah, there's a small chance to get the rag timer there. Even with stutter stepping, as I said earlier, you can't really avoid it.
Y'all saw a lot of death in Disc 3. However, we're gonna take a hard pivot here. We're gonna see one of the most beautiful things in all of Final Fantasy
It's
IX.
Bobby Corwin.
It's Bobby Corwin! Baby Bobby Corwin!
Yeah, baby.
Which, for those
Bobby
of you who
Corwin.
haven't realized, is Boko is a shortened version of the name. Another FF5 reference in this game.
So precious.
Queh for Bobby Corwin.
Oh no.
See, I think that if FF7 wasn't a thing, there still would have been another JRPG that, like, would have come out. The only reason that it's important is just because it was most people's first in the West, like, first JRPG in the West. Like, if not for that, I don't think it would have been as important.
True.
God.
So here we're gonna go back towards the Moogle real quick and into the Chocobo room to pick up a Geisho Green, our last Geisho Green that we're ever going to be using later on, to summon another Chocobo for later on.
Who was Bobby Corwin? Just now came to. I mean, I'm not saying FF7 wasn't important. I don't know. FF3 was huge too. Did I say FF3? FF3 on the SNES. FF6, I mean. I'm tired. Maybe not as big as FF7. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying FF7 isn't important.
Alright, so take the ship around this little curve here, and we're gonna stutter step to the sand pits. And
Yeah, I think that, yeah, I agree. I think that FF7 is a great game. That's it. FF7 is a great game. I do enjoy it.
we're gonna fall through the sand trap.
If you were to choose any other sand pit, you will fight another antlion, which is no bueno. But luckily, what was it? My brain's a little dead. Luckily, the sand pit to the entrance of this desert house area is always the same, so you don't have to worry about it ever changing, which is good.
I mean, I think it's valid that you don't like it. And again, I think that FF6 did pretty much everything FF7 does, but better. FF7 isn't even my top 5, to be honest. That being said, still like it. Don't think it's a bad game. Definitely don't begrudge anyone or think that anybody's opinion is invalid if they do love it, if it is their favorite. Because, I mean, like I said, I totally get it. Alright, we're gonna bring Freya, Quina, and Amaranth with us to Oilvert. So Oilvert actually has a gimmick where you can't use any magic. go, Lyra. Thanks for the raid.
Nice to...
Raid hype.
Hello.
Thanks so
I'm
much.
back.
So as we're progressing through Disc 3, this is actually the first part where a lot of the routes will actually start diverging their paths, what they choose to do. In this instance, Bombom is taking Quina, Amaret, and Freya to Olivert to maximize the usage of learning AP for a lot of big main party casts.
Just in time for the best part of the game. Oh. So ideally we get an encounter here.
Yeah. Ideally, we get one ogre,
Yeah,
a single
one.
ogre encounter.
Hot single ogre is what we're looking for.
I was gonna say.
Well, I was gonna say
I
too.
was gonna say, man. Wow.
That's really far. That's really good.
And it's a hot single ogre.
Nice.
Oh,
Oh, did you forget to? Oh, that's really bad.
We can probably buy another one. Let me check.
Can I buy another coral sword?
I'm checking right now.
Yeah, that's a good.
I actually might need to load a backup save. This is fine. I will just load a backup save.
Yeah, so the reason why this is kind of important is we were mentioning earlier, we need to learn charge. And the coral sword is what teaches us charge. So
Yeah, I mean, I
unfortunately,
guess I
throwing
can buy it, but like,
you could just go get it in tree node before Ipson's and then learn it on Targa.
I would still be short AP.
Yeah, you would have to learn on Silver Dragon.
I don't know. I might just load a save.
Yeah, once you throw it, it's gone.
Yeah. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna load a save once we get into oil work. I mean, I guess it's not a huge deal. I'm so mad. What do you guys think?
I mean, I think obviously if you have a backup save, it's fine. I would honestly just do no heat on Tarka, and then, well, I guess you would be missing AP on. You'd have to go Tarka and Silver, right?
Yeah.
And you'd have to put Defender on.
Yeah.
So you could
Play
do
it out.
that.
If you're also doing this for a submission, you have to play it out anyways.
True, yeah.
Yeah. We would just skip red dragons. We would just do 22 Taharka and then 11 silver. We'd
Yeah,
probably.
I'll just do that, I guess.
Oh yeah, what? I guess that's true.
Oh yeah.
It's fine to play it. It's fine to play it out. I mean, you have all the practice saves you need and backup saves for the later disses, anyways. If things get really in the pickle.
Yeah, I mean, you could just use a flame saber probably, but. Yeah, I have a save there. Man, I'm so mad about that. Now this menu's all screwed up. Well.
I don't know if you'll be able to use the flame saber on red dragons actually.
Why?
Because they resist fire. So we'd have to use a diamond sword, which you can buy, but it's a ton of money.
I'll figure it out. Making up the AP won't be terrible, it's just gonna be annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only other possible thing is to take the ship all the way back to Lindblom, take the elevator, take it all the way to the business district just to get the charged coral sword.
You just go to Treno.
With the...
I throw the diamond sword here.
Yeah. Or... Yeah, I guess you wouldn't be able to do that. That's really...
It sucks that you can only buy it in Limbo.
Yeah.
I forgot where it was.
Yeah, it's just red dragons that's the issue.
I really just want to load a backup save, but
I mean, you still have time to do it. If you're gonna do it, now's probably the best time.
I don't have a pre-arc save. I do have a Desert Palace save, though. I could just honestly reload there. that's the thing, is like trying to make up that AP is not gonna be fun. I'm actually gonna check to make sure I have that thing. Thanks, Raya. I honestly blame being tired more than anything.
Yeah, for sure.
So, you're supposed to throw an exploder there. I threw a coral sword. Not good. I'm just mad at myself more than anything. It's such a dumb mistake. I've never done that before either.
Wow.
Wow.
I've never seen that before.
I didn't even think your movement was that bad. It's still really. What?
This has been a terrible start.
No,
Holy
there's
crap.
no way to make a detour because we don't have the means to get to the location where we would need to buy the item before we need the item.
Yeah. I mean, even if you, even though we do, it's just like we'll be missing out on a good 20 AP. Oh, 22.
Yeah, it's just... I actually do have the rebirth ring in these saves. Shit. No, I'm sad.
It's okay, bud. It's alright.
Really bummed.
Yeah, let's throw some smilers in the chat.
Boy, do I have the merch for you.
I'm actually wearing that shirt right now.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. This has been one of the worst oil bursts I've ever had.
That is,
Like first check everywhere.
yeah.
Oh, I got the quick flip. Cool. Literally FF9.
What irony?
Well, now you guys will get to see faster menus at least. I forgot to put on the admin vest for this part anyway, so yeah. How many encounters was this?
Jeez, that was a lot.
A fair bit.
Not these two.
Yeah, this place can really, if you come in here like not prepared. And I'm still mad. Alright, just gotta shake it off.
Take it off, buddy. Just focus on what we got right now. Got art coming up. Not a bad fight.
It's fine.
2,000 or 20,002 health.
Yeah. It's like that Blink 182 song, Shake It Off. Wait.
Blink
Time
and
to
you'll
fight
miss
a
the
giant flying helicopter with a gun blade. So this boss is really straightforward. Basically attack and throw.
A lot of items that we bought at the beginning of Oliver actually has clear-headed, which helps negate the confusion that is inflicted upon using propeller wind. So it's basically a free turn for us to get free hits in.
All right, that was a good fight.
Yeah, it was good.
Actually, that's what I thought it was for a long time, Jib. Alright, are you guys ready for an absolute banger of a track here?
Oh, I am.
Yes. Alright. Do I try to YOLO this?
That is
I don't
absolutely good, sir.
I don't think so, but
Kinda tired, though.
Yeah, right now. Just the good old 5-0 will be fine.
just a quick explanation. If you fail this 5 times, the hedgehog pie actually loses the ability to quickly turn. So we're gonna probably fail 5 times and then give it a go.
If you do actually yellow it, it's sometimes it could actually equal out to the same amount of times you fail anyways and succeed.
Nozzle.
hedgehog's bite has some really good teeth.
They're almost human-like. It's kind of disturbing.
It's like me right now. Okay.
Alright, I need to make sure I have a save here, but I'm just gonna load it. It's like, at this point. We're here for fun, right? Technically, this is gonna lose me time. Dude, why can't this we'll just sell it?
I wish.
Right.
This is the worst dungeon in the game, by the way, for those who don't know. You don't have flee. The enemies suck. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, you even get blue text boxes. My treat, guys.
Yes.
All right, the true staple.
I must have forgotten to put because in these saves, I had I had to put the Iron Helm on for Oilbird. I must have forgotten to take it off of Freya for Ark.
Here we're going to light some candles up and pick up this promise ring. Little gimmick here in this dungeon is that the more candles you light up, the more of these glowing orbs you take. It will weaken the boss later on that we have to fight. So the one we just picked up will actually turn off the ability for the boss to cast freeze and heat on our party members, which is really nice. So we don't have to worry about that.
Alright, so now I have the Rebirth ring in these saves. I guess I could just sell it on purpose, but...
Are you going to, or are you gonna keep it?
Well, obviously I'm gonna keep it now.
Okay. Again, just making sure.
In here, if you were running a different route where you would need to get the Rebirth ring in for a backup, that middle little orb that we just passed up that we didn't bother picking up would be one that you would pick up right there to help scintillate it back on.
Of course, I'm gonna have a zero encounter Desert Palace now. Watch. Pretty much. So we're picking up the Enkai armlet here. This is gonna let VV cast water, which is really important for this boss. So yeah, I feel mostly bad that I wasn't able to, perform as well as I normally do.
Wow, that's one.
I try not to be too hard on myself. I just said a stupid mistake.
Double Dracon.
Oh. Of course. So as you can see, these encounters really suck.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that I've been entertaining at least.
I'm
I love
surprised
this
you're
game and I
entertaining.
love this run, and I think it is one of the more entertaining JRPG speedruns. I know that, you know, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I do think that there's a lot of entertainment value in this run.
There's so much variance and so much RNG. Keeps
To
you
be,
awake.
to be honest, if that had happened to me in an actual run, I would have just quit.
Yeah. There would have been a few choice words dropped as well, but
Yeah, I would have been swearing a lot.
I threw the Funyun Coral Sword.
But yeah, currently, I said this earlier, but I am grinding for world record in this game. I came super close yesterday, technically 2 days ago now.
Yeah, it was a huge party of us watching in Discord too. Just real fun. It's been a really fun journey, like not just for bombom, but a lot of the FF9 communities kind of really rallied together, kind of around bombom. I feel, and it's been really awesome to see. Got a lot of determination. A lot of people would have given up in your spot.
Yeah, I've faced a lot of adversity with this game, especially with like hardware issues. Like I said earlier, I was on a world record pace run and my PS2 literally stopped loading.
Yeah. Did somebody say Chumbawamba?
It's too bad Cease isn't here.
I know, right? There's another runner who was here earlier, ceaselessly. Actually, unironically, completely loves the damn Chumbawamba. One of their favorite bands. That's a fine target.
Yeah, not bad.
So we're gonna cast Carbuncle, and then actually water is gonna do 4 times damage now because it reflects. It counts as a singular spell when it reflects off of everyone. So
There is a little bit of variation on this compared to HD. HD and the JP run also calculates reflect a little differently. So if you were to say run this route on one of those, on either one of those, you would actually have to pick up an additional item and possibly mix in some Steiner attacks to kill the boss, which means you gotta manage ATB a little bit more carefully than you would say on PSX. Still gotta manage it pretty carefully, even on PSX though.
oh yeah, Matako's a great runner. I worry for his health sometimes with how long he plays games for. Not that we all don't, with running this game, but I have a lot of respect for Matako. Really, I have respect for anyone who runs this game. And I hope, you know, this influences at least one of you guys to run this game. Because the community really is amazing. Easily the best speedrunning community I've ever been a part of. Alright, I need to make sure that I get the Lamia's tiara on here. Of course you do.
Oh, Rev, that's very not.
Does she? Oh, okay, I see. She doesn't. Does she have this on then? I must have equipped it back on after that. Okay. This is actually a good backup for this.
also we're going to be looking for another hot single
Yeah,
ogre
we need
to
another
give her
hot
time of day.
single ogre, baby.
We're looking for 2 hot single ogres. That's 1.
Oh, I must have already killed an encounter. Or... Yeah, so basically there's a split menu in Oilvert that you can do where you kill an encounter there and you kind of trade it off. So I did that in these saves. Ordinarily, if I hadn't, I would need to kill 2 encounters here. Man, I have been getting a ton of encounters.
Yeah.
Okay, well, at least we only have one Desert Palace.
Yeah. So, I think in the process of me screwing up, we kind of forgot to explain what's going on. So basically, Kuja, trapped us here and was sending us to Oilvert for what is the Golig Stone, so he could enter Mount Golig and try and extract them. Basically, his plan is to extract an Eidolon from Aiko. Or rather, he's looking for another Eidolon to try and kill, whatever, Garland. Kuja has some daddy issues, to put it one way. He didn't take too kindly to the fact that Zidane was created to replace him. Not unlike Vegeta, who wanted to become the King of Saiyans. Similar.
It's funny though, like the summon that Kuja was looking for that was actually placed here on Gaia itself was actually Arc, which we ended up killing to get the Gulag Stone.
Yeah, it's very ironic because Arc is the strongest Eidolon of Terra, which is where Kuja and Zidane are from. It's another planet. So if Kuja had just gone to Oilvert himself, he would have found Arc. So in the lore, Arc is considered like the equivalent, the Terra equivalent to Alexander, basically. We need to make sure to cook the Lamia's Tiara here. Steiner's gonna need the Iron Helm. Yeah, I mean, it's whoever, controls whoever summons the summons the Eidolon is the one who controls it at the time.
Really, that ogre still wants to go on a date.
I've had enough of these hot single ogres. hot single ogres hate this one simple trick.
Oh my.
Garlands hate it.
So there's Kuja and Co. making their way over to Mount Gold, where you'll shortly see ourselves catching up on the speediest boat ever.
Too soon, Jib. Too soon.
Way too soon. I don't think there'll ever be. I don't think there's ever a time where that's not going to be too soon.
At least I can say that I haven't had a marathon. We're gonna put Vivi and Steiner in the parties so Steiner can get AP for charge for the Coral Sword that I definitely had the whole time.
Yeah, it's always been there.
That's not enough, dude. Yeah, it was lost. Now it's the found continent. Last stutter step of the game. Thank God.
I like how it's like a lost continent. It shows like earlier on the whole text, and it steals our chance to have that free walking, free running on the world now. Oh boy, how many Garudas are we gonna get?
How many murder birds?
Just one.
One murder bird.
Yeah, so these birds can actually mess you up. They cast Stop, Fire Raga, and Aerial Slash, which is an attack that counts as physical for some reason. So if you're running while it's happening, you take increased damage.
Yeah. I definitely haven't died to that before.
No runner has ever died to that before.
Basically, yeah.
Hey, just because it's lost doesn't mean there can't be people there.
That's a good point.
Yeah, maybe they call it like the Holy Mountain. They're big sleep fans. It's basically what it is to them.
Maybe they just call him Mount Coral.
Wait.
No, get him up. I'm actually gonna save here. No, I don't want slot 2. Oh, my bad. I have to be at like 40 something.
Yeah, this has been rough. How many was that in Oliver?
I don't even know. Probably 5 or 6.
I mean, we've We're at like 28 going into this disc. So I would say 40 is probably a fair estimate.
Yeah. The Coral Sword actually comes back to you if you throw it and then reload. One of the best songs in the game is actually just a remix of the Mountain Gold music from FF1. This is one of my favorite menus in the game here.
It's a fun menu.
True.
That Angel Blast that we crafted all the way back at the beginning of this 3, this is where this mini boss that's even harder than the real boss that's coming up.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
This is one of the most dangerous encounter fights in the game. But Angel Blast kind of trivializes this fight to a certain degree. So we're gonna kill off Amaranth and Vivi first, so we can siphon all the experience to Steiner and Dane. Really clean fight.
Nice.
Two ethers and it's campfire. And we don't have to worry about healing here because we'll just get
Yep.
restored fully.
You get a free heal here. I don't think this is gonna be a sub 7 melty, which is kind of sad. I've just gotten absolutely blasted this disc.
Yeah, this has been rough beats.
At least I feel like my menuing is on point.
Oh yeah, menu's good.
For as tired as I am, like, it's still really fast. Good morning, Wendy. Trying my best. So they're trying to extract Eidolons from Aiko. And Zorn and Thorn tell Kuja that if they do it, it's gonna kill Aiko. And he doesn't care. So luckily Mog is here to kick
Good old Mog.
some butt and take some names. Very stylish, yeah. This is just an auto scroller.
Mog wasn't the move.
Easy, see, easy fight. So, there's actually a mistranslation here. They were supposed to translate Maydeen to Maduin. It was supposed to be a reference to FF6, but there was a mistranslation when they were translating it, so it turned into Maydeen. I can't even remember how much HP Melty has right now because I'm tired. How much
24,348.
2, 4, 3, 4. Yeah, Melty's definitely a creepy boss, for sure. There's not a whole lot to Melty, it's basically just attack.
Steiner kind of hits like a truck here.
You could throw, but depending on damage rolls, it's actually quicker to not throw. So, I mean, in this case, it was actually quicker to not throw. Throwing is kind of slow, so you only want to do it when you need to on this fight. That was actually a really good fight.
Yeah, real solid.
Luckily, so viral smoke inflicts virus on your party. Luckily, it doesn't really matter. You don't need AP for this fight. Most routes will not route an AP for the Melty fight. It's a FF9 run.
Yeah.
This game was like the last, or was probably like one of the first ones that actually had a really good script. I mean, 8 script isn't terrible, but like it definitely had mistranslations. This one, I think aside from like minor things like calling Madu and Maydeen and calling death gays death guys. That's really the main ones that I can think of in this game. Yeah, that's the other thing, is it was like one person working on them. This guy are sick. Alright. Here comes the last heavy story section, and then from here on out, it's pretty much all gameplay. Hey, Spoony Bard is a good one. That's the redeeming quality of FF4. Think about it, dude. Wait, is I want to be a Blitzball when I grow up?
That is a thing, yes.
I've never seen that before. Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yeah, in some runs I would actually talk to that kid in Kilika just for good luck.
Is that at the very beginning of the game?
It's in Kilika, right after you you come out of that like rest.
I don't know if it's because I'm so tired, but there's just something so funny about it.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, FF8. I've heard FF8's story is the reason why. Like, the reason why it's not that good is because it was just poorly translated.
Yep, right there.
I'm trying to check. Holy shit. Dude, that is so good. I want to be a Blitzball when I grow up. Oh, Zell for sure is the most punchable character.
Right.
Oh man. I'm gonna think about that the rest of the run, and it's gonna make me giggle.
Hey, it's 4:27 a.m. on 4/27. Just figured you'd want to know that.
Oh, it's Steph's birthday. It's golden. What is that, like a platinum birthday? I don't know.
That's like a
What if you're
that's like
born
a platinum birthday? Yep.
at the time of your? It was Sin's toxin, yeah.
We've all just kind of reached the point of the run where, grains are melted. It's okay. Everything's fine.
I mean, this run's kind of not up to my standards, so to speak, right now, but as long as everybody's having fun, that's what matters, right? If you guys want to see me get angry, come watch my actual PB attempts.
My brain's been.
Do you think they would
Yeah.
still accept this run for the relay?
Yeah. I do. I don't see why they wouldn't.
I'm more mad about today than losing world record yesterday. Like, I mean, this kid's still sub 9 technically. It's just not likely.
Yeah, it says we will accept runs across multiple sessions as long as you're not going back and redoing parts of the run, which you didn't, so... Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't be able to be submitted.
What didn't I do?
Like, redoing parts of the run.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, that's the one thing above all else is that I just like, you know, for people to have a good time. I try to maintain, like I said, a chill atmosphere.
Yeah, it's been really fun, even if, you know, the brain is a little fried, but...
Yeah.
And thank you everyone for hanging out. It's really late for East Coast or any of the US area, or it's kind of getting, well, people in the EU are starting to wake up, so it's really cool to see everyone hanging out and having a good time.
I did not read it that way, but also I'm the runner, so probably not the best person to... Yeah, thanks to everyone who put the whole marathon together. All the mods. Everyone involved. Thank you for accepting my run. This is a run I've been wanting to show off for a while in a marathon setting. I've basically ran this game non-stop for the past 2 years. 1% runs one.
Is that basically like up to King Leo? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
It would have to be like... How many minutes? It's like 9 hours.
540.
So, yeah, it would basically be Mage Masher percent.
No, 1% is puck skip.
Yeah, up to puck skip. You gotta get puck skip to actually get 1%.
Easy. I got that one in the bag.
I think we should make it when you talk to the ticket booth guy. Dude! Also want to give a big shout out to Amart and Karna for commentating. Thank you guys.
It's been real.
It's been a pleasure. Wouldn't really be doing anything else at this time, anyways.
Probably be playing Final Fantasy 14 or sleeping, so...
Yeah. Well, I mean, doing homework too. It's not a big deal.
Homework? Homework?
Yes, homework.
We ain't talking about exams. We ain't talking about tests. We talking about homework?
Yeah.
So if you... This part has a FMV where Dagger cuts her hair. If you're on world record pace, at this point, it is required that you cut your hair.
I'm cutting my hair right now.
With
actually.
Dagger. Otherwise, your run is invalid.
Yeah. Yeah, Bomb here cut his hair yesterday, but opted to go with the wig today. Just for maximum effect. In case we were on world record pace, then we can cut the wig.
What if you're bald? Somebody asked this yesterday. You have to scalp yourself. Sorry, I don't make the rules.
Yeah.
Get out the tweezers. Yeah, that's why no bald men. Actually, that's not true.
Yeah.
Isn't Zeal bald?
Is Zeal bald?
Is Zeal bald? He's always wearing a beanie. Is Matako bald?
Matako, yeah. Rev's bald.
Rev doesn't even have a face.
Well, yeah. Rev doesn't have facial hair, doesn't have eyebrows, doesn't have hair.
He's bald from running, I believe it. Alright. Short hair dagger or long hair dagger? Go.
Short hair.
Can I just be the dagger?
I like short hair dagger.
The ship sailing into the sky. Trying to get on.
No mist.
That's right.
Yeah, they finished the mistless airship. And now we're magically teleported onto it. They actually just skipped the portion where they pick up Zidane and Dagger, but we just pretend they teleported.
Yeah.
Alright, time for the funnest part of the run. I know funnest isn't a word, is it? Is it?
Good question.
The more fun. The most fun.
Most fun.
The funnest. The mostest funnest.
Imagine all the people that died when the mist went away, PM.
Oh.
Alright, this one's for my buddy Reverb out there. This is one of the first things I can remember that he taught me, is that you can land right next to Ibsen's and enter without having to move.
Easy money.
You must have. Oh yeah, and this is the last thing Rev taught me, is that if you select the bottom dialogue option here, it saves you 2 seconds. They say if you love him, let him go. Well, I don't love him, so I'm... Wait, is it don't let him go the second? Yeah, I don't love him, because I'm not letting him go? Oh, this dungeon's really cool. I love this dungeon. We don't really explore any of it, but... So, the gimmick with this dungeon, casually, is that, like, starter weapons do the most damage here. Obviously, we don't care about that because we're not killing anything, but...
Yeah. Do a quick little shop to appropriate ourselves a little better.
So, what we're gonna do, there's a strategy we're gonna try to go for with Taharka, the upcoming boss. He's actually weak to heat status. And what heat status does is if you try and take an action while you're while heat is inflicted, you just die instantly. So there's a 10% chance that Steiner can inflict heat here. So that's why we're gonna try to get it.
What was it? We had like what, 3 chances?
Yeah.
And even while the chances are going off between the heat attempts, we are actually doing the usual strat, which is casting Fire Arga and then equipping Zidane with the Rune Tooth to cast Soul Blade, which inflicts Tarharka with poison.
The other thing we really want is Ori. So we want to steal. We call it Ori. It's like Ori Chalkin is how you pronounce, or Ori Calkin. It's I think it's the 3rd strongest weapon for Zidane in the game.
Yeah.
If I recall, yeah. Third behind the tower.
Macaulay Culkin, yeah. There's actually a small chance for an encounter here if you have suboptimal movement, which I obviously never do. I mean, I've never got an encounter on this screen. Come on.
Nope. Not once.
You can also soft lock the game here.
Oh yeah. Big old shrimp.
You guys like shrimp? You like lobster?
Only butter lobster.
Alright, so let's see what control we get here.
We're gonna poison Tarharka. That's one of the cool things about this game is that bosses are often weak to status effects.
Poison's going to deal a lot of damage here.
He's gonna kill Freya, but that's okay. It is a 2-player game.
Yeah, so you... Yep. Sorry.
Yo, Mr. Holmes with the raid.
Thanks, Mr. Holmes. I hope
Welcome
you have a
out,
wonderful stream.
guys. Not a great fight. We made it though.
And Fire Arga missed.
Yeah, wasted time casting Pyraga. This is a really good Disc 3 to show just how badly things can go, though.
Now that we have the mirrors, we're gonna make our way back out of Ibsen's treading carefully, of course, to avoid these encounters. With this screen being the hardest one to avoid, honestly.
I mean, I'm glad I'm getting a lot of encounters on a marathon run, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, Vivi with a clutch dodge!
Also, if you really wanted to, all the encounters and Ibsens are all susceptible to heat, so if you want to throw a Steiner attack out for some reason if you're running this game.
Yeah. I mean, the only situation I would do that is if Steiner had preemptive ATB and, like, Zidane was taking forever. I mean, all in all, this hasn't been too bad of an Ibsens so far.
No,
No.
not bad.
Another one of my favorite menus. There's a little bit of some, I guess if you want to call it menuing tech, but basically, the quickest way to get back up to auto regen after putting on counter is to actually page over to Vivi and then page back over to Zidane, because it puts your cursor right on auto regen.
Yeah, and then there we were just setting up Freya and Steiner for the next section that we'll see them in.
Also stripping Vivi of all his gear because he will be no longer used for the rest of the run.
This actually is the most dangerous encounter with solo Zidane. There's a very small chance you can get one shot if the Cerberus crits. Even though enemies can't use, like, just lethal attacks when it's just solo Zidane, you can still get one shot. So, like, veterans have a move called Blaster that inflicts stop. They won't use that if it's solo Zidane.
Here we find Amaranth caught in the trap that he fell to.
Idiot! Oh, look at me, I'm Mr. I just go my own way. Oops, I fell down, help.
But you can go your own way.
But Zidane, being the good Samaritan, could not leave Amaranth behind since no one saw him come out of the castle. Opts to go back in and save him.
Idiot. So that chest there on the chandelier, if this was still the previous saves I was using, I would have to pick that up for the Maiden Prayer, but you know, it is what it is. Some of us are really dumb and throw the Coral Sword when we're really tired. Alright, so now we're gonna play the literally FF1 part of the run.
So catch up on lore a little bit. These mirrors are pointing to locations of each elemental shrine, which will, after placing all the mirrors at the exact same time, which I don't know how they do it, it will open up the portal to Terra, which is the world where Zidane comes from.
Spoilers.
Yeah, originally they did plan on you fighting all 4 of the Guardians. There's actually leftover game data for like file names for each of the Guardians, but due to time constraints mainly, I would assume they weren't able to get it finished, so it was cut.
Good thing they didn't. Imagine having to route this kind of fight.
Yeah, this would be a nightmare to route.
You expect like the water guardian just to take like an extra 30 minutes because you're just summoning magic all over.
Yeah, you would probably have to just use summons. Can you reflect holy?
I'm pretty sure you can't.
No, I think you could. Because, I mean, how else would you get the Flare Star loop if you have the auto reflector ring on Steiner on TK?
Yeah, it'd be easy. So anybody who's really familiar with the run, I'm sure you guys have seen this fight with Knight. This I do not use Knight on this fight, so this is the one fight on this route that on average is slower. But I mean, it does have potential to be faster.
Underrated song.
If you actually fail this, though, you'll get crushed, and it's game over. Yeah, I was just thinking I should have saved. It's fine.
It's alright, you made it past the most important part.
I'll definitely save before you. No, they don't even show him. So all these bosses are throwbacks to FF1. The elemental fiends. Yep.
Yep.
So this is something I also didn't know until I speedran this. You can eat Lich with Quina. Wow, 2% chance of that.
Wow.
That's fair.
Oh my
Jeez.
god, this disc 3 has been so bad.
Come on, dude. Wait for that earth shake. There we go.
could really use a couple crits here. Dude, Lich or Earth Guardian hates the name. The game hasn't given me anything.
Good dodge.
A lot of double slashes.
It wasn't a good start, but it was a pretty decent recovery.
Thank God for the evasion boost for defending.
Yeah.
It seemed like a normal Lich fight to me.
It's a really low percentage chance for Zidane to get one shot. Like, it's literally 1 or 2% for him to get one shot at full HP. Yeah, of course. Tasty. Last dialogue option of the game. A lot of people, I've heard a lot of people don't like this part going to Terra, but I love Terra.
This is like my favorite part of the game.
Good music.
Really cool areas you go into.
Cool cutscene.
They really nailed it being like an alien planet, in my opinion. Cool FMV. So we made it to Terra, Zidane's homeworld. Fun fact here, there's actually a small chance, I don't really know how it works. There's debate on how it works, but sometimes you can go past the trigger of the screen where you're supposed to, like where the text for the area triggers. And you can get an encounter on the screen if you're unlucky enough. It's happened to me once. Don't really know how it works, but... So yeah, right there where I lost control of Zidane, you can actually run past that. There's no way to my knowledge to do it on purpose, but... This is also one of my least favorite segments of the game as far as, like, just randomness. Because this could be a 5-minute split, or it could be a 7-minute split. Definitely one of the best tracks in the game. Yeah, it's real good.
So relaxing.
Agreed, Edgar. I don't know. I think Necron is fine, and like the lore of Necron is just not really explained in game. But I think Necron is fine.
It would not make any difference if it was Hades.
Yeah. Really, when you think about it, Hades would make less sense. Wow. Wow.
Really?
These guys are undead. Fun fact.
Just have like the weirdest like thought of like holding a hecti in your hand, just feeling it blink.
So Zidane's gonna be level 34 now, which is fine. Actually, probably better for a marathon scenario.
Yeah, don't you think about it, Rome? Like, hecti, they look so like gelatin-like, like a little stress jello. But imagine holding one in your hand and all the eyes are blinking at the same time. It's just really weird.
I'm uncomfortable.
Same. Dude, this has been so bad. I don't even think I played that poorly aside from, you know...
The coral sword thing, yeah.
At least they're not all hectis, which can cast roulette, which will take up a lot more time.
Bye, Aiko. We don't need her anymore anyways. This is the last we're gonna see her in our party. Don't worry about it.
We're talking about the hit
Oh my
movie,
god. What was this? 5 encounters?
Pan's Labyrinth.
Literally 5.
I have to be at like 50 encounters at this point.
I mean, at least high 40s.
Let's think about this. Nice, easy menu.
Yep, so that, I think that summarizes really why I hate that split in my splits.
Yeah.
Brennaball.
Basically, that split sucks because you can get 0 encounters or you can get 5 encounters.
I've never seen 5. That's a lot.
What was that? 4? 1, 2.
No, that was 5.
Flashback here.
Yeah, he buys them with the holes.
Zidane. So Abercrombie and Fitch got its designs from Final Fantasy IX, and Zidane. Holes in jeans. Blame it on Final Fantasy IX.
You can blame the belts on the other games.
Aiko has a pretty funny line here.
Yeah, I love this part. My man. Basically, she mentioned something about Zidane figuring out something soon, but she calls Zidane your man. And that kind of makes Aiko angry, and she's like, "My man? That's not my man. That's Dagger's man," or whatever she says.
Yeah.
Yeah, she also calls her a like Aiko calls her a bimbo. That exchange alone is why Aiko is a good character. There's also an ATE here where Quina tries to eat that giant stone. That's pretty humorous.
I think when I go through here my casual playthrough, I'm gonna get to see that, and I'm probably gonna die. I'm gonna die laughing.
These beds do not look comfy though. They remind me of like a sticky hand, but the entire bed's made of it.
Speaking of hands.
Alright, we're gonna pick up the wing edge here, which is quite important for the upcoming section. We're gonna sell the angel earrings we just picked up and magician's boots, and then we're gonna buy Ori and 2 coronets. Also gonna save here because I could die on this part. I guess this still could sub 9.
Yeah, it could.
It's weird to think, like, I'm so used to thinking about, like, just getting world record that, like, it skews what times you actually, like, I don't know, sub 9 I feel like this should not be sub 9 at all, even close to being able to be sub 9.
Let's see. Yeah, this is probably looking to be like a low 810s end of disc 3. So, yeah, definitely can still sub 9 for sure. I assume you'll save like 2 or 3 times in disc 4.
Yeah. Probably twice. Yeah, this is a really good track. This is another track that's remixed, more or less. Basically, they made this track was originally an FF2, the actual FF2, not FF4. They just decided to make it a little slower and more foreboding. Alright. I need Retrothon's chat's unbiased opinion here. I'll ask the question coming up.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Alright, so we're gonna see something. We're gonna see a reflection in the water here. I need you to tell me, does this reflection coming up look like a shark? It's coming up. I'll let you know when.
Bennett. 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 Bennett.
Alright, does this look like a shark?
Bennett. 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 Ah! It's a shark! Ah!
It's not a shark.
Oh. It's just a ship. What the heck?
I've been betrayed.
What do you think it was?
It doesn't look like a shark.
Please don't say it looks like a barracuda.
Yeah, this is one of the best tracks in the game.
Yeah.
So, we're actually not going to take any actions here. We're just going to wait for this. And now we're just going to wait. Frey's going to show up here in a sec. that's fun.
Huh. Oh.
Classic Amdusias.
Alright. Good horsey. This has just been the best Disc 3 ever. This might legitimately be one of the worst Disc 3s I've had in recent memory. Now, you want Zidane dead there, but Amdusias is not supposed to counter. Normally, Zidane does enough damage that it doesn't matter. No, if Amaranth had better ATB there, it would have, like, instant ATB, it would have been cool. But... And we want Queen of Dead for this fight. We're gonna siphon off all the experience to Steiner and Zidane. Crap. I could change rows here, but at this point it's not worth it. It actually does add some extra dialogue here to have him in the front row, but... Come on, crit! It's not a crit. Jeez!
Did Diner just do a lot more damage than he's supposed to?
He's front row, that's why.
Yeah, he's front row.
That's why. Duh.
Apparently I'm playing on hard mode.
This is the real Maguri mod.
So, the old strat here was just to kill Zidane off because he has Rebirth Ring. We don't do that here. So, I'm hoping that it's an instant yellow, but... Alright, that's alright.
That's fine.
So when Zidane's put into yellow here, Dagger appears and heals him. And now we can finish the fight. You can cast Berserk here. It's kind of risky. I really don't do it typically. A crit would be really nice, though. Zidane's probably gonna trance. Crit, come on!
Hopefully it's the final hit, so we don't have to worry about having Zidane back in full life during this whole fight. Alright.
Time to do this blindfolded, right?
Yeah, exactly.
At 4:30 in the morning, no big deal. We're gonna do our biggest mini of the game here.
I should say before the menu just in case.
So we're gonna kind of empty our inventory of what we don't need anymore and keep a very small amount of things. We're gonna kind of finish off what gear we need for the end of the run. So we'll sell our weapons.
There's your pandemonium menu.
Woo!
Well done.
Come on, dude!
Jeez.
It's very uncommon to get an encounter on this screen.
Oh, like a mob world. Oh, you didn't get a chance to float. Fun fact. Marbles, when they float in the air, are the only ones that are not considered a bird.
Yeah. If I was on a better pace, I would try and do a different strat there, but I'd like to finish sub 9 here. So, for as long as this screen is, the danger value actually doesn't accumulate very quickly. Of course. Dude, I am getting slammed right now. Holy crap.
Yeah, this is it's a really high amount of encounters, especially for disc 3. Just not very lucky, unfortunately. Better in a marathon than a PB attempt for sure.
Yeah. And at least the ones that he's getting right now are marbles, which aren't too
Yeah.
bad to deal with.
They're actually pretty tame in this one compared to, like, they suck in FF10.
Yeah.
In this one, though, Bad Breath only targets one character, which is really nice.
Yeah. This is probably of the PSX runs, this is definitely the most tame. Even in 7, they're pretty rough. 7, 8, and 10, they're pretty rough, yeah.
I'm surprised I didn't get another encounter, to be honest.
least we save transfer one of these next 3 fights. Preferably Garland, I would think.
If it's Shockwave, I trance here.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Alright, sick. Thanks for the good luck, Rev. Thanks for hanging out.
Night, Rev.
Take it easy, Rev.
Good night, Rev.
Soul driving down. Now we're gonna fight Grandpa himself.
Hate this boss. That's actually kind of a favorable trance.
Yeah. Of the 3, I think this is definitely the best one to get the trance on. Should just be one final turn through.
So yeah, as you can see, we kind of make short work of the bosses in Disc 3. At the end of Disc 3, I should say.
Garland does have an item to kind of mention that you can steal. We don't do it in this run, but some routes do opt to steal the battle boots, which teaches initiative and HP 20, I believe.
Yeah.
But in this route, we opt to not steal it. Oh, also teaches MP attack, which is, yeah. Typically at this point, characters have MP attack learned, so that one's not as important.
Alright, so if nobody dies this first turn, I'm gonna cast use a skill with Freya called Luna that puts Berserk on the entire party.
One person.
Yeah, that's literally this disc.
Also, the one game where Demi actually kills somebody.
Yeah.
I am curious how many encounters overall I've had. Like, 7-9 is still doable, but it's gonna be so hard, especially if I save. Maybe I'll just save at the beginning of the disc, just be easier, and I don't anticipate dying.
Yeah, just saving for Nova Dragon and easy peasy from now on.
That's gonna be like a 8:15.
I guess, yeah, well, I just need like sub 45, which should be doable.
No. Here we are back in the story. Kuja finally achieves the ability to trance, only to find out that Garland, who he literally just kicked off the edge, is now speaking to him through spirit, telling him that he has a timeline on his life and that he's about to die pretty soon. And that makes Kuja go very, very mad, and he's gonna start blowing everything up.
Yeah, so Kuja decides since he can't live, the rest of the world, the rest of the universe needs to die too.
Bunga bunga DPS.
I think that somebody should have just gave him a Snickers.
You're not just stuff we don't have Snickers.
You're not you when you're hungry, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Could go for a Snickers. Probably my favorite candy bar.
Snickers are good.
Should have broken Kuja off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
You know what is encouraging though, that I've played pretty well despite being really tired? I think there's some merit to practicing and stuff when you're tired.
Oh, for sure. You'll find yourself making mistakes that you don't expect, and you'll be ingrained in your soul not to ever do it again.
He is kind of acting like Kafka, isn't he? He's like if Kafka wasn't just like somebody who wanted to destroy everything initially.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you for pointing that out.
Instead of Karna EXE, it's Karna EYE now.
EYES. Yes.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm a sleep freak.
Yeah, I don't sleep great.
I'm gonna heat up some fries.
I'm debating whether I should go get food.
Yo, let's meet up for some donuts. So let's meet up for some donuts. I'll be there in like 7 hours.
Forget that. Let's get some kolache cheese.
Yeah, okay.
I'm most happy that I nailed that pandemonium menu.
Yeah, that was really good.
Solid. Except for
Pandemonium
the,
menus faster than I can do it when I'm not tired.
That's what I like about, so the DS, for those of you guys who don't know, the DS Dual, the DualShock 2, the D-pad is pressure sensitive, so it requires more force to get your inputs registered for this game for menus. So that's why I run on a DualShock 1, because the D-pad is not pressure sensitive, and I can literally just barely touch it and it goes down. Or it goes up, or whatever direction I want it to go.
Yeah, I need to go find a DualShock 1 so I can do that at some point. Though I'm one of those turbo players, play on a Kiwami, and oh boy, getting used to that D-pad. Ooh.
Yeah, that D-pad looks terrible. That's the one thing I've always loved about PlayStation controllers, is that in general the D-pads have been great. Like, yeah. I don't like the DualShock 2 for this game, but I still think it has a good D-pad. It just it's not optimal for this game.
Right.
Man, a fresh DualShock 2, that thing has the stiffest D-pad ever.
Yeah, I feel like the D-pads are either too stiff or they're too mushy. Like the DualShock 1 has like a spring to it on the D-pad.
You got like this tactile click too, which is nice.
The world is engulfed in mist.
Alright, so for those of you who have made it to this point, we're in the best part of the run.
Mm-hmm.
So congrats on staying up, waking up, whatever you're doing. Thanks for hanging out again, everyone. Thanks again to the organizers of Retrothon, the mods, anybody who, everybody's helped out in Discord. Thanks to Karna, Amart. And thanks to you guys for watching. Thanks to my community for always supporting me.
Thank you, bombom, for blessing us with such a holy experience.
Oh my gosh.
No. Back to the matter of fact, this for, if you guys are here for it, you're in for a treat. This is a non-stop action, back to back to back. Straight up boss rush for the next 40 minutes, 40 to 50 minutes, and you're going to have a blast seeing all different types of techniques and things we will encounter along the way with our bosses and how we cope with the mechanics they might use against us.
Yeah, of course. I am very honored to have been chosen to get this. Like I said, I've been wanting to get this run in to a marathon for a long time. I'm actually going to sit down here and save. Kind of slow, but I do have a little leeway here in terms of getting a sub 9. So. I'm actually pretty happy that Zidane is level 34, because it will make this fight safer.
Heck yeah.
So, what we're gonna hope for here, there is a strat using Luna for this boss as well, but you need to either have a tidal wave opener or an aerial slash is the best. If it's shockwave or psychokinesis, though, we have to fight him in the normal way, which is typically slower. If it is shockwave, there's a very small chance that it could be like a perfect fight. So basically, shockwave is an AoE attack. Pretty much all of his attacks except for psychokinesis are AoE, but it's a physical attack. So we have 3 characters that have counter on for this fight, and they can all counter shockwave. So if it's shockwave and everyone survives and everyone counters, I can then charge off that as well, and basically it's like a combo. And you can actually one-turn this fight that way.
And For those that don't know what charge does, charge takes every person that's in critical health, including the caster, if he is in critical health, to do a free physical attack without any cost of ATB. And the great thing about charge attacks is that these attacks do not proc counters from mobs that do counter. Especially if it's Noah Dragon, which will counter any physical attack. Well, not all the time, but there's a really high chance of it happening.
Yeah, so for a majority of the disc, my party's gonna be in yellow HP. Only one that you really need to heal is Dane. Alright, here we go.
Our very first boss, the Noah Dragon, also known as Shinryu in JP.
Yeah, Japanese version is Shinryu.
Sounds cooler.
It does sound cooler.
So for a good opener,
Actually, probably could have gotten 3 attacks in there. It's not ideal. Now we need to hope for a tidal wave. Oh, perfect.
Wow.
they were about prompted to throw an Amaranth real quick since Noah Dragon could not counter thrown attacks. So that way we alleviate Amaranth for another turn for a free attack with him, or free powered attack. And eventually, most likely, we'll get incapacitated by Noah Dragon since sadly Amaranth's the only person that cannot learn Distract in this game. Fine.
Alright, one more hit. Alright, we're in there. Nice. Overall, that was a clean fight. I wish Freya wouldn't have died first turn, but...
Still doing it.
How can I know that learn strength? I'm not sure, Rome.
Alright, so now we are on to the most exciting part of the run.
There's entering the land of Memoria, which is a land of I was about to say land of dreams, a land of memories, being built upon by the world's memory.
Kind of gives off Dark Souls vibes.
It really does with the aesthetics and everything.
It almost reminds me of Anne Orlando.
Don't remind me about that place.
Did Dark Souls rip off FF9?
So here we were just doing a little bit of a menu, mostly to get a couple of pretty important abilities on for this next fight: Devil Killer and Body Temp. The next boss is actually a devil, so we'll want that ability. And then Body Temp is important because the next boss can also use an ability called Mustard Bomb, which can inflict on any one of your members of your party, but it actually guards against that. So
yeah, really unfortunate that I got an encounter, pretty much second check. There is a likelihood that I could get another one here, so, which would be pretty in line with this run. This enemy you can never go before, it always goes first.
Hopefully it cancels like no, it's not too bad either.
did your camera freeze?
What?
I think your camera froze.
I think you're broken, bro. It's not a big deal. We'll take care of it later.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Your webcam. But don't worry about it right now.
Oh, it froze?
Yeah, that's okay. This is just bombom in natural habitat, really focused.
Mhm. Really focused.
There.
I just looked over and I'm like, is bombom okay?
No, dog, I'm not gonna make it.
I've seen some
like-
stuff today.
Sorry, the CGI broke.
Uh,
I was like, I messaged you anymore on Discord. I was like, bombs canceled. I was like, I just want to make sure I wasn't the crazy one here.
oh yeah, it did. Wow, you messaged me like 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's been there for a hot minute. I was like,
Oh,
maybe it's just
no.
me. Maybe it's just me and my brain losing it for being up this long.
Uh,
So, kind of unfortunate. Like, I feel like I've been getting a ton of encounters. Like, they have really low checks. Which should probably explain why I have so many encounters this run. But at least that clears me, hopefully, the not gonna encounter after picking up the tower here.
any tower fans?
La Torre.
So the tower is not needed. I pick it up in this route. As long as I have the rebirth. And it obviously increases damage, but it allows for a 2-turn Kraken fight, which is very nice. This boss is extremely fast, so turn ordering is super important. Ideally, you want Zidane to go last every turn because he's fast enough to get a turn even after a quick attack from Alaris. I should have actually attacked him that Phoenix down.
Thing to note here, holding ATB so that Zidane doesn't get out of charge range. As you see, the last auto regen tick actually put Zidane out of critical. So got an extra attack in by stopping there. Ooh, a free turn. Nice.
This should kill.
Yeah, it will. 10,000 HP left. Noise. The cool thing about this boss is, and also the annoying thing, is that Malus is one of the only bosses that has death
Oh no!
before dying.
Did you forget auto life? No.
In no rebirth strats, if you don't have rebirth ring, you either jump at Freya before the final hit goes off, or defend with Zidane with full HP.
That's why I love that boss.
That was a really good playoff bomb.
People who have never seen this before always think that you wipe there, but Freya has auto life, and then as Karna was saying, if you don't have auto life, you just need to jump with Freya, or alternatively, you can defend with Zidane provided he's at full HP.
It's everybody once.
That's the goal.
So here in the little store, we're actually learning that a lot of the memories that are being shown throughout Moria can only be seen by those that were there at the event. But for some reason, the event that we just saw right now is the only event that only ever occurred to Dagger at a young age, and somehow Zidane could actually see it.
Wow, no encounter Kraken, of course.
You mean Tiamat?
Or Tiamat, oh my gosh. To the point of mixing bosses up now.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, that's also my favorite victory screen in this game. Just everyone dead and Freya gone.
Oh, I did put it on.
So here we did a little quick menu. We also picked up the Rune Claw, which is Inamarant's best slot weapon, and also give Freya the Barbie, which will allow her to use Dragon Killer ability against Tiamat. It's not classified as a bird, but as a Draco. Also want to heal Steiner up to full HP in case we get a Jetfire opening, which is actually really a strong move I could
Kind of unfortunate here. Tiamat counters floated characters unless they're charged. Unfortunately, float will not wear off by the end of the charge, so I have to wait to attack with Freya again. Luckily, I did get that preemptive, so it kind of makes up for it. The whole idea behind this boss is that Tiamat used a lot of debilitating attacks, so you want to just try and finish Tiamat off as quickly as possible. I don't think Freya's gonna get an attack in here, otherwise I would have attacked with her. That was a really good fight, though.
Yeah, that was insane.
No Jetfire, no Twister.
That's like a perfect split right there.
One thing I do need to make sure I do here is kill off Steiner before Kraken. He needs to be in yellow HP.
Here we're running through a dilapidated whatever that place is. Also, I want to use the word dilapidated.
This is kind of unfortunate because I do have to now revive Steiner hammering. Just because there's a risk that Zidane could go down on an Iron Giant fight because he still does have Protect Girls on. But I can kind of combine some of the menuing and just ether everyone there, so. Ideally, you want everybody to have 72 MP here for this fight. Kraken's one of the more taxing fights as far as MP. I had to load another save.
Yeah, we had a big issue earlier.
And as you can see, it doesn't matter. Iron Giants are still jerks. They still target Brad even when, you know, there's two other. I did have backup saves for this just in case.
Yeah.
And rather than seeing me stress out about trying to get AP, I figured it'd be more fun for everyone involved if I just loaded a save. Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's
I hope that's on the Dame, to be honest. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. I wouldn't need to go into the menu again. If this is only 2 encounters, though, this is still a good screen.
Alright, no red stinger.
Yeah, I mean, I could still get one. So there's actually one of the super bosses is in this area. There's actually a path where you can go behind these rocks to the right here and fight Hades, and if you beat him, it actually unlocks the best synth shop in the game. I will not be doing that because the fight is pretty RNG. No, we're not doing Hades. Not if I want to stay on schedule. Alright, that was a 3 encounter split. That was pretty sick.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Very
It's below average. I'd say 4 to 5 is average for this split, probably. No, it's like the wrong menu. This is the most annoying boss in the disc. I guess you could argue Death Guys is, but I wouldn't really call Death Guys annoying.
freeze over.
That's exactly what we want.
So now we're gonna get a pretty open path to a 2-turn Kraken fight here.
Yeah, so when Kraken's tentacles die, his ATB actually resets. So it gives you a small opening to queue up attacks. You get a free turn, basically. Counter here. It's fine, it didn't hit. That's the reason why we don't just attack with everyone, is because of counters. Ideally, I only get this one. That was not the damage roll I was looking for. Alright, that's good. That'll pretty much guarantee 2-turn, because it's going to give me an extra hit. Under damage by 101 damage there.
Oh man.
I blame Amaranth.
I do too. Those are some really low rolls on Amaranth.
That was a good fight, though.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Another ether drop, that's nice. You were kind of low on ether.
Was I?
Yeah, you were at like 3 or something. Of course, this encounter.
Bacteria keeper.
This screen reminds me of FF Town. Fight Unalaska.
Yeah, definitely has a similar vibe for sure. Alright, so we climb up the ladder.
And this is where we get the best weapon in the game, this room.
Mesa Zeus?
Yeah. So basically, Lich is a big pushover. Probably the easiest boss of the disc, honestly.
Yeah, it's
The only lethal move. Well, I wouldn't even say lethal, the most setback move that Lich could start out with.
But yeah, Freya does pretty much max damage for this fight. She's weak to Holy.
oh! Nice miss.
Looks like the Lich from FF1. Well, all the elemental fiends that we just fought,
Based
call
Venetia
back.
shield.
they're all a callback to FF1. This whole game is just a big homage to the Final Fantasy series. Just give me a quick small menu here and to a couple things on and move Zidane into the back row. We're not going to bother to Ether right now because we'll be fighting pretty soon crystal versions of some of the bosses we just fought in this 4. So that means you can run into Tiamat, which could absorb your MP, and there'll be a waste to use your Ethers then. So we choose the Ether characters and do most of the stuff until we get right before Death Guys. Oh, the faded
Space
pause.
Beetle.
Well, at least didn't kill anyone.
Yeah.
And it was a quick attack. This has been a really good disc 4 so far. Both my Tiamat and my Kraken fights were quite good. Kraken wasn't as good as it could have been, but you know, we'll take it.
Alright, so Crystal World. Nice.
Wow, where was this Crystal World yesterday when I was trying to get a world record?
Jeez, seriously?
So, as far as the story goes, as we were venturing through all Memoria, Garland, who's still speaking to us through the voices of the spirit, pretty much is alluding us to telling us the lore about the world and some of the ideas and memories that we've seen across the whole list so far. And pretty much it all alludes back to that the beginning of everything starts with the crystal, which is why we're in the crystal world right now. It's currently heading towards the first crystal in existence.
Accuracy plus comes off, yeah.
I just like a brain fart.
Yeah, I got the notes up too.
Alright, folks. Here comes the good old lottery. We're gonna come up to Death Guys, one of the most notorious bosses in the run, also known as the Run Killer. It's gonna open up with a move called Meteor. Meteor does damage, very random damage from the multiples of 50, starting from the lowest of 50 all the way up to, is it 5,000?
4950.
4950. Alright, folks, cast your numbers in. What do you think we're gonna get?
Just don't kill me. I would like to finish. I would just like to finish. You know, sooner rather than later. Fun fact, Kuja, TK, Trans Kuja, and Death Guys have the same amount of HP. I like the Sour Please one, that's my favorite death. Damn cool. Oh, I forgot to take off auto. Red Dragons was fine.
Nice. Preemptive.
Ooh! The preemptive.
Yeah, I had a low to save.
Not bad. One person surviving.
Yeah, some good start.
This is fine.
So our primary goal right now is to keep Steiner up at all costs. Essentially, that's
Not
one way.
going down?
That's not ideal.
What the? Why am I not getting in these Steiners? Like, Steiner attacks.
How many elixirs do you need for this fight? Well, it depends. If you're Bomb, you need 5. If you're me, you need 3. It just depends on how lucky you are. Gotta get lucky. Yeah, this is...
Mate, I really need you to close here.
Last elixir.
Nice. Close.
Okay, there we go.
Now opt to revive Amaret, so that way, if the death guy casts death, we'll have one extra person as a target, which is very helpful. Hopefully, target everyone else but Steiner.
Perfect.
Very good.
You run in between actions to skip the wind-up animations. So throughout the course of a run, typically a wind-up animation, you'll save about a second. If you do this throughout the course of the run, you could definitely save, a minute, minute and a half, 2 minutes, just saving time on wind-up animations.
And with that, Bombom is also elected to revive Amaret again and also take out Steiner, so that way we can set up for a really fast TK fight
Nice
with
easy
Steiner being in
draw.
yellow.
But yeah, that's typically that's why we run in between actions here. Alright, so second to final boss of the game.
Good old sour pleaser.
Let's go.
So that's great that it hit Zidane. With the Puma's piece on Zidane, actually it absorbs Holy. great thing about TK fight is that you can get 3 free hits in before meeting a threshold for Transkuja, where he'll start countering the next attack with Flare Star, which was an AoE attack that will pretty much do damage based on your level.
Easy game.
Literally free
Perfect
fight.
TK fight.
Literally free
free.
Yeah, this is over before it begins.
It's TK for you.
Where was that yesterday?
And what
Yeah,
was
no
this
kidding.
yesterday?
Everything I needed to happen in these last 2 fights happened today. If I'd had these 2 fights, it would, like, even that Death Goddess wasn't, like, great, but I think it was still probably better than what I had yesterday. At least I had less encounters.
Yeah, so get to have I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this last fight and trying to explain how this works.
Yeah, enjoy, guys.
You want me to do it, or you ate more?
Alright, so imagine you're playing 4D chess while also playing checkers, while also playing backgammon with your grandfather. And that's basically the Necron fight. So Necron's got, I believe, 4 different ATVs filling at the same time. Please correct me if I mess anything up. But it's got one for black magic, one for white magic. And the other 2 are
One's auxiliary, I think.
auxiliary. And do we know what the 4th one is?
The 4th is just blue shockwave.
Blue shockwave. Okay, so basically we're gonna try to disable the 3 ATB bars by killing all, or by having Zidane Steiner and Amaranth kind of incapacitate themselves, and we're gonna try to skip Grand Cross and Neutron Ring by jumping over those. We're gonna try to skip over by jumping, kind of similar to what we did with jump skip in Beatrix 1. And then we're going to try to revive Steiner with Freya, and then revive Zidane with Freya, and then we'll kind of see how it plays out. But
It can go by really quick. It can go by really, really
Yeah, this
quick.
is a really short boss fight.
it can also kind of vary depending on if you get a protect or not. If you get protected, it usually costs about a minute.
Blue shockwave.
Blue shockwave instant is nice.
Yep. First person kill himself off is Zidane, which will disable the black magic HP bar. When there's 2 people dead in
Protect,
total,
of course.
Yeah. When there's 2 people in total dead, it will disable the white magic ATB bar, and when 3 people are total, it will disable all the rest except for blue shockwave. With Freya jumping, it will cause her not to be actually on the field for a target, so that means when ATB deals for Necron, he won't have a target for blue shockwave, so he'll instantly reset his ATB, and it will pretty much get him to cast 3 blue shockwaves into Grand Cross. That is how the order turn always goes. And if the Grand Cross does land, it'll add in another move called Neutron Ring, which will pretty much wipe the target. You really don't want that to come out.
So,
Right now. Go ahead, Amor.
yeah, go ahead. Oh, so
Just American.
because we got protect, there's a little variation of the strat here. We have to kind of, we basically get 2 free turns, so we just kind of attack with Freya on both those turns here when it count. I believe it's anywhere from 4 to 5 you'd want to count to, and that way we can jump over Grand Cross.
be back on another loop of 3 blue shockwaves from the Grand Cross. But before you can get a chance to pass the Grand Cross, we will
Right
take him
along.
out completely.
She doesn't want to trance, bro.
Trance is induced by a surge of emotion. The non-protect strat, you would actually ATB weight Zidane here because Zidane can actually outspeed Necron. It's the only boss on disc 4 that you can outspeed with Zidane. So just queue up a couple charges, and because of the extra damage we got in from Freya, it's actually gonna end it.
Even extra fair from the trance will we'll definitely end it now.
This will definitely be more than enough. Still should sub 9 though.
I can't stop it.
GG.
Stop.
I can't stop. There.
GG's.
There we go. GG's.
What run.
What a thing that we just had.
What a thing. Thanks for the GG's, but guys, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for having us. Thanks again to Karna and Amart. Thanks to everybody who watched. Thanks to the organizers. Thanks to the mods in chat. Thanks to all of you guys for hanging out. Hopefully I catch some of you guys in my stream. I run this every weekend. Currently going for world record, like I said. So yeah, thanks again, everybody. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Really
Hell yeah.
appreciate it.
And thank you for blessing us with such a holy experience.
I believe it's FF4 that's... Is it FF6 or FF4 that's up next?
I think FF4.
Either way, you guys are in for a treat, so definitely don't want to miss that.
Yeah, unfortunately, we.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I am going to be missing that, so...
We'll catch the VOD.
But yeah, thanks again, everybody. Appreciate it. Thanks for accepting the run. Let's see, what is it? Yep, FF6. So yeah, FF6 and FF4. So yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Are you all right?
But yeah, thanks again, guys. Appreciate you.